Well, good morning, and welcome to Whilton Mill for the final round of the Kart Championship 2025. Many championships up for grab. We're sure of an excellent day with fantastic weather. And what's even more fantastic than fantastic weather is my fantastic co-commentator. Joe is in Menorca. He's sunning himself. He's got the whole chipolata leg and the beer situation. So I am joined by our once-a-year top commentator pal, Johnny Palmer.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Johnny.
Well, it's a real pleasure to be at Whilton Mill, because I've heard a lot about this place, but actually never been in the past, and what a cracking meeting to come to as well. The Kart Championship descending on Northamptonshire for the finals of 2025, and a flood of karts heading out then for the first category on the bill, the Junior Max.
Junior Rotax, yeah.
Junior Rotax, indeed.
Which I believe, I've just been told they're going to get 2 warm-up laps, which gives me a chance to do this, which you haven't seen yet.
Go on.
There we are. Good point here, I haven't turned it on. Do that.
Give it the build-up. Oh,
there you go.
Yes.
And you can read that out while I do the rest of the things I've forgotten to already.
So this is the grid, is it?
Yeah.
On pole position then, Charlie Very 237 alongside Amy Peacock. Then it's Max Wheatley and Laurie McVeigh, Marcel Poppercool and 222. I need some practice with that name. The 211 JJ Plowman alongside Spencer Trehorn. Then it's Riley Bishop, who's right there up in the championship alongside Nathaniel Gray, Ewan House and Tyler Richardson on the 6th row. Lewis Holt and Zach Kane, Braith Murdoch and Ellis Dealey. Then Eric Smith and Max Greatrex, Riley Morgan and Max Douthwaite and Lewis Sumner, followed by Jack Robinson. That's the top 22.
That's all of them.
That is all of them.
There are 2 groups. There are 2 groups. They've got more than 34, so there are 2 groups. Oh, and there's 27, yeah? Okay, well, anyway. What I'd like to say is sometimes the information we get from the download isn't 100% correct, but there we go.
Well, they're split into 3 groups, I take it, A, B and C, and this will be groups B and C in the Superheat 1. So Junior Rotax and their final competition of the 2025 season, round 6 of 6. Nice warm day here already.
Nice warm day. We are sweating like
well, we are in our
Billio area.
Outdoors watching this for real, then there is a little bit of a breeze, but we're not getting that in our. You promised me it was going to be an air-conditioned commentary box. Air-conditioned
luxury. Well, it is air-conditioned. The air's going around the back of us in a windy sort of way. Okay, they're getting ready to go, and we are away with round 6.
So 27 karts piling their way towards the first corner, and the left and right twist here is always very tricky at Crook. So Oblivion and Crook. But a good start from those from the front row, already trying to muscle away into second position, though. It's been a good getaway from Riley Morgan. And Ewan House in there as well.
Yeah, so
Charlie Very will lead through the first split, Nick.
Hopefully, yeah. I mean, just wait for the things to reset themselves as we go across the first lap. But it leaves a very clean start. There's a lot of people here who are looking for championship points, so they are being very sensible. There's a lot of people here who are just thinking, I'm going to go for it. So we've got a couple of different mindsets in all the races here. Now, this is the B versus C. As we said, we'll have an A versus B and an A versus C. So they all get 2 heats, but there's 3 runs in total. And it was Charlie from Ewan House. And it's Morgan, Clark and Cole as they sweep around those first 2 corners all, for the second time.
Good little battle on, though, for Thomas Harper and George Cole. And they were the ones right to the right-hand side of the track. And I reckon possibly Cole got through there. Catch those in a moment. But Very is going to take some reeling in by Ewan House in the 226 kart. They're now just snaking their way to the inner part of the circuit at Wilkins, the left-hander at Osiers. And then
that's the wrong track map.
Is it?
Yeah, it's Chapman, that one.
Oh, okay.
There are lots of options on Whilton Mill.
Chapman?
Yeah, well, it used to be Chapman.
All right.
Yeah.
And then the back straight. That would still be called the back straight.
Then you got the boot, then you got the new chicane. And then they go across the start-finishing line.
It's the track map on display outside our commentary box. It's side by side for the race lead, and Charlie Very almost overtaken there by Ewan House. I think he's still just about got the lead, but is this Ewan down the inside, last of the late breakers?
Yeah, the 36, he's got past the 36, got past the 27. A nice move through Christmas there. I'm going down to Ashby now. And the top 4 of a breakaway. And the rest of the field is just kind of crashing out now. Remember, Riley Bishop currently running 6th. He's one of our already crowned champions. I think as long as he doesn't get disqualified.
Riley Morgan muscling his way up the inside, 237, not quite there. 227 I should say, and stays in third position. So Very still from House as they whack the high curbs there towards the end of the lap and back across the home straight onto Oblivion again, the left-hand kink. Tail stepping nicely out from Ewan House's leading kart, and Charlie Very, having led the opening few laps, still got just over 5 minutes plus the extra lap to go, and it is, we've said it's one from these four that have made a breakaway, unless Riley Bishop and George Cole can work with one another to reel in this quartet, Nick.
Well, Bishop began to catch up and said he's the guy who was the champion-elect. Normally nearer the front. I'm not sure whether it's a result of some issues yesterday, or possibly maybe he's been carrying that ultra-conservative route of just clocking up enough points to make sure there's no way someone will get past him, and he's not going to get in trouble with the stewards as well. They go round the boot and now through the chassis damaging and in my case, as a man of venerable years, rib-destroying curbs of the chicane and into the first two corners again. But these four are being joined slowly there by Bishop in fifth place.
You're still healing, I think, even to this
after
day.
22 years.
Yeah, down the inside for the race lead. That's a great overtake from Charlie Very. He's now ahead then of Ewan House, and nobody else was able to sneak through in the same manoeuvre, but they're ready to pounce in third and fourth places. So really good run heading towards Christmas Corner. The right hand kink in the background is Fine Lady, and then down the inside, last possible manoeuvre, which meant that the second place, or now the second place kart at Ewan House could not respond.
And now we are a 5-kart train.
Yes.
There's a lot of squabbling there. But for a 6-kart train, a lot of squabbling there, but a little breakaway in the lead there. I think it's Very now is ahead, isn't it?
No, Very's still second.
House is second, and Very's in second. Sorry.
Well, Very got through.
And then didn't.
And then clearly got back past again.
And Bishop's up to fourth now, so Bishop's come through. So there's a bit of a kerfuffle, I think, running through the boot last time around. That's the 232. That is your champion-elect with the X-Kart, the black and white machine there. Back of those three chasing down. Now don't forget, this is 2/3 of the field. There's a third of the field sitting there watching this going, he's fast there, or he's fast there, or she's fast there. But they'll get together in this 3x3. There'll be a B final for Junior Rotax with a bump ups of 4, and then of course the A final. I think the top 34 end up in the A final.
So we reckon 27 in this, but as many as 34 in the main race later on today. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and more all together, snaking their way through that final chicane and through the pit bend. And the one that has the slight advantage is the race leader, Ewan House, on to lap 7. Still got 3 minutes and a lap to go. And Very nervously looking over the shoulder to see how close Sebastian Clark and Riley Bishop are. And they're in the queue, but not really using different approaches, just waiting for one another maybe to make the first move. Ewan House still got that 3 or 4 kart length advantage over Very, and then the rest. Slightly more distant is Riley Morgan, only by about a kart length though, and he'll catch that up towards the end of this lap or the start of the next on the main start finish, where that toe is so crucial as they reach the chicane again. Still 2.5 minutes of this to enjoy. Cracking race to start the day, Nick.
Ewan House, not a regular in the kart championship, one of the people who pops in, pops out for various events. Often if they are close to a major event, they actually use it as practice. This is 2 weeks, I think, till the Nationals here, so there's a couple of extra juniors who are enjoying a weekend's racing and getting practice in for the British National event, and House is one of those. He was at the first round of the championship at Shennington, and now he's is it Shennington? I can't remember, a long time ago. No, it wasn't, was it? That was round 2. It was at the first round of the championship.
Warden Law was
Warden
the first
Law,
round.
yeah. It was at the first of Warden Law, which I think also was a warm-up for a national, and he's also at this one as well. So picking and choosing where to race, and currently he's leading the race.
Riley Bishop got ahead of Sebastian Clark at the start of this lap, so the 232 kart now starting to challenge Charlie Very for second position. Very's closer to House at the end of lap 8, so still not completely decided. Nothing's decided clearly because they're so close to one another. As now wondering whether to defend or attack the second place kart of Charlie Very. He did keep it nice and wide, so didn't allow the new third place man of Riley Bishop through. Sebastian Clark still sitting there as well, ready to mop up the pieces if they head his way. Good opening part to this lap for Ewan House. He's got back to that advantage of about 3 kart lengths that he had, 2 laps ago.
Yeah, Bishop now looking like he's may well settle for a middle at this sort of second or third position. It's second position, because it's about not getting involved in anything and collecting points. In his second place, he's pretty much guaranteed the championship. I think it'd be a massive weirdness for him not to win. But again, there's pride at stake here. You don't want to just crawl around the back, but when you're doing everything as carefully as possible, you just have to take a little bit of space. And they're coming up to Christmas corner. What will be they're going to get 2 more, I think. They're going to cross the line within 36 seconds, so they'll get 2 more. And round that and down the hill towards Ashby again.
And if anything, this line that is challenging for ultimately the race lead is being joined by more and more as we close in on the final few seconds, plus the extra lap. So you can lump in as well Marcel Poppercool, Isabella Stansmore in 8th place, Thomas Harper 9th as well. They're obviously a bit too far back to challenge for the race win. Did Ewan House make a mistake there? He's certainly a tad slower through the final few corners. And I thought Riley Bishop might send one up the inside of the boot. He wasn't quite close enough, but Bishop certainly trying to shape up maybe a last-ditch overtake to dispatch Ewan House. The top 3 are completely together and over to the right-hand side of the track now, deep in defensive mode. Is this a chance for Charlie Very to get back in a second? Not quite there as they work their way towards the Inkermans part of the track.
Yeah, it looked like Very was going to be the big winner out of that one, but in the end, Bishop kind of just managed to hold it around the outside. He was looking for an outside run through Chris. It wasn't really there. Very thought, he'd sneak up the inside. That wasn't really there either. The net effect was that Ewan on this last lap is leading this train. It's really, really hard without a real overspeed advantage to get round this part of Whilton Mill and lead through the boot. But saying that, an attempt there made by the 227 of Rhys Morgan, Riley Morgan, to try and get through to get 4th. But the winner's going to be...
The winner's going to be Ewan House by a fair stretch in the end, although he was challenged massively as they started that final lap. Riley Bishop crawling all over him and Charlie Very in the shake-up as well. But Ewan House will win the opener after 11 laps from Riley Bishop, Charlie Very to the podium, and Sebastian Clark and Riley Morgan duking it out. Clark in the end gets the judgment in 4th position. Well, that's a sign of things to come for later on. We've got a whole stack of races today at Whilton Mill. Then we are set for a very entertaining day indeed. Total of 38 races across the weekend. That was race 16. So very nearly, we've got 22 races to enjoy. And it will be the mighty Bambinos next up on the bill.
Okay, be interesting.
Are you digging out a track map there?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I don't have enough. Normally, you see, this is the problem. You see, what's going on here is that normally, I can see what you're saying there. Yeah, normally, Joe writes this all out.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Okay, so he provides the coffee, which I didn't do, although I did go and buy some ultimately.
Right.
And a hand-drawn track map.
Yeah,
but there's one on the wall over there, so I just took a photograph of it. And now you reckon all of the corners are not the right
they're
ones?
Different. There seems to be a collection of names. Let me just give you the grid. I've got to go do a bit of fiddling, unsurprisingly, but let me just give you the grid for the next one in my infinite wisdom. And it is, you say, a mighty Bambinos. Where? Come on. No, it says the next one's Junior Rotax Group 2.
Okay, that's not what it says on my bill, but that's okay.
Well, that's good. Okay, fair enough. So there we are. That's Group 2 of the Junior Rotax, apparently.
Fine. So this is the same karts, but for Groups A and C, I'm assuming, with George Cole on pole position, 288, just alongside Jack Beasley. Then we've got James Tate and Isabella Stansmore, who was in the previous race. Remember, there's going to be a mixture of half the field. I wouldn't have thought that is right, Nick, because we've got karts that will have just done a race. Karts that have just done a race, and half of them will want to be back out on track. And there's refueling to think about. There's adjustment as well. Race 17 on my bill is for Mighty Bambinos. Yeah. Well, it's not that I'm right. It's that the website I'm looking at is correct, I think. And they have also confirmed that Ewan House has taken the opening win with a best lap of 46.95. Here's the grid for the Bambinos. Arthur Thompson on pole position alongside now Felix Tandy, an absentee, we think, after an incident yesterday in the paddock. Heath Smith and Jules Nash on the second row, and then it's Logan Edwards and Aidan Castleman in the... Is that the what's called the O plate, Nick? So Logan Edwards in the O plate, Aidan Castleman alongside number 46, then Luca Peed and Calais Tennant. We've got Hendrix Fallat and Oliver Yap next up, ahead of Frank Pearson and Harry Voss. Oakley Howlett, Nico Mahoon, then it's Arthur Rhodes and Elliot Hitch, Teddy Smith, Jack Harper, Cooper Galloway and George Algar. And those are the 20 mighty Bambino karts that will be taking part after their qualifying yesterday. These are the only karts on the bill that are powered by electricity, and they are rapid because of that, because if anything they're actually faster off the mark than the more standard karts, and let's face it, the other karts on the bill aren't particularly sluggish. So it's going to be a busy day of mighty Bambino action, and this is their first of Sunday's event, the Super Heat 1. So release lap taking place now, and Luca Pede, Elliot Hitch being shown as first and second, but that's not necessarily the grid, I suppose. We've done that. We've done the grid.
They can leap off slightly wrong. Don't forget these come round to the grid, and then they're met by their managers, fathers, mothers, and everything else. So, yeah. So the important thing to note is, as Johnny alluded to, that unfortunately our championship leader, Felix Standing, had a bit of an accident in the paddock yesterday, and unfortunately I don't think he's fit to race today, so it's very unfortunate, that one. Which means obviously that it now looks like like Heath Smith certainly looking. I wonder if Heath's even here. Heath Smith's looking. He's currently now moves into effectively the lead, and Arthur Rhodes is behind. Arthur Rhodes has to make up a few points. He has to kind of increase on his drop score. Felix has done 5 rounds, but his drop score is not great. And as we wait for everyone to go across the line, we'll try and fill you in with that one. So very unlucky for Felix. There's no other way of putting it, really. It's just desperate bad luck. You know, it wasn't a race. It was just an unfortunate accident in the paddock. What can you do?
I think Heath Smith is here, or certainly was in action yesterday, because they've got some.
He doesn't get beat up by the transponder as they whizzed over, so that's fine. So Heath Smith now moves into a commanding 25-point lead over Arthur Rhodes, though Arthur. And they both have very similar drop scores. So somehow Arthur has to score 25 points more than Heath Smith in this event, which is really hard to do.
Yes. Particularly, you're not dropping individual races, you drop a full round.
Whole meeting, yeah.
Yeah. So there are 6 meetings through the year. This is the 6th of them. And at the moment, Heath Smith is dropping round 4, which I'll remind myself was at PFI.
Mm-hmm.
And
Arthur's dropping Heat 4 as well.
So they both had, not exactly tough rounds there. They still scored fairly well, but you've got to drop a round, so that is their worst to date, depending on how they get on today, of course.
So Arthur, of course, started off really well. He won the first 2 rounds. But then, of course, we've had wins in round 3 and round 5 for Heath, so it's kind of ebbed and flowed. The interesting thing about this Mighty E is, obviously, 6 months is how long the championship lasts, but 6 months in the lives of these kids is a really large percentage of their entire lives, when only 7 or 8. Yeah. So you see massive improvements from drivers who were nowhere at the start, a second and a half off the pace on round 1 now will be fighting for the lead, as they just, because they were 6 and now they're 7, or they were 7 and now they're 7.5, and it's a complete difference. So you just see massive growth amongst the entire field in both their talent, and their performance. So there's a 3-kart breakaway. Looks like the lead's about to check. No, different lines there. And as they sweep round to Chapman's for the first time. Johnny,
thank you.
And going back towards us.
Yeah, so that is Hendrix Fallat in 3rd position, hunting down Luca Pede, who has dropped back a position and is therefore challenging Arthur Rhodes now in the yellow and blue helmet with the predominantly red kart, with a little bit of blue on there as well. And Rhodes will lead the opening lap ahead of Luca Pede, Hendrix Fallat. That means Logan Edwards has lost 1 spot, yet falls down to 4th position. And Heath
Smith, the championship leader, is down in 8th. Now, Hendrix Fallat, he's really, really interesting. First of all, we got an interview with him during the paddock show at lunchtime, but Hendrix actually was leading the Coma Bambino. That's for the petrol-powered Bambino class. That class, unfortunately, has no other word for it, has died, effectively, been surpassed by this electric version. So they couldn't get a full grid. So that only lasted the first 3 rounds. But Hendrix was the guy who won it. That's the guy in 3rd with the big yellow nose on the car. He won that championship. He is still the Coma Bambino champion, because of the 3 rounds that were to count, and there were enough entries for those ones. And I think this is his first round as doing the e-Bambino. And we spoke to him yesterday, and I said, "How do you think you're going to do?" Kids, they've got to learn what's going to happen. They've got to do. And he said, "I'm going to win."
Straight out.
So he's going to win. And
that's impressive.
He's obviously he knows how to drive. But the electric Bambino is very different from the Coma Bambino. But in fairness, these kids don't really see that. They just go, "I'll get in and do it." And at the moment, he's in third. The first two are breaking away slightly. That's Arthur Rhodes and Luca Pede. Luca Pede, of course, is the son of a friend of yours, Ed Pede.
Ed Pede, yeah, okay. I hadn't made that connection, but thank you.
Ed Pede, former Renault Clio. Did Ed ever do touring cars? Did he ever get as far as touring cars? I can't remember.
I'll have to check that. But interesting as well that another star of Renault Clios of that era, Danny Buxton, his son Max Buxton was racing in the British touring cars at the weekend at Croft. So, second generation Clio racers that you may well have heard of in the early to mid 2000s. Luca Pede.
None of these children were born.
Well, you wouldn't have thought so, no, considering the Clio drivers were probably early 20s at that period of time. Paul Rivette, another name that springs to mind. Anyway, back to the matter in hand, and Arthur Rhodes, Luca Pede are making a breakaway. Pede hasn't really challenged for the race lead at this point, but that might be, I was going to say strategic. Do they think about it from a strategy point of view? 8 years old?
They're sitting there thinking the whole thing through. I think Arthur's knows all he can do is win the races, and then it's going to need quite a weird swing for Heath not to become champion. But we've seen weird things in motorsport before.
Plenty.
Luke is one of the drivers who's really improved during the course of the year. His first year racing has really improved. So you look at people who pick up now. Obviously, next year a couple of the top drivers are going to be going into different classes. They've aged out. We've obviously had Zayn Sofoglu here as well in a few of the rounds. He's the son of Kenan Sofoglu, he's a Turkish racer. His sojourn in Britain obviously ended after about 3 months and had to go home apparently. But I'm sure he'll be back next year. But he had a huge support from Turkey, and also he was very successful. He had heat wins and race wins. But it's about the championship, and the championship at the moment is looking like it's going to go to our 8th place man, Heathman the 3. But the battle now there is for 3rd and 4th. As Logan Edwards on the O plate, the British Open champion, chasing down Hendrix Fallat, your Coma champion.
And the distance from 1st to 4th is definitely closing as well. So we've got a leading quartet now, making the breakaway from Jack Harper, who is the best of the rest. Oakley Howler, Elliot Hitch, Heath Smith also in that gaggle, heading through the little kink at Fine Lady, but down into the braking area for Christmas. And it is totally 4 now for the race lead. And Logan Edwards just offering a little bit of a pinch from the 4th position to try and squeeze ahead of Hendrix Fallat. They run a touch wide coming through Ashby and swinging back towards the left-hander at Wilkins, but still just ahead is Arthur Rhodes. Go on.
Fallat's at the inside there. He's going to take the second place at Chapman, but it lost a tiny bit of momentum. He lost doing that. May see the O plate if Edwards get up the inside. I mean, Edwards is more interested actually in seeing what the 47 of Luca Pede is doing, and they shuttle back down again, and a little kind of front wheel to rear wheel touch. That just knocked Fallat off the track, and he just lost a couple of positions there. But no, nothing deliberate, but just kind of a coming together. He kind of swept back, but unfortunately, the front axle of Luca Pede was there.
Two of them wanted the racing line at the same time, but they were totally side by side, so one was going to miss out. And Luca Pede stayed in second position then. Logan Edwards up to 3rd, and Hendrix Fallat is a little bit of a loser, but he's plenty of time to get that back again. 2.5 minutes plus the lap to go. Still side by side for 2nd and 3rd, and Pede hangs on to it. This is a dream scenario for Arthur Rhodes, though, who started the lap with a seconds advantage. It's probably doubled now, with 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th becoming the new quartet to concentrate on. So which of the next batch has got involved with that? It is Jack Harper.
In the orange Kart there, the number 6. And the 4 of them will come down. It's all about momentum in this class. I mean, they've got a limited amount of grip power, obviously, limited amount of grip. They run on treaded tyres the entire time. And it's really about, they brake very little. They just carry the speed through. I was chatting to one of the dads yesterday, and he said the karts get slower and they get hotter because they end up with too much grip, and then they can't just throw them through and slide them round. So they actually it begins to stiction them slower down with the power they have. So certainly this mighty Bambino, superbly successful series. We've had I think we had 28 at one of the events here, and of course there is a chance we may see Might E Cadets, which is the next class up, on the programme next year. I've chatted with Darren Beavers about in the lunchtime show, and you can see what Darren's opinion of that chances are of going for electric on the next class up.
Still the challenge is on. I thought Logan Edwards was going to snatch second place at Christmas Corner from Luca Pede, but Pede again driving very consistently and also aware all the time of where the two snapping at his heels are. But if they start to take different approaches, it might be that Luca Pede can't fend both off at the same time. He's taking the tighter line again towards the end of the lap. Is that going to be costly as they work their way all the way through the boot? No, again, tucks the 47 car into the racing line for the pit chicane. And back across the line, Arthur Rhodes not really getting away quite as much as I thought he might with those four karts in behind.
Well, what happens is they will actually gain an aerodynamic effect. They will actually slipstream back to him because they are punching the hole. It's a very weird bit of physics that even though the kart in front is punching the hole, it also gains from the slipstream as well. Because of the lack of drag from behind the kart. It's all very, very advanced what actually happens.
No, I get it.
You get a train of karts, everyone goes faster. And as you can see, they are inching towards Arthur. It was 0.6 seconds last time round. This is the penultimate lap as the clock strikes 0 and already looking, Luca Pede there looking up the inside and now thinking about a move. The Chapman is a better place to make a move if you can, but you have to make sure you maintain the momentum down this back straight to avoid being immediately repassed into the boot.
6 for the race lead. This is a grandstand finish as the second event at Whilton Mill this weekend for the Kart Championship. It's the mighty Bambinos, and we'll have one more lap to go at the end of this then. Arthur Rhodes, Luca Pede, Logan Edwards and Hendrix Fallat, but also lump into that Jack Harper and Elliot Hitch. Well over to the left-hand side for the first corner. Oblivion is Arthur Rhodes, desperately trying to fend off Luca Pede. Now, consistently performing well has been Arthur Rhodes, but he could have it all stolen from him in the dying stages. Down the inside, Pede just defended at the very last moment there from Logan Edwards. In fact, it's not Logan anymore, it's Hendrix Fallat into third.
Fallat's picked up third, just dived up the inside there of Edwards. Now, Pede looking to go around the outside of Ashby, then come back in again, and then it's the left-hander, and Fallat got himself right on the outside there. He's dropped into fifth. Not quite sure what happened there. I think it was, now he's on the side as well. That's a bad couple of corners for Hendrix Fallat. Drops down to sixth place. I'm not quite sure what happened the first two positions because he got himself out of a line, and now the top two nose to tail. And it's the two orange machines. Can the O-plate of Logan Edwards make a move? It's very, very difficult unless you kind of push something out of the way, which didn't really allow. They're going to come across the line now, and Arthur Rhodes is going to take this one, take maximum points and give himself the maximum chance of possibly overhauling Heath Smith, who's going to be timed, I think, at 7th place.
That's all Arthur Rhodes could do. Yes, the points deficit was there, but you've just got to win races and hope that your rivals don't perform particularly well. And for sure, that was a tough start. So Hendrix Fallat falling down to 5th position, just ahead of Elliot Hitch. Logan Edwards, a great run to the line. He did eventually usurp Luca Pede, who'd been stable in 2nd place lap after lap, but the British Open winner, Logan Edwards, into 2nd place at the flag. And congratulations to Arthur Rhodes, who takes maximum points in Superheat 1.
It was Jack Harper in 4th. Hendrix Fallat, who was in just about every single position, ended up in 5th. Then Elliot Hitch, then it was Heath Smith, Oakley Howlett, Nico Mohan, Arthur Thompson, Harry Wass and Cale Tennant. And the rest you can see are on the screen. So luckily, I have pressed the button I didn't press earlier. I now know what the correct heat order is, which you already knew. So that's particularly useful, isn't it?
That's excellent progress. Well done.
You know, it's like I'm kind of learning what the whole thing works. It's amazing, isn't it? So the next up will actually be Micromax.
Okay?
According to me.
I'm not going to dispute that because I've now lost the page that was telling me all sorts.
No, I'm going to completely take that back again. Sorry.
I've got Micromax as the 3rd race of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Agreed.
Interesting. My revised and updated system still says that the junior Rotax was supposed to be 2nd. They must have made a mistake. Oh, I see what it's done. It's fine. I see what it's done now.
Okay.
So I'm going to ignore that and talk about the commentary.
Operator error?
No. It's a. I can see what's happened here. Anyway, so the next one we've all decided is Micromax. So let's have a look at the grid.
And it'll be Noah Wicklow on the pole position in kart number 53 alongside Tui Hong Javan. And then Henry Algar and Carter Jackson. Junior Wright and Oakley Riggs on the 3rd row ahead of Joseph Cox and Dimitar Uzanov. Wraith Owen and Milo Taylor. Milo? Probably Milo. Freddie Blackshaw and Ethan Lloyd on the 6th row, ahead of Jensen Darlow, Zach Andrew, Rio Pocock, and Dian
Singh Pahal.
Dian Singh Pahal. No, I was still thinking about the previous one, that's all. Lewis Kirkcaldy, who's the Scottish champion, Lanny Eden, and Thomas Laidler will complete the lineup.
Right. I now need to apologise because I am now getting this all completely wrong again.
Are you?
Yeah, that was a grid,
but
possibly
not the right grid.
It's what happens in the morning. You've got to work yourself into things.
Yeah,
we haven't been up very long. I've only had one coffee.
These are the practice sessions, aren't they?
For us, yeah.
They are for
it's
us.
just for us, yeah. We just
the
practice
races mean a great deal for those taking part.
So these are the same names in a different order. That's the actual grid.
Right.
No, that's not the grid. Sorry, hold a second. That's the grid.
How many possible grids were there?
4, and now it's wrong. Right, let's keep going anyway. So there are cars on the grid.
There are.
They're in an order.
We're having a lovely time.
Some of them.
Oh dear.
Oh god. Anyway, there are cars.
Ethan Lloyd on pole position.
But Dian Singh Patel second, you see, not back in 14.
Pahal.
Oh, sorry, it's somebody else. It's Jordan Patel. Sorry, yes. Lewis Kirkcaldy, not the back. Zach Andrews somewhere else. Anyway, so what happened was they lined up the carts in a certain order.
Yes.
Which currently we don't know exactly, and they're now going to send them off.
Excellent. That all seems very simple to me. Lewis Kirkcaldy leads the championship. It's very tight on drop scores, though. Lewis has got 754 points. Ethan Lloyd, 752.
Best of luck, Ethan Lloyd. Love from mum and brother Leo, says Brothers Gaming.
There you go. And it is Ethan Lloyd on the front row from Dian Singh Pahal in the 29. And Oblivion being the first corner of the left-hander. But Pahal's
going round again.
Going round again, yeah. Their arms up.
They were trying to go round before they went round again, and then two of them didn't know they were going round again and had a row.
Yes. Well, it was the arms up from both Ethan and Dian on the front row, actually. So clearly something was up, and they were trying to communicate that to the rest of the field. Everybody needing to get back into the correct order. And I wonder whether they were listening to some of our grid rundowns.
They got confused.
We may now have a completely different grid. This is what happened.
They sat there going, hang on, this isn't the grid. This isn't where we're supposed to be. Hang on, Johnny just said I was in 14th place. What am I doing here?
Yeah, why am I on the front row? So Dian Singh Pahal was deliberately not wanting to leave the grid, whereas those behind hadn't quite got his signal, and there was quite a slap from behind on a couple of occasions. Yeah. Anyway,
hope no one's got
Hope
no one's got a nose penalty just round the back of it. Martin Lloyd will say good luck and safe front of Ethan Lloyd. So there's a lot of Ethan Lloyd fans out in the chat.
Well, Ethan Lloyd to the right hand of our shot as we look down at the grid, left hand side of the grid itself. Make sure you go through the grid hatchings for a correct start to the race, and jumping
86
out of that.
Jumped out, but I don't think it won't be a problem that run because he was just trying to get out of a bit of space, sweeping round and up towards Christmas for the first time, and it's a orderly queue, and it looks like relatively static positions, and not a huge amount of change even towards the back of the field. Don't forget, of course, this is the TKC uses timed qualifying and superheat, so they have already sort of ordered themselves in approximate speed range. Those of you who watch Karting Live TV know, for example, the NKC just uses random grids, which is one at the front, one in the middle, and one in the back. But this one, the fastest guys, or the guys with the most points so far from qualifying and the heats, are towards the front. So there's less chance that someone at the back is going to be trying to make up 7 positions in the TKC, but actually having made up no positions at all and leading. It looks so painful, but of course they're kids and they don't care as they bump over the thing. It's the 66. It's Ethan Lloyd with his massive fan club on the chat who leads from Dian Singh Pahal.
And Pahal then getting a good getaway, but he obviously couldn't get across the nose of Ethan Lloyd at the start into Oblivion. That's always difficult to do when you're starting level pegging from that front row, and he was getting a fair bit of attention from the carts behind as well. Lewis Kirkcaldy crosses the line in 3rd position at the end of this first lap. Another 8-minute race plus the extra lap, and there is a distance visually now between Dian Singh Pahal and that S plate, or the S race number for Scottish champion Lewis Kirkcaldy. And they're going to work as a batch behind, together with Zach Andrew and Noah Wicklow, Freddie Blackshaw, to try and reel in those leaders. And there's plenty of time in order to do that. Very sideways indeed, though, from the race leader, Ethan Lloyd. Is that going to be costly as they head back
away
on
with it?
No, not too bad.
He got away with it. He really, really clobbered the curbs thinking about what he was going to do, and then he just sort of held on to it, and then realigned itself in line where he wanted to go. But the top two now the question is Dian Singh Pahal actually going to try and get past him, or are they going to do the sensible thing and break away for 4 or 5 minutes? And as Joe always says, will the proverbial bell ring at 2 minutes and they'll start fighting? So Pahal absolutely in the wheel tracks of Lloyd, the two teammates from RCE, and they sweep round to left through Chapman's, and a nice one kart length lead there for Ethan. Now, Coddy, he has to try and catch up and at the same time worry about Andrew and Noah Wicklow. But at the moment, looks like these two. But last time round, it was about half a second between Pahal and Kirkcaldy. Has this gap increased, stayed the same? It's the excitement going across the line, we're going to find out. And the answer is it's gone up to a second, so they are pulling away.
Kirkcaldy, again, didn't look like the ideal route through the pit bend chicane, but carried the speed eventually through that final corner. Little tweak on the kart from Ethan Lloyd, but carries on and actually opens a gap this time over Dian Singh Pahal.
I think it's a Pahal mistake, I think he just made it. I'm not saying mistake, I mean it's like a minor error, you know.
Yeah.
And that's 2 or 3 kart lengths. The thing is, though, with the advantage of the slipstream, he'll probably, if he's got the pace, which he seems to have, he'll be able to get that back in a lap and a half or 2 laps. But he might be, by moving into the middle between the first and third, he might be giving a bit of a help to Kirkcaldy to join along, because he'll pick up a bit of aero advantage from being that close behind Dehan. So Lewis may be the ticket for that third place kart there, the blue and the orange, to get up to the first 2.
Snaking his way through the chicane, Jensen Darlow, 8th position. Dimitar Uzunov not that far away. In fact, Uzunov got ahead of Darlow in the closing few corners of lap 4. Race leaders heading for Christmas. Very late turn-in indeed for Ethan Lloyd. Joe's always taught me that the little time you're turning the kart, then the more forward momentum you've got. So violent turn-in is often rewarded with a good lap time, so he says.
Yeah, well, I like that. Joe never tells you anything. Because he's so competitive.
Oh, he doesn't want to give anything away.
Okay. We went karting with him, recently, and he was just awful. He's awful. He's awful in a car. He's aggressive, unpleasant. He won't tell you anything. He won't help you out.
Awful in the respect that he doesn't give you any moment's peace, but not awful in terms of being slow.
No, he's brilliant.
He's an excellent.
No, he's very good karter. Yeah, but it's a case.
But when the visor comes down, he's a different animal.
And at the end of the day, he'll tell you what you're doing wrong when you're going home.
Perfect. Yeah, and then you can't respond.
No, can't beat him. Yeah, that's exactly it. So these two are away again. So my concept that Kirkcaldy could bridge the gap to Pahal is completely wrong. Though my idea that Pahal will get back on the back of Lloyd is correct. So 1 out of 2.
Very good. 50% hit rate. Actually quite good for the
for
morning
me,
that you've had
brilliant.
so far. It was better than the grid slates, but we'll get there. First and second right together. So Dian, has the bell started to ring already with 3 minutes to go. Dian Singh Pahal upping the speed. Well, he hasn't got any distraction behind because Lewis Kirkcaldy's at a safe distance. He's got his arms full with Zach Andrew and Noah Wicklow in that queue. They're separated by, 4/10 of a second, third, fourth and fifth, I should say. Freddie Blackshaw's not that far away either. As the 66 of Ethan Lloyd will cross the line for the 5th time. Still ahead of Dian Singh Pahal. And Pahal closer partway round the previous lap. That's the quartet for 3rd position in the background, led by Lewis Kirkcaldy, and they're about to be joined by 2 more. So Raith Owen, Dimitar Uzunov and Jensen Darlow. Well, Jensen's further back by 1.4 seconds or so. So Dimitar Uzunov looking to close in on Raith Owen and the rest, as the leaders now are heading to the infield section of Wilkins and Chapman. And the back straight. So
this is one of the closest championships we have. There's only 2 points between Ethan Lloyd in second and the leader, who's Lewis Kirkcaldy. So Lewis currently in 3rd. Ethan in the lead. Now, obviously, drop scores get in the way, and Lewis had a terrible round where he just didn't even take part in the final. So he has to. This round has to score for him. Though in fairness, Ethan Lloyd's round wasn't particularly good either at PFI. There's a number of people who have bad PFIs, isn't there? I think one of the reasons was that PFI is a difficult track, and there's also specialists, but also there's quite a lot of visitors turned up for that event. There's a lot of kind of one-offs who came in and decided to do PFI. In fact, looking at the results, first, second, it was the only round they did, so they kind of picked and chose. So these guys both have to drop the round. So realistically, we're looking at a head-to-head battle, and these will be the 2 or 3 points that Ethan needs to get past Lewis. So I think at the moment it's advantage Ethan overall, but there are 2 heats and a final to go. So I'm not sure whether Dian Singh Pahal, who's not in the championship, he's only done a couple of the rounds, so this is only his 3rd round, whether, and as a teammate, is actually going to try and get past Ethan, or whether he might just work with his mate to get those maximum points to perhaps become the champion. Because obviously, if he gets to the final and they're running like this, well, he can win the final because 2nd place will be enough. But at this point, you don't know. Some of these karting teammates, they are really teammates. Some of these karting teammates, they just happen to be under the same awning, and that's all it is.
But they don't say a word to one another through the course of a weekend. No, I'm sure there's friendly banter.
No, there's friendly banter, but they don't. They're not teammates as such. They're just in the same team. And that's absolutely fine. I mean, there's no one's being paid to be in these events. It's all part of your own environment. Lap and a half to go, or lap and a third to go, and this is the point now where Ethan needs to find the extra bit of pace, or Dian Singh Pahal has to make a decision.
It's tight, isn't it? For the line,
they get another one.
Squeeze another one.
Yeah. Yep. So they got 2 to go. So just by 2.5 seconds.
So Dian Singh Pahal playing the perfect rear gunner role at this stage. Is he going to try something at Christmas? No, they're still together, and Dian happy to sit in the wheel tracks of Ethan Lloyd. It's working well, this 8-wheel kart at the head of the order, because they're pulling away.
Brilliant job, yeah.
Yeah, pulling away hugely by nearly 2 seconds now over Lewis Kirkcaldy. Zach Andrew, Noah Wicklow maybe getting a bit frustrated, because I wonder whether they might be a bit faster than Lewis Kirkcaldy if he wasn't there. But they've got to find a way through. Yep. And the awkward position for Zach Andrew is he's got to attack and defend at the same time, because Wicklow's got a quick kart in behind number 53. Started pretty much 5th, so he's gained a place now.
Well, Wicklow's been on a sharp learning curve. He was the Como Bambino champion last year, so he's been learning. Suddenly there's a lot more finesse on these, a lot more adjustments on these karts, a lot more things to get used to, and he's slowly got quicker during the season, and now he's up to pace. For the top 2, who we need to be with. Yeah.
So this is the final lap 11 for Lloyd and Singh Pahal. Is it likely to change? They're still
looking
in the same
left,
order.
looking right. So Pahal certainly is looking for the win. He's not just going to follow Ethan round. And
Kirkcaldy, Andrew, Wicklow for the places outside the top 2, but Ethan Lloyd just about okay to the finish, I would suggest. The pit bend chicane is next, and Dian Singh Pahal's pushed him all the way, but Ethan Lloyd it will be to take the race win in number 66. That is to complement his points from earlier on in the season. Remember, round winner at the previous event, round 5, was Ethan Lloyd, and with Dian Singh Pahal in need of, well, he's missed a few rounds in fairness as well. In fact, didn't appear at Shennington, for instance, nor the 3rd round of the season at GYG, but it means that Dian Singh Pahal will climb the order in the championship, and a great result in the first event of the day for the Micromax. But Ethan Lloyd, if he's going to get pressure through the course of Sunday here at Whilton Mill, just shows that he's not going to crease easily to it. It wasn't a long line of karts, but nevertheless, and the safety, I suppose, of having a teammate in behind him. But Dian Singh Pahal was upping the ante in the closing laps.
Right, I'm going to risk this. I'm going to try and give you the grid for the next race.
Excellent.
This may go horribly wrong, obviously.
I'm prepared for that.
It's now, to me, the next one, so it's Super Heat 1, should be Rotax Junior Primo. Do you agree?
I do. Race 19. And, Super Heat 1. Here's the grid then for those cars. Lewis Gilbert will be on pole position in the number 14, alongside Elijah Hazelwood. Then it's Isaac Jameson and Cooper Campbell-Lees. Bertie Hodgson and Noah Clark, 51 and 44 on the 3rd row, ahead of Zach Mackay and Zach Jennings. Alfie Forrester and Lily Shaw. Then Aston Brown and Oscar Chervik. And then it's Ethan Bath and Luke Wells. Elijah Hartley and James Fabricius. George Ralston and Thomas Butcher. Pierce Whitehead alongside Noah Jones on the 10th row. Then it's Ronnie Legg and Josh Whittaker, Thomas Ambler and Charlie Thompson, Samuel Yeadon and Harry Ward, Jasper Oakes and Lucas Olofsson And finally, Louis Brown will complete what should be a 29-kart lineup for the first race of the day for the Rotax Junior Primo and their Super Heat 1. But they were in plenty of action yesterday as well. In fact, the championship heat points were uploaded from the various races that took place yesterday, and Lewis Gilbert was the best scorer within that. One of the later races on Saturday for the Rotax Junior Primos was in fact won by Lewis Gilbert from Oscar Czerwiec, the Polish racer. James Fabricius and Isaac Jameson, Bertie Hodgson completed the top 5 places. But Sunday is the main race day at Whilton Mill, and it's going to be fascinating to see who's best set up for these warm conditions. We're still very early in the morning. If you're not in this country, it's 9:45 in the UK. But the sun been beating down ever since it rose this part of Northamptonshire. Very pleasant.
It's always sunny in Northamptonshire, you know that by now.
Well, yeah, you've always told me that.
I think they're getting... Dan Ashton, the clerk of the course, said juniors and seniors getting 2 laps. I think they're getting 2 warm-up laps for the Junior Primo. Of course, Junior Primo is for the 12 to 14-year-olds who are just moving up from... Oh, dear, that was very silly. The leader spun it. Did you see that?
I did see a car spinning.
I say it's the leader. I'm not sure it was Lewis or Elijah Hazel. Well, someone right at the front spun it. Whether they can then regain their position, they are facing the right direction. This 2-lap warm might be the thing they need.
There is a rule on the bigger
circuits. It was Lewis Gilbert. There we go. He's coming through now. Thanks, Ash. Picked that up brilliantly.
There's a rule on the bigger circuits, the car circuits, that says if you don't fall all the way to the back of the field on a rolling lap, then you can legitimately take your position. But I don't know whether that's a rule in the Kart Championship. So yes, Elijah Hazelwood, although the clock's not started to tick down, so the race hasn't started, but Elijah Hazelwood scored as the race leader, if you like, at the end of the first of 2 rolling laps now. Yeah,
Lewis Gilbert was down in 17th at that point, so he's got to try and get through 16 karts. I mean, it's really whether they'll let him through. You are allowed to take your position. I think it's a point actually towards when they've been to grid up in the minute we can't go any further, but he's made up several positions.
So Cooper Campbell leads effectively second. The question also is, how's the grid going to work its way out now? Because everyone will be mindful of where they need to sit, and we now have an absentee. Here he is, late on parade, but Lewis Gilbert suddenly arrives in pole position. So they do allow him to slot in alongside Elijah Hazelwood. And Lewis Gilbert will have to put that out of his mind as quickly as possible and not spin it on this first racing lap, of course, as well. Let's hope the tyres are now in the temperature window. And it's actually a good getaway from the rolling lap spinner as everybody else sorts themselves out into Christmas. 3 and sometimes 4 abreast through there. Plenty up the curb as well, but all survived this point.
Up through Ashby, they've changed to the lead. They're snuck through. And that's the X-car, I assume, of Elijah Hazelwood.
No, it's Isaac Jameson, number 19.
Oh, right, he's got, this Primo is very much an X-Carter benefit. You see 3 of the top 4. Oh, I think 3 of the top 5 now. There's the 21. That is Hazelwood now in 3rd place. So as you absolutely correctly scored that one, it was a lovely little move there. And into the lead by Jameson as the rest of the field destroys their chassis over the curbs. Oh, is that...
Jameson's, is he letting people through?
Why did he wave Gilbert back through again? Do you feel that move looked totally fair to me? That's very weird. What's going on?
Total confusion. But
we got Battenberg flag. Okay, so there's a problem at some point. Not quite sure why, and that's caused a. Oh right, I see. He's going. I've slowed down the Battenberg flag. What the heck are you doing, Lewis Gilbert?
Gotcha.
So he saw the Battenberg flag. They slowed down. And I think they've reordered themselves after that. The Batman flag effectively means that it's a virtual safety car, effectively, with the leader becoming that virtual safety car. You're supposed to go at half speed. It means it's an incident that's not particularly serious, but so it doesn't need that. As you can see the cart being pulled away. Yep. So what it basically means is we don't want the carts to go at full speed past this accident whilst we just clear it all up, get the carts off the track. It's unlikely that there's a problem with a carter, but this can move to a full red flag if there is an issue, but most of them just are, fortunately, just expensive repairs rather than person repairs.
Let's hope that this is the case then, and driver out, cart a little battered and bruised, being pulled away by our hard-working marshals. And Lewis Gilbert then, in the number 19, is now just to second, remember, because Isaac Jameson did legitimately overtake Gilbert. We thought it was fair at the time, and then he saw the Battenberg flag to slow down. Will we be back racing at the end of this lap? So a Battenberg flag period ends at the traditional end of a lap,
yes,
does
exactly.
it?
You're only at the green again at the end of the lap, and the way they're belting it down. And it's the last year of the Battenberg. The Battenberg is being replaced for next year. I'm not quite sure. Unfortunately, Joe don't give you all the details about this. But
Cherry Bakewell?
Possibly, yes. I did say a rich fruitcake for me, but what can you say? Apparently they decided that the German-based quarter cake was not enough.
I see. Very tasty though for maybe 11s is.
All
it's not far away.
Here we go.
Yeah. So the Isaac Jameson kart, green race helmet for Isaac, easier to pick out than others you might say, but nevertheless the helmets, the karts are beautifully turned out for this final round of the season of the kart championship. This is the junior kart championship, the JKC, and a cracking fight for second and third. Actually the top three are breaking away a little bit from Cooper Campbell-Lees. But Lewis Gilbert and Elijah Hazelwood were firmly embroiled in that scrap for second and third at the end of lap 3. Jameson leads it down towards Christmas, lap 4.
Now remember, Hazelwood is one of our already crowned champions, barring not being disqualified at all. So he has gained the championship basically on the back of 3 or 4 very, very good rounds in the middle of the season. It's been quite a close championship, so there's been points that have been spread around a vast number of drivers, and he's really got it by being consistently quick. He has won 2 rounds in fairness to him, but the other rounds were a 2nd, a 5th and an 11th. So it's enough because of what everyone else has done to give him a very comprehensive lead in the countback scores of over 70 points, and that is enough to say that barring a potential disqualification disaster, he will be crowned champion in about 5 hours time, 6 hours time.
Exciting day then for all those involved in either championship battles that have been sewn up. That's the comfortable way to approach Whilton Mill, but there are plenty more where they are far from decided. It's going to be a stressful day in certain areas, therefore, of the Whilton Mill paddock, as towards the double left-handers go the race leaders, Wilkins and Chapman. And Isaac Jameson, try as he might, cannot shake Lewis Gilbert and Elijah Hazelwood. So Gilbert, after that very uncharacteristic error on the rolling lap, has got his head down. Yes, he's lost the lead, but he's within the sort of area where it could come back to him for sure. Just got to try and force a mistake from Isaac Jameson. But his kart, number 19, appears to be on rails at this stage. No need to defend down towards Christmas for Jameson, the race leader. Well,
Lewis Gilbert has been warned. I think that was probably for the overtake element during the Battenberg.
Oh, yes.
So it's a lack of observation warning. That's the guy in second with the white nose. He's had an eventful day so far, really, hasn't he? He's spun the wrong way to drive through the entire field. He's got himself into second. He's had a warning. He's been under investigation at the same time. So he's packed it all in for what is basically 6 minutes of racing.
He's doing well. He's ticking a lot of boxes, not necessarily the ones he would have been focusing on at the start of the weekend. But crucially, still there or thereabouts. Lewis Gilbert also second in the championship as well, so he's going to try and stay ahead of Cooper Campbell-Lees, and he is doing that comfortably. He's got a kart between him and the 4th place man, but more importantly, a significant time difference as well. Yeah,
it's a good point, Johnny. We're talking about winners, but there's people who are aiming for a second, people aiming for a third, people aiming for their aim at the start of the season was a top 10. Not everyone, people go into it's my first year, I want to get this position. So it's we obviously, as the commentators, we concentrate on the overall winner. Well, but there's personal battles and personal victories and disappointments, going on all around the track. And up the inside comes Hazelwood. It's really hard to get past. There was an outside chance before the chicane was there. A year and a half ago, you could actually come up the inside and try and get through the paddock bend, but no, not now. Not with that very aggressive chicane that was sponsored by several chassis manufacturers in the karting world, as it's made them a fortune.
So that is a very new addition, is it?
It came beginning of last year. So it's literally February or March last year. Actually, maybe a bit later. I think we did one meeting last year without it, then the next meeting with it. So I think it was like April or something when the chicane came in.
So, and prior to that, it was just straight.
It was straight down. Yeah, it was too quick. It basically it was too quick, and they were worried about people when they went off and hit the wall. They widened the runoff at the outside of pit bend. You'll see it as they come around in a second. They've widened that runoff at least 3 times, but they were still getting people who are just coming in so far and then just going to the outside and hitting it. So you see how that's the third widening. So they decided to slow down the entry with that chicane, which worked. And a couple of kids we were talking to yesterday said they really like the chicane, so they like to throw their bodies around being beaten up by carts.
Well, it's a rare chance of another left-hander. It's very, very brief, but this predominantly obviously being a clockwise circuit, mainly right-handers, but the 2 lefts coming up now for the race leaders. Wilkins the first. There are different versions of the Whilton Mill track that you can run, but this is the fullest of them.
Yeah, this is the race. This is the own driver version. A lot of the other versions are for various special events, and also, of course, the corporate stuff as well.
Okay.
But
there's an arrive and drive cart
behind us. Because of kids, it's a whole leisure centre area.
It's great.
Well, apart from one thing, there's one thing about Whilton Mill that's not great.
Okay, controversial.
No, it's not. They banned dogs.
Oh no!
Dogs are completely banned. Not even on a lead or anything. You cannot have dogs at the track at all.
Is that not a kart track thing across the country?
No, it's just some tracks say yes, some tracks say on a lead only, some tracks say well behaved in the paddock, not near the. It's completely banned from the entire environs of Whilton Mill.
Okay.
Apart from that, it's a great circuit, great people, and we like being here.
We love it.
I haven't got a dog at the moment with me, so it's not a major issue. But I also just like seeing the dogs walking past the window.
Yeah.
Last lap, by the way. Let's stop talking about dogs. Let's talk about racing.
All right. Well, we're on to the final circuit. Not a lot is changing in that top 3. If anything, the gaps are growing for Isaac Jameson. Well, Lewis Gilbert, having said that, is being caught by Elijah Hazelwood, but Hazelwood is going to run out of laps. Jameson just double-checking that they were at a safe distance, and they were indeed the 2 chasing carts. So Isaac Jameson will win after 10 laps ahead of Lewis Gilbert and Elijah Hazelwood. In 4th place and 3rd in the championship, so doing battle for 2nd in the championship with Lewis Gilbert was Cooper Campbell Lees, ahead of Bertie Hodgson in 5th, and Zach Mackay and Zach Jennings 6th and 7th, Noah Clark finishing in 8th place, and then Alfie Forrester and James Fabricius in 10th position.
Fabricus.
Is it just Fabricus?
It seems to be.
I was thrown by the extra
I'll be honest with you. I don't think really I should be involved in any name pronunciation advice, to be honest. But
it could be Fabricus. Let's stick with that.
Frank can hear us again.
That's good.
That's because I moved everything massively.
Right. Considering Frank is bringing us some of the pictures.
He's bringing us this picture right now.
Tremendous. That's a great shot, Frank.
It's not a lovely day. What a lovely day here in Whilton Mill. It's dog free.
You can even see our little commentary box over on the left there.
You can. We're down below, yeah. Anyway, so that was the Junior Primo. Now I'm going to now take a massive gamble that I actually know where the next one is. So it should be Intermax Superheat 1. Do you agree?
I lost the page again. Hang on, here it is. Right. This is going to be Intermax Superheat 1.
Oh, there we go.
And that will put Luke Millward on pole position in his 138 card alongside Logan Rolfe, Nick's new friend for the weekend. We'll catch up with Logan during the lunch break and the paddock show. Larry Price and Akil Nain Giannone will be on the outside of the inside of the second row, because remember pole position is on driver's left on a clockwise circuit. Then it's George Quinlan and Oliver Barton, Jensen Sale and Ronnie Smart, then Leo Livings and Eddie Duncan ahead of Lewis Herbertson and Noah Clare. The 7th row, Charlie Quinn and Drew Davidson, another Scottish champion. Jensen Walker and Cameron Tipping will be on row 8 ahead of Rudra Golkunath. Then, Jamie Walsh alongside Rudra. Then it's Odysseus Hall and Jaden Patel Scott. Finley Thompson, Noah Jebson, Harrison Thorndike and Annika Hurd. Some of these names I am seeing for the first time.
I did love the way you sped up once you got the names you knew. It was brilliant. There are some cracking names, and which I have been and Joe Leicester is struggling with the entire year. So it's good to know that somebody new, who's actually a genuine professional, is struggling as well. So championship-wise, Logan Rolfe led at the beginning of the weekend by 11 points from Jensen Sale. We spoke to both of those in the... we will speak to both of them in the paddock show. Then we have Larry Price, who's currently running third, and you have Oliver Barton, Luke Millward, Noah Jebson. Though I don't think that Barton or Millward can win. It's going to take a miracle for Price to get it, but it's really Sale versus Rolfe, and obviously at the moment it's advantage to Logan because he is starting. He's already from the standard heats picked up a points lead over Jensen Sale. So Logan looking good, but anything can happen. And in fairness to Logan, he's been very, very strong in the heats and the super heats. It hasn't been quite so good in the final. He's only got one podium finish in the finals. That's a win at round 3 at GYG. But he hasn't actually, outside that, he's had a second, a fifth, a ninth and a fourth. And weirdly, his second place one was in the opening round. But his scores in the heats have been fantastic. He almost maximum points in the heats on 3 or 4 times. Don't forget, every time these karts go out on a race event, there are points. There are different amount of points depending. A win in a heat yesterday is 20 points. A win in a super heat today is 30 points. And of course the win in the final later on is 100 points. And then there's points down, and they roll round on the slow lap. Akile there in the green and the white. Logan with the white, predominantly white and blue. And they get ready to run. And they're trying to get a roll around, are they, or what?
I didn't see Akile there. I saw Luke Millward and I saw Logan Rolfe.
Yeah, you're right.
128's not.
He's not there, is he? You're absolutely right.
Yeah, shown as 5th place.
So now.
Right, so he is at least starting this race, but slightly out of position. We expected him to be on the front row, but at least able to take the fight to others around. Giannone, Akile Nane Giannone in 128. But it's Millward and Larry Price. They were the first over the line. So Logan Rolfe, leading still though in 132, snaking their way through. No, 138. Luke Millward. So I was right first time around. Millward, and now darting his way down the inside, and it's a spin for Logan Rolfe as a result. So he was trying to get those places back again, and Rolfe from third position. Costly error that, or maybe just an impulsive run to try and get those places back again. It was almost 3 abreast into the left-hand kink.
Swept across the nose. I don't really think I'd put any blame on Price for that one, but that is what Rolfe didn't need to do, because he just needs to keep scoring the points consistently just to make sure he was going to be okay overall. But this is going to mean he could drop anything up to 20 points on his major rivals. That is Jensen Sale currently in 4th. So this is going to throw the whole thing back open again.
Big time. And although Logan Rolfe continued, he is stone last now, I reckon. And we'll have to keep an eye on the timing screen. But that is the difficulty with only an 8-minute race, plus the extra lap, is that there's very little time to recover a situation like that. He's no longer on that grass where he'd ended up. So he got out of the car, wheeled it back to the asphalt, and then rejoined. But all of that will have cost him at least 30 seconds. Luke Millward leads by 0.3 of a second over Larry Price, and it's George Quinlan and Akile Nane Giannone. So Giannone starting out of what we thought was a front row start. He was 5th, he's now 4th and picking his way through, although he has got company. Oliver Barton right on the boot lid of 128, so 165 challenging as well for that 4th position.
So Luke Millward, of course, who is the reigning British champion in Micromax, which is one level down from this in age group and slightly in power and everything else. Missed the first round, Luke, but he's been the rest of the round, and he's scored some good results. Not quite consistent enough to be running for the championship, but a really, really good result here would absolutely catapult him way up the field. He could go as high as 2nd with a really good weekend. Price behind, of course, is the driver currently in 3rd, and they come up and through Fine Lady and towards Christmas now, those two. And both of them need to make the most of the situation. The man who's leading the championship has dropped a massive error, and is not quite sure how far back of the field. You'll find as the numbers rotate, he was actually not even in the top 20 still, I don't think.
Logan Rolfe, I've got in 23rd position.
Yeah, and 4 seconds off the back. So yeah, it's a disaster for Logan. He'll get about 6 points, and he'll throw a massive swing. towards his championship rivals, and it may even become that, because that drop might even mean this actually becomes his drop score, just because he's consistently scored well. He's not had any really bad rounds. Sweeping around again. We aren't even halfway through this one, so there's a chance that Logan get onto the back of the field and then get through a few, but he's really going to be very lucky to get much through the mid-teens, I would think, and that's just not any use to him at all. But these two out front, Millwood, who needs a huge point swing to bring himself into contention for the championship, was really for contention for the podium, I think, and Price, who's there or thereabouts with a chance of catching up. But the big gainer at the moment is Jensen Sale, but Sale's made a mistake and dropped down to 7th, so he was 4th a minute ago.
Yeah, so I'm not quite sure how that has happened either, but Sale losing places, not as many as Logan Rolfe, but Luke Millward, who began the weekend in 5th position in the championship, is starting to dominate a little bit over Larry Price there, trying to open up this gap then over George Quinlan in 3rd place. Giannone still in 4th in the 1-2-8. Giannone not in the top 10 in the championship at the start of the weekend. So he may be a bit of an unknown entity for those around him. Is Logan Rolfe making any progress at all? It's going to be small fair.
He's caught the back 23rd of the field. Yeah, now just for interest's sake, his worst round of the season is only 26 points off a maximum.
Oh, wow. Okay,
so
that's good.
Maximum being 200, and his worst one is 26 points off that. He's probably losing 20 points, 22 points in this race.
Yep.
Because that's 30 points for a win and down low from there. So he is effectively now really making this his drop round, unless he wins this and the final, in which case he'll only gain an extra point. Sale's going backwards, which is really bad news for him. Price has got 19 points to make up. His drop score is significantly worse than Logan, so it's all kind of up and around. Price is definitely in with this one. Millwood's too far behind, but Price is definitely in with a chance here. And this is obviously doing him no harm whatsoever, because he's going to get 29 points for coming second, or maybe 28 points for coming second, unless he can get past Luke in the next couple of corners.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? How much risk is Larry Price willing to put in? He won't necessarily know where Logan... Well, he won't know where Logan Rolfe has rejoined. He'll know that he's no longer involved in this lead battle, but...
lots of hand signals in karting from people, but no actual pit to kart radio. So the kart, they sweep round again. There's the top two going wide out at the crook corner, and now sweeping around again. And he's looking to Price, and a little break now with George Quinlan in 3rd, and 4th and 5th. That's Giannone and Barton, but it's all kind of settling down, and it's all really, I think, about Quinlan. I'm talking about, I can't even read. It's all really looking quite difficult.
Logan Rolfe is into the top 20 now, but only 20th. So that's only going to improve his point score by a very small margin. Nose to tail between Millward and Larry Price again. How much is Price willing to stake on a chance to score the maximum in Super Heat 1? They're already through the chicane and back across the start-finish straight. Millward, Price, and then a gap back to George Quinlan and Achille Giannone. Jensen Walker going well in 5th place ahead of Leo Livings. And our graphic going down to 15th position, but Logan Rolfe up another... No, he's still in 20th.
Yeah. He might get one more, but he's 2 seconds off that. He's a very strung out field at this point. Now, Price needs to make a move. Millward, he's one of the best intermatch drivers there is, but he needs to make a move in that battle for 1st and 2nd. And give a little bit of a chance to those extra points. He just... A, will put a lot of pressure on Rolfe for the remaining 2 races, and B, it'll give him a tiny better chance of overcoming this deficit he has. Leo Livings, the 177, is in trouble. He's got a contact warning. But these two on the final, 2 laps to go. Quinlan in no man's land. Giannone in 4th.
Jensen Sale down a couple more positions from when I last checked. You said he was 7th.
Yeah, Sale's really not done himself any good, to the point now where even though the points is very much in the favour of him over Price in the 2nd and 3rd battle, it's going to swing almost on this race, because he's now dropped 5-6 points on Price.
Very good run for Larry Price at the end of the penultimate lap then. and didn't quite get that undercut to the inside of the nameless left-hander that runs into the boot, or is it all called the boot?
It's all called the boot, I think.
Okay, so the left.
I mean, we could name it if you like.
All right, suggestions welcome. And this time, Luke Millward well over to the right-hand side, but then he took the natural racing line into Christmas to fend off Larry Price, just to throw him off the scent. It's not really working. So Millward clearly feeling the pressure in the closing stages of Super Heat 1 for the Intermax final tour. And Luke Millward, Larry Price, nothing between them. No pressure from the rear for Larry Price. So George Quinlan at a safe distance. They're heading for the boot and the final time.
Put his nose in there, Price. And he's nibbling at the back of Millward, but Millward absolutely driving the line. And he's going to take the first of the Super Heats. Price is going to get out of the kart, probably feeling disappointed, and then see the rest of the result, notably the problems that have been seen for Jensen Sale, who's dropped down again. Jensen must have had a problem. He just disappeared down the field the whole time. And Logan Rolfe, who got to 17th. Well, he hasn't crossed the line. He was 17th last time around. He's absolutely... Yep, he is 17th. He got to 17th in the end, so he's dropped 15 points on Price if they count this round, and that would be very significant. So we're probably going to have to, at some point, try and work out what the points are. I may have to actually do some maths during lunch break.
Well, it's not as terrible a scenario as Logan Rolfe might have expected, because he's actually finished ahead of Jensen Sale.
Oh, Sale's had a nightmare.
Sale, I don't even know whether Sale finished that race.
No, he's down in 23rd, yeah. 2 laps off, so he had a technical issue.
Yeah.
So in many ways, that kind of takes Sale out of the equation.
Agreed.
So I think that's taken Sale out of the equation for the win overall, because he was behind and had to catch up, and he couldn't carry on with it. He couldn't carry on with the same set of drop scores, and dropping 30 points or 27 points like that is also going to cause him issues, given the fact that he hadn't got a max from yesterday either. So I think that takes Sale out of the championship. We do talk to him during the paddock show, so when things were still going okay, and I think that takes him out. So now it's about Price. I think in this class, it's about Price versus Logan Rolfe.
So Price, a total of 901 points, but he loses his worst round to date, which was GYG, round 3. Takes him back to 736 points prior to that race. Logan Rolfe, 757. But Price gets the points for second place in Super Heat 1. Logan Rolfe all the way down in 20th position, but did finish ahead of Jensen Sale. So we reckon Sale now a massive mountain to climb, if not completely out of it, down to Price versus Rolfe in the closing 2 races of the season.
Certainly looks that way. But time moves on, championship moves on, we move on to the next race, which once again we need to agree what it is, because otherwise I'll make another terrible mistake. I think it's the second junior Rotax. I think it's AVC. Do you
I would agree with that, yes.
Excellent. There we go. So that's the grid for AVC.
Tremendous.
Thank you.
AVC being groups A and C, right?
Yes.
A versus C.
A versus C. So we've had B. I think we started with B versus C, didn't we? Yep. So
yes,
A versus C. So we've got A versus B to come.
Some of these names you will recognise then from the first heat for the junior Rotax. Others you may not. Lewis Sumner from pole position alongside Sebastian Clark. Then it's Oliver Fabricus and Daniel Hartley, Jack Robinson and Isabella Stansmore, Theo Bradshaw and Marcel Poppercool, JJ Plowman and Lewis Holt, Braith Murdoch and Matt Scott on the 6th row ahead of Sam Mott and Kevin Ivanov, Laurie McVeigh and Alfie Lambert in front of Max Wheatley and Hayagriva Golkulnat. We'll stick with that. James Tate and Tyler Richardson.
Tidy.
I
should be so lucky.
Nathaniel Gray and Max Douthwaite, Jack Beasley, Zach Waddle. Then it is Henry James and Max Greytrix, Chloe Waddle and Emma Leckie, and Zach Kane will complete the 29 kart lineup.
And they will get 2 warm-up laps, and this is the first third of a lap of the first of the 2 warm-up formation laps. And they come up round Christmas, all trying to get some warmth in the tyres. It was a little bit easier when the track temperature is as high as it is. We've got pure sun, and it's probably at 23 degrees outside, so not a difficult day to get those tyres with some sort of temperature for grip, so they'll find themselves working much quicker. You won't have that difficult first lap. So just coming in round through the boot. And then going through the chicane. I don't think the chicane's got a name. Well, they're skipping the chicane during the warm-up lap, but they haven't got a name yet. I mean, you think someone would like go. At least someone would paid 50 quid for, like, I don't know, the Tony Kart chicane, because that's how many new chassis they've made out of it, you know.
Yeah. I'm calling it the pit bend chicane, but pit bend corner itself is actually the next one that takes them onto the home straight. And I still reckon that 90-degree left-hander that leads into the boot proper doesn't have an official name. Marshall Post 8. So thoughts welcome there. The boot, I'm trying to think of something related to that.
So there goes the boot, then it
goes
goes...
the dog leg, but
you've got the boot.
Dogs aren't allowed here, and dogs don't tend to wear boots. So
do they not?
No, not in my experience.
Okay, I didn't know. That's interesting. Yeah.
Some owners will put a dog in boots, but I think that's unfair.
Oh, that's a bit of a coming together there. They really slowed down, and people got slightly caught out. About seven rows back.
Yes.
Not sure. Hopefully, no one's done a drop down on the nose because of that. I suppose what do you find in the bottom of a boot? Which is unpleasant things normally. Actually, think about it. So
a stone.
Which is why the dogs aren't allowed, to be honest.
Yes. You might have a stone in your shoe and your boot.
How about a Blakey?
I don't know what a Blakey is.
Don't you? Do you know what a Blakey is? Oh, it must be a southeastern thing.
I hate you, Butler.
Yeah. No, Blakey's are little metal things you put in the bottom of shoes.
Okay.
To keep them from wearing out. But let's go.
We're racing then for the second junior Rotax. Oh, and there's a big incident mid-pack, which is accounted for 1, 2, 3 cars.
And they've got and it's going to go around. So they've scrapped the start.
That won't help those spinners. And where did all this kick off? 2-2-2 slightly out of a line. 2-1-3 as well.
Oh, no, it's very early up.
It is.
It was 202 who actually lurched across and then spun someone off. I don't know who 202 is, but that was...
well, according to this, there isn't a 202 in the race.
Well, that surprised me then because I could have misread the number, but
I thought it was 202 as well. Checking the numbers on our graphic.
Yeah, there isn't one. It might be 212. It might be... the problem is that sometimes people they have a number which they use at a certain championship, and to get to this championship, they add a number, and sometimes it gets very occluded about what the actual numbers are.
Good word, occluded, like that.
And you sit there going, 186, but it's not an 8, it's like a 0, or it's 1 3. No, it's actually that's the 8, but some parts of the 8 have worn off, and now it looks like a 3. This is old people making up for bad eyesight, by the way, here, but... Right, let's go again. I'm not sure whether the guys who pinged off at the back managed to get back into position again.
Well, Sebastian Clark is now on pole position, which I didn't expect. But anyway, Clark in 2.50 crosses the line and was marginally ahead. And there's a spin again.
And that's taking the top two or three
of them
out the front, yeah.
And Clark may well have been one of them, the 2.50. So yellow flags now being shown on the run into oblivion. And the tail end of this...
Oh, it was the leader. The leader took too much curb. So it was, I'm not sure whether he actually got a little bit of a ping at the same time, but he effectively I think he was over the curb, the cart was unbalanced, and there was a tiny touch which sent him round. Just a racing incident, absolute definition of a racing incident, but it doesn't mean any better news for the 250, who we believe was involved and is now at the back of the field. And it is the 2.63 of Daniel Hartley who's leading. And then...
From Isabella Stansmore.
I think it might be in 2.81. I think you're right. I mean, Stansmore Wilson's picked up the second place. So a big shuffle around. There's going to be huge... Look at the movement there on the timing bar. Is that's initial kerfuffle on the first couple of corners as calls that. Big green flags waving. Everyone's got running again. And Stansmore Wilson under pressure from Poppercool. And Poppercool pops out and takes... I think Stansmore Wilson might drop to fourth as she just slots back in again, though she's completely out of line going around Inkermans. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens when they settle themselves down. But Daniel Hartley takes the lead with the green and white machine.
Yeah, so Stansmore Wilson losing one, if not a handful of places. And good run then on this, second lap for Daniel Hartley, who is in turn under pressure from 2, 3, 4, Marcel Poppercool.
And Stansmore Wilson's still third.
Fine.
I think she was in third, fourth. Then she was in most of the positions most of the time. She's got a little inside run there. Poppercool took too much curb, lost momentum. Got away with it, though. But it's Daniel Hartley, who's had a difficult season, up and down, but who's finally finding a bit of form.
Braith Murdoch in fourth and looking for third down the inside of Stansmore Wilson, and will get it. Stansmore Wilson almost risking losing a couple of places in one movement there, but Isabella still in fourth place. Race leaders Daniel Hartley from Poppercool. Yeah,
Lewis Holt behind in the 220, the black and white X card. He was having a real think about getting Stansmore Wilson as well. She's been kind of caught both times there going into Christmas. I think it's more a case really of the momentum and the aero advantage people behind are having, and they're lobbing it up the inside. There's nothing to say she couldn't do the same thing if she's not when she becomes the hunter rather than the hunted. But Hartley looking under a little bit more pressure now from Poppercool, but still kind of not totally in trouble. Hartley moved up to Junior Rotax last year. He was the Junior Primo champion from the championship last year, which is the 12 to 14. So he moved up, I suppose, to the big boys, literally. It's like the fifth formers. Actually, that dates me. It's not fifth form, it's year 11 now, isn't it? All these kids watching. What's the fifth former? All the year 10s and year 11s.
One behind the sixth form. That does do.
That helps. Yeah, it works then. And he's found the transitions being, interesting. I think that's a good way of putting it. I think the extra kind of aggression, the extra kind of lack of, I don't know what you say. Let's say they're a little bit more racy, put it that way. And he's had to adapt everything. But now, again, talent comes to the top, and the cream rises, and he's now leading the race. It's taken a couple of rounds to get there, but Hartley leads this superheat.
Good progress from Braith Murdoch. He's gone from 5th to 3rd now, and he's not that far away from Poppercool's Kart in 2nd. Further back, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was a battle for 6th and 7th.
Yeah, the 278 of Sam Mott there has JJ Plowman, the 211 behind him. Their struggles actually are good news for Sandsmore Wilson and Holt, but it's providing us with breaks. We've got a break of 3, then a pair, and then another break of 3. As they split out and move and then look to make individual positions to get individual extra points. But these top 3 now, going down the back straight into the boot and pass through the no-name chicane any second now. We should call it Johnny Palmer chicane, because why shouldn't we? We can call it the Palmer chicane.
This weekend only. I'm happy with that.
I thought you would be. Well, we're here next week as well, then, in KC, so we'll just call it Joe chicane then, you see. So it can be I think it's only fair that you both get a chicane named after you. Even if it's the same one, it's unofficial and we're not allowed to.
Don't tell anybody.
Move for the lead.
Here we go. And I thought maybe both were going to get underneath Daniel Hartley, but he held them off. But now he's on the back foot, snaking his way towards the back section, and that's
Ashby and
Ashby,
and look at that. Poppercool got him. That was kind of at 4 corners coming. Stansmore Wilson there getting really racy up the inside of Hartley in 4th place. So Hartley goes from 1st to 3rd. Stansmore Wilson, I think it is, who's taken him as well. So Hartley goes from 1st to 4th in the course of 4 corners. Stansmore Wilson moves to 3rd. Poppercool takes the lead. I think it's Braith Murdoch behind him. Now, this is the point where Hartley has to get his head down, head together, because you can see if you're not leading this race, you can come through. It does seem that leading is a bit of a poison challenge, Johnny.
Nobody wants to win the race, it seems, from the outside looking in. That's, of course, not the case. But Poppercool under pressure from Braith Murdoch. Murdoch's the one on the graph that has been making all the upward progress. He began the race in 5th, then made short work of a couple ahead of him, and now making movements for the race lead to throw Marcel Poppercool a curved ball. But it's not happened yet. Poppercool is able to soak up that pressure. The problem is, of course, because Poppercool's not necessarily as quick as others in this leading sextet, then those karts are gaining ground. Was that a very minor error? Not really from Braith Murdoch. I thought he'd taken a bit too much curb through the boot, but he's carried the momentum through well. Back onto the main straight. Poppercool will lead with 2.5 minutes still to go, but there's now 3, 6, 7 in this leading train.
That 3-2-3 has just become a 7, and they are all battling. As Hartley now gets up the inside and takes. Isabel Spencer Wilson loses 2 places in one go as Hartley and Mott go through at Christmas, and Hartley now seems to have got a bit of fire under his belly, to be honest, and he's pushing hard. But luckily, he's the green and the white machine. Behind him, it's Mott now, who's been kind of silently, assassinly climbing up in the black and white X-Kart. And you've got your 2 leaders, who's Poppercool and Murdoch. Poppercool looked a little bit more comfortable, to be honest, that time round. And saying that, I look back at it. No, there's half a yard between them, maximum. That's 50 centimetres to our younger viewers.
Those that are not aware of a 5th form as well.
Yes. I really am going to have to get a education in being 20 years younger, aren't I?
You'll get there eventually. It's useful to speak to drivers who were seemingly born last week for all the modern day vernacular.
Yeah.
So 3 together, not able to now reach that quartet, which is led by Poppercool, Murdoch, the green cards of Daniel Hartley in 3rd, still ahead of Sam Mott. Then the gap back to Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Lewis Holt and JJ Plowman in 2-1-1, still in 7th place. Plowman must be the most frustrated there because he's got speed. He just can't make any use of it at this stage and making any inroads into the 6 ahead of him.
Hartley looking quite racy now, trying to get back that lead. Now they're going through the Nouvelle Chicane. I've just been reminded by Joe Bradley, last time we were here, we named it the Nouvelle Chicane because no one else had bothered, and it is new.
So that's obviously stuck firmly in the memory, isn't it?
Well, none of this stuff does.
Ejected.
Joe's the memory man, which is a massive worry if Joe's the memory man. Top two, really getting racing through Inkermans now and driving down the hill towards Ashby. It's all about the exit here. It's where Hartley got mugged a few laps ago, but he's now in case of potentially the muggy. But I'm still looking at Sam Mott. Sam is very relaxed. He's just been moving forward through the field the whole time in that black and white machine. It will fourth be the best he can do. I think they're actually only, it's really tight whether they'll get one more or two more. 14, 13, 12. It's going to be right on the cusp. They may get two more. Yep, they're going to get two more by about, by about a second, I think, yeah.
But you're right, they do.
Yeah, they get, well, it's actually 2 and a bit seconds in the end. So 2 and a bit seconds to get it, and they sweep round the just top 4, perhaps top 7. Another fantastic race in Junior Rotax. Popocool doing a fantastic job himself of holding back this field, but Hartley now looking right on the tail of Murdoch.
Isabella, the only one wanting to take the inside line. Down the inside, though, for second is Daniel Hartley, and one off onto the grass is Braith Murdoch, is it not?
Yeah, Murdoch. It's going to be interesting, that one, because he was given no room whatsoever by Hartley, and it's really what the stewards think about that one. But Sam Mott makes another position and is on Hartley's tail. Obviously, big loser there was Murdoch. He ran out of space. Should he have given a bit of room? Don't know. I'm sure we'll see that one again. Just start the last lap, but let's watch this one and see what happened to Murdoch. So basically, Hartley comes round the outside of Ashby and just keeps going. No, I think that's okay. I think that's okay because he was 2/3 ahead, and Murdoch, I think, should. But again, I am a commentator and not a steward.
True. Very wide curb on the exit of Ashby, so you can afford to run wide, but nevertheless, you need to give a fellow Kart enough room to recover, but we'll wait to see.
Mott now really close to getting past Hartley. Popocool's away. Popocool's really made the most of that one. Isabel Stansmore-Wilson's not finished in fourth. This is the battle for second, third and fourth. Hartley currently holds second. Mott in black and white in third. Then it's the white and orange of Isabel Stansmore-Wilson, but away is Popocool.
He certainly is in the clear. It was 0.8 of a second at the start of the lap. It's going to be probably triple that now at the end of 8 minutes plus a final lap. Daniel Hartley's muscled his way back into second position and will make the podium, but Marcel Popocool will lead and win the superheat, the second superheat for the junior Rotax here at Whilton Mill, ahead of Daniel Hartley, and 2 seconds the better in 2:34 over Hartley in second. Sam Mott third. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson hung on to a top 4 finish ahead of Lewis Holt and JJ Plowman. The big loser in all of that, despite a tremendous race before the incident at Ashby, was Braith Murdoch. Got all the way up to second place, challenged for the lead, and then an altercation with Daniel Hartley as Hartley charged his way down the inside at Ashby. Braith Murdoch struggled then for grip on the exit of that corner, and 2-1-4 finishing in 7th ahead of Nathaniel Gray, Jack Robinson, and completing the 10, Jack Beasley.
Was this the race where we were confused that Lewis Sumner wasn't there on pole? Was it the previous race?
No, I think it was that race.
Yeah, apparently he's not feeling very well.
Okay.
Lewis has pulled out because he's not feeling very well this morning, so that explains why that pole position sitter wasn't there.
Indeed,
and he will be fit. Well, he will be officially on pole for the second superheat as well, and obviously if he feels better in 2 hours' time, he might take part. But if you're not doing the first one, it tends to mean you're probably, I expect, feeling quite unwell.
Yes.
Anyway, so that was a cracking race. Enjoyed that one.
Tremendous and constantly changing. Marcel Popocool into second, and a good fight with Braith Murdoch. Then getting ahead of Daniel Hartley, but Hartley showing good speed in 2:63 despite not being able to take the win. And looking on paper, a very distant 1.4 seconds behind, but that was not the story of the race. Looking forward to more junior Rotax action later in the day.
Well, we're going from junior Rotax, I hope, to senior Rotax. And there's Superheat 1.
To me for confirmation of that.
I am constantly looking for you for everything. 26 drivers. It's been one of the stories of success during the season. We started with 12 and we're finishing with 26. More people are joining the senior Rotax grid all the time. It's a play. Obviously, the reason for the senior Rotax was because it was somewhere to go for the racers when they age out of junior, and if they don't want to go in different championships, or they enjoy working with the teams they're working with, or they perhaps got relatives and younger siblings already here. Let's keep going. So this is the run. We've got Pearson Bullock Carter in pole. Lucas Blandford, he is starting second. It's Ross Tyler and Morgan Hudson-Brown. Mikey Walker starts 5, and Elliot Dalton-Ayres. It's Oliver Liversedge and Liam Phillips there on the fourth row. Fifth row is Dan Whitfield and Jamie Kirkbride. So halfway through that, I was going to say Bridge, then to the Bride. Ben Horner and Noosh Safa Leathers, they're on row 6. And it's Michael Ambler, Archie Hogan, Taylor England, Elliot Surtees, Johan Hughes, Oscar Lambert, Kai Newman, Lilius Scatchcard. I keep saying Scratchcard, which is really wrong. It is Scatchcard. Scatchcard, yeah. Excellent interview with her last time round with Joe at the last event. Harvey Wilson and Daniel Callahan, Jason Ducis and Johnny Lynch, and it's Brandon Donoghue and Carl Dunford at the back of a 26-car grid. And these guys will, of course, also get 2 warm-up laps, as we were told by Mr. Dan Ashton himself. So just trying to get a little bit of heat on the car. And the whistle blew, you probably heard behind me, and that's the whistle that says you can start your engines in a second because they've cleared up the problems. Hello to Lucy Hilton. Good luck today. Shane Hilton, 888. More Ethan Lloyd fandom. It's I wish I was Ethan Lloyd. He's very popular with everybody. So this is Senior Max. Not sure how this looks. I think Lucas Blandford has got this one tied up. I think he is the champion in this one. I don't think Hudson Brown can take him. Might be wrong. I've been wrong before, but he's 51 points behind. So I think it's another case of Blandford just don't get disqualified and you'll be fine.
Well, that's easy to say, isn't it? And sometimes you desperately want to stay out of trouble, but there are certain incidents where you almost can't help but get involved in them. But it's better to be towards the front, and Lucas Blandford starting on that front row alongside Pearson, Bullock. What's Bullock's second? Oh, Carter. Thank you. The name is so long it runs slightly off our graphic.
I think there should be a limit. There should be a limit to the number of letters name you can have.
Letters involved. Yes.
Yeah, there was a slight problem. We had a problem with that earlier this year. There was a lovely lady racer called Madeline Horsepool, but unfortunately, when she put her name as Madeline Horsepool, the other scheme said Madeline Horsepoo.
Oh,
so she then ended as Maddie.
Anyway, no, we're not quite racing. It'll be 2 rolling laps as you've already described. So the formation laps continue for the senior Rotax. Is it tight for positions in behind in the championship? Morgan Hudson-Brown on 7.28. Elliot Dalton-Ayres 7.13 on the drop scores. So only 15 points in that. And then a much bigger gap back to Liam Phillips in number 31. Number 31 with 664 points. But Pearson Bullock Carter leading the way from Lucas Blandford, and they will line up alongside one another on this rolling lap then, with Ross Tyler and Mikey Walker on the second row. Lucas Blandford looking for a good points haul, but doesn't necessarily have to be heroic because of this 51-point advantage. Remember, Lucas Blandford will appear to be on the pole position on the inside line of the boot, but it's all about the inside line for Oblivion, which is the left-hand kink, then runs into that more important right-hander at Crook, because your exit out of right-hander at Crook determines your top speed through Fine Lady and into Christmas Corner. So the Nouvelle Chicane, the pit bend, and then with Pearson, Bullock Carter and Lucas Blandford heading off onto an 8-minute plus a lap race, they will fling their way through the right-hander at Crook, and it has been a good getaway for Pearson Bullock Carter in number 75, leading Lucas Blandford in second position, and that gap of 4 kart lengths or so in the opening stages of the first of probably 10 or 11 laps there or thereabouts, just establishing themselves then, and a decent pace to go at the start of this senior Rotax race.
Yeah, Pearson out in the green and white machine. We're looking at the 22, that's the Ross Tyler kart, the Jack's kart machine, over the incredibly aggressive curbage. And they go sweeping round And through, back up the hill again now, and almost immediately they go round through Oblivion so quickly. It's a very aptly named corner, that, because you are just racing into Oblivion at maximum speed, and you go, oh, I think I'll turn right in a second.
Let's hope we do. But we've already had a big incident there, a couple of races ago, that involved the leaders, and very easy for it to happen. I think you can watch race after race with karts at really close quarters and just think, oh, it's simple this. And Danny inside there, last minute manoeuvre from Blanford in number 67. But it's only when it goes wrong and you realise how much energy these karts are carrying. And now, to repay the favour, straight away into the nameless left-hander, the start of the boot section. And in fact, Blanford's going to lose a couple of places as well, because Ross Tyler slots his way into second place.
Yeah, very, very busy lap there. There's Blanford for a brief second held the lead, but now he's down in third place and under pressure from Mikey Walker, who pops out now to take him at Christmas. So it's not been a fantastic position about three-quarters of a lap ago. Now not quite so good with Tours. They come down through towards the hairpin at Ashby.
All the same livery for the top three. That doesn't necessarily mean they're all run out the same morning, does it?
Yeah, they are. I'll tell you two of the Jack's carts. I think they're all three of them. But it's not always the case, as we found. So some people are running under the liveries and running under the name, but actually they've kind of then split off and done a bit of privateerism as well. So, but they look pretty. They're three of them together. Formation
flying then for the Jack's carts in their green and white and blue, and they've got matching race suits as well for Bullock, Carter, Tyler, Walker, first, second and third at Oblivion and Crook, now heading for Christmas, and Lucas Blanford licking his wounds to a certain extent, because he was second and then in a couple of corners finds himself down in fourth place, and Morgan Hudson-Brown is going to be applying the pressure as well. This is the time to strike, I suppose, whilst Blanford is a little bit on the back foot, but Hudson-Brown not quite close enough as they head for Chapman.
Yeah, Blanford in that fourth cart there, the black and the orange, the 67 machine. He's fine, because he keeps his nose clean. He will be the champion in a few hours' time, but he doesn't want to be fourth, especially as he was leading earlier. So looking to get up the inside of Mikey Walker. And then there's a little bit of gap, unfortunately, as far as Blanford is concerned now, between third and fourth positions, which you'll have to bridge. This is Jack's Kart Juggernaut, leads the top three. And they go through Inkerman and down towards Ashby in that hairpin, which looks simple, but it's really how you handle the runoffs and get the drive coming back in now through the corner and then into Chapman's. And I think it's a track that everyone likes. And oddly to me, it's from my experiences in the paddock yesterday, everyone likes it more with the Nouvelle Chicane. I thought they wouldn't, but the karters like the Nouvelle Chicane. I think they like they are just crashing them curbs, probably because they're not paying for the chassis, daddies.
Well, there is that as well. I mean, it reminds me a little bit, in a smaller scale, of the chicane at the end of the Barcelona Grand Prix track, which
it used to be, yeah.
Used to be, and then was, and then now isn't, and it's actually much preferred in Spain without it. But for karters, they want another good opportunity to, I suppose, an opponent to make a mistake. And if you get the chicane wrong, then there is a chance to get by, maybe at Oblivion, or more importantly, at Christmas, a few corners later.
One of the comments you'll hear in the paddock show, and I can't remember who it was, I think it might have been Jensen Searle, he said, the straights, that's just down to your engine. Corners is down to you.
Yeah.
And I think he thinks, if you can make up time in this sort of tricky situation over the corners. And you can see it, they're trying to make up time, because they'll just take more and more and more and more curb to the point where they take a little bit too much, and they rein it back a little bit.
But way too much curb could result in a significant incident, i.e. a spin or taking somebody out with you. Very sideways, under braking was Ross Tyler, but it was all neatly controlled. And Tyler running out wide. The exit of Ashby will be very interesting in the wet. Obviously, you're not going to take anywhere near as much curb as there are on a beautiful day like today.
Today, you're not going to see it, but there is a weird situation with Whilton Mill where even on a good day it normally rains a little bit. It spits. We've been here so many times, and I reckon it's more than 2/3 of the time it's rained a bit. I don't think we've been lucky never to have a completely wet day, but it's been rain at some point, and once it starts getting wet, they the car just slide, don't stop sliding, kind of slide off. It really becomes a real challenge. Now the top four are really concentrated. In fact, the top five are concentrating together. Those gaps have suddenly all disappeared, right down to Morgan and Hudson-Brown there, and the tail cart about 5 runs. So from those little spaces and gaps and chances, they're now right together as they come through the Parker corner and then into Chapman's, but no one really making a move. The 2-minute virtual bell will be going off in 5 seconds. So if you want to start making some points, you want to start taking some moves, start making them now. Yeah,
now is the time, because if you make a last-minute overtake, then your rival won't necessarily have the chance to repay the favour. 5 absolutely together, including Lucas Blanford, who lost a couple of spots mid-race, but that might just be the attitude he's taking, knowing that he's pretty much got the championship sewn up. Not happy to finish off the podium, clearly, but he's in that leading phalanx of cars. And down the inside, last-ditch manoeuvre at Ashby will get him back onto the podium. So Blanford ahead of now Mikey Walker, last of the late breakers, into that tricky hairpin. And now Morgan Hudson-Brown has a different kart to focus on, that of Mikey Walker. That's rather ruined all 3 at the front in the same paint scheme.
Yeah, but, sticker scheme.
You know what I mean.
It's all wrap stuff. But Blanford there, now he's got past Mikey Walker, but he's got quite a big gap to make up to on the 22 of Ross Tyler ahead of him. And that's, I suppose, the challenge really for him, is to see if he can get a bit further on. Don't forget, this is the man who led for 2 corners early on, and the man who is leading the championship, and that's that orange and black kart in 3rd place.
Morgan Hudson-Brown right with Mikey Walker, and having already seen Lucas Blanford make an overtake at Ashby, maybe that is Hudson-Brown's thought process now, to leave it at the last minute to dart down the inside of the hairpin just before these 2 left-handers. Chapman, the second of them, down the back straight. Pearson, Bullock, Carter with half a minute to go, so they'll easily head on to another lap before the final lap. And getting the kart straightened up very early on, Pearson, Bullock, Carter there. Decent exit out of the pit bend. Ross Tyler is safe enough away to have not made a challenge, although defensive into Christmas for the 3rd place runner of Lucas Blanford, putting the car right in the middle of the track, under pressure perhaps.
Well, that's basically kind of an admission he's not going to get 2nd or 1st, because he completely sacrifices speed into Christmas there to prevent going down to 4th. They Walker going past him, so Blanford looks like settling for one of the virtual podiums. It was the podium for a heat, but it's a virtual podium result in 3rd. Top 2 though, they're now breaking away. I'm not sure where Tyler is going to have a go at Pearson, Bullock, Carter. The gap is sort of a little bit too much to really go for. I know it's only 2 kart lanes, but it's not that right up the end. I can chuck it up the inside. You might get a fantastic drag. They begin the last lap through Oblivion, and they're going to go sweeping up towards Christmas corner. But the gap looks too big, Johnny.
It does at this stage, with only a shortish lap still to go, and less than that now, 2/3 of it. So Tyler to Blanford, the gap, Blanford, Walker, and then Hudson-Brown in 5th position, but Morgan's got a decent run, or decent lead over Oliver Liversidge in 6th position. Liversidge doing battle with Elliot Dalton Ayres, and has been for quite some time. The 2 Jack's teammates then, for Pearson, Bullock, Carter and Ross Tyler, it'll be a formation finish at least for these 2 as Tyler hops over the curb. Will 3rd place change at the death? It's going to be tight at the line. But after a win for Pearson, Bullock, Carter, Ross Tyler finishes 2nd, and Lucas Blanford does indeed hang on to 3rd position by a couple of tenths of a second over Mikey Walker and Morgan Hudson-Brown. Then Oliver Liversidge and Elliot Dalton Ayres ahead of Noosh Safa Leathers and Ben Horner ahead of Daniel Whitfield in 10th position. Again, a good race.
Yeah, good race. I mean, it was. I think Blanford must be wondering how he didn't win that, because he made his big move and it all unravelled rather quickly. It was an unravellage.
Yeah, but I'm not sure he's going to be particularly happy with just the single lap speed of number 67, his kart, because he won't like the fact that Pearson, Bullock, Carter and Ross Tyler got that break away. I know that once you break the momentum, then it's very difficult once the field has been gapped. Yeah. Let's say it's then very difficult in race to close that down. But yeah, frustrating. Maybe some tweaks to be made to Lucas Blanford's kart, or he might just be taking the more diplomatic approach, knowing that it doesn't have to put everything on the line with the championship pretty much sealed.
Oh, here comes the clerk of the course up to see Frank. Give him a hand, Frank.
He got a smile on his face anyway.
Yeah, you're on camera.
Very much so, front and centre.
He's a really lovely guy. I had a really nice chat with him yesterday. Great guy. fact, most people who work at these things are great guys, but anyway, let's use on camera. We can say nice things about him. Here we go. It's the grid. I'm pretty hoping this is the right one. It's the Cadet grid.
Okay, so Archie Cannon will be on pole position for the first superheat of the day for the Honda Cadets, alongside Riley Blakemore. So that's the S plate for Archie Cannon and number 68, Riley Blakemore. Then it's Archie Loveridge and Elliot Bourke on the second row, ahead of the Open winner Ronnie Jones on the O plate for obvious reasons, and Arthur Murfitt. Then Luke McGall and Ollie Knox, Deno Rowlands and Bradley Sutton complete the top 10. Mason Becker and Jack Wykes next. Then Sawyer Henderson and Shailan Srikantan. Jerry Duffy, alongside Harry Search. Then it's Daniel Barton and Finley Thursfield. Oliver Ratton and Ben Bowers. Jayan Prakash and Ethan Pearson complete the top 11 places, or top 11 rows, I should say. Then Luke Jardine and Jensen Fathers. Oakley Poulter and Sam Dixon. Maddie Horsepool, not Horsepoo, but Horsepool, and I see why you've shortened her first name now. James Murfitt, Austin Dowell and Reggie Duffy, Seth Wright, Joshua Adoti, Maximilian Mikalski and Arthur Bath.
Oh, Arthur Bath, of course. You've got a North one, not Arthur Bath. Arthur Bath.
Arthur Bath.
How much of a bath? You want to have Arthur Bath.
Arthur Bath.
Not the whole bath, just half of it. Mm-hmm. Very close championship, this one. Archie Loveridge leading by 3 points from Riley Blakemore. Then it's 4 points back to Elliot Bourke. And then you've got Archie Cannon, who's only 11 points off the lead, and Luke McGall, who's only 13 points off the lead. So we speak to Archie and to Riley, the top two, in the paddock show. But obviously if you look at Loveridge is behind Blakemore, which means that in the two qualifying heats yesterday, Blakemore got at least a point, if not 2 points more. So it's all quite close. Very, Riley needs to score this round because he had a rotten round to drop. His drop round is appalling. The drop round for Loveridge is not quite so bad. Loveridge has won the last 3 main finals, so he's on an incredibly good run with 3 wins in a row. Interestingly, Riley Blakemore is second, and he hasn't actually won a round. He's got 2 seconds. And of course, being cadets, they're going to roll up and stop on the grid. It is a standing start for the Honda Cadets. They have a lovely little clutch, which means they can just stop, roll, get put in line, get to see their supporters, make sure they're going on, lining up everyone absolutely accurately in their grid boxes. 76 seems to have rolled about a yard past, but that could be an optical illusion.
There is a lot more to go wrong on a clutch start, though, isn't there?
It's a centrifugal clutch, so it's push and go. You're not engaging gear and dumping the clutch like you would in a single seater. So
okay.
It basically, in fairness, yes.
In terms of human error, I
think with these,
or is it more of a launch?
It's more of a launch. I think I'm sure there's a tactic where you're slightly holding the thing you're not allowed to do on a rental car, where you're slightly holding it on the brake and slightly having it on the throttle at the same time.
Yeah.
Green flag at the back, and they'll be away any second now. And the bouncing to get it going, I love that. And through Oblivion, and it looks like the 68 Blakemore may have got across into the lead. It's hard to tell on this, and they go through Oblivion and through Crook and then up the hill past Fine Lady, and that'll take them up to Christmas Corner and Frank for the first time, and we can get an idea who actually did get the lead. And he's pulled out wide, and I can't see it. So the top two have made a break, which I assume is Blakemore and Cannon, but I can't tell you which order they're in. Because despite the fact we're looking at like a 73-inch TV, it's a little bit too far away, and it is Blakemore who's got. It's Blakemore from Loveridge, so it's absolutely the first and second in the championship are 1 and 2, but they are the other way round. So it's 2 from 1 in championship positions. And interestingly, Loveridge is kind of saying, I'm not going to do it. Let's get away from the rest of them. And then we'll worry about our own personal battle in laps to come.
Well, that seems to be a very sensible tactic. We've seen that utilised already today as well, where a couple of breakaway runners are able to just make the space to then develop their own race in the second half or the latter third of it. So first and second already a fair distance away. Where in this mixture is Archie Cannon, who started on the front row? He slipped down to fifth.
So Elliot Bourke, who is third in the championship, is third in the race. Mm-hmm. So your top 3, and then Archie Cannon, who's fourth in the championship, is fifth. So they've, despite a stacked field, the cream has risen to the top of this crop. And those top races are all in the top 5 positions. The only one missing out of that at the moment is Luke McGall. I'm not sure where he is. Oh, he's in 7th. He's not that far down. So they're all there or thereabouts. Now, glance over the shoulder from Loveridge in that blue and white 73. Wants to see where he is in relation to people behind him. Not so bothered about where he is in relation to Blakemore, because he knows he's got one person to get past, try and swap this points deficit that he seems to have picked up so far today. Jones now moved up to 3rd place with the black overalls and the O-Kart. So it's all going on.
Certainly is a robust manoeuvre from Jones and also Archie Cannon to get ahead of Luke McGall. So there were a number of place changes away from the top 2, but a mightily impressive first few laps from both Riley Blakemore and Archie Loveridge. But now as the 3 behind are working with one another, that gap is closing to 2nd place.
Yeah, fastest laps from that kart in 3rd place. Ronnie Jones, he was about 2/10 faster, and you can see he's bridging that gap, almost visually as we can watch him do it, getting closer and closer and closer to Loveridge. So Jones has found a nice bit of pace in this part of the race. Remember, there will be an ebb and flow of pace as the karts come on, as the drivers come on, and also obviously the tyres. Depending on your pressures, you can be fast at the front or fast at the back of the race, or sometimes just fast throughout all of it if you got it exactly right. But right on the tail now is Jones. It's now a 3 for the lead. They go around the corner, and then behind them you've got McGall now has got himself to 5th. So the top 5 are the top 5 in various different orders. That's the championship and the race.
Okay. Well, that's useful to know that everyone has a fair shot.
Just told a lie, actually. It brought up to 7th, so he's had a problem. He dropped from 3rd to 7th, so I've missed that one. But so the top 5 are some of the top 5.
Very nicely described, I think. Elliot Bork has slipped behind Arthur Murfitt as the top 3 now head towards Chapman for the 4th time. We're almost halfway through the timed bit of the race, with the extra lap to bolt on at the end. Side by side for the race lead as they turn in to the boot. But Archie Loveridge wasn't able to fully overtake. He might be able to, surely not 2 abreast through the chicane, and they thought better of that. But now Loveridge is potentially on the back foot with Ronnie Jones on the O-plate trying to slot down the inside. He might take one or maybe both of them. Jones just ahead into 2nd. Yes, in the black race suit. So Ronnie Jones up to 2nd position. And now how far down is Archie Loveridge going to fall? Only to 3rd.
Yeah, he managed to contain that. That's an example of what you thought. I think I'm going to get in the lead. I think I'm going to get in the lead. I think I'm going to get in the lead. And then I'm not going to get in the lead because I have ended up with going on the outside, getting forced to the outside. Then a superb move by this man, the 0. The 2nd place car of Ronnie Jones just took him up the inside through Oblivion and Crook. That's really, really good work indeed.
Excellent racing. All fair to this point as the blue helmet of Archie Loveridge sitting there in 3rd position. Heads now Luke McGall, who's gained a place from 5th to 4th. Oh, we nearly lost both of the front runners there. Riley Blakemore hangs on to it, but Ronnie Jones will lose places from 2nd to 4th, Nick.
Way too much curb. I'm not sure we've got that one again. I don't know.
Jones fully off the road now.
It's gone. Oh dear. That's just been Jones. It was going well, and then I think that initial error, you try and make up for it, you try and go too fast, and that's all gone. So Jones is going to drop out of the contending 6 or 7. He's not going to go down to the back like we saw with Logan Rolfe in the previous race. He's going to be at 9th or 8th. But the top 3 now leading quite comprehensively as they come down the back straight.
Yeah, just trying to pick out where Jones rejoined. I thought that might be him in something like 6th place, but it's much further down, I think, after that run off the grass at Fine Lady. Race leader then threading his way through the boot. That is still Riley Blakemore, but with the blue helmet of Archie Loveridge back on his tail, with Luke McGall up a couple of positions in that lap alone. So McGall actually staying in 3rd for lap 6, but it was lap 5 where he gained all of the ground. Still 2.5 minutes of this one to enjoy, and 4 for the lead, making it very interesting at Christmas Corner. Different lines being utilised by Riley Blakemore and Archie Loveridge. Will Loveridge think about an overtake at Ashby? No, because he's got his arms full instead with Luke McGall right on his tail.
And McGall's got himself into a lovely position there. He's got past Loveridge. Just out of interest, Jones has dropped down to 11th, and Loveridge isn't having any of it, so it's a swap back in 3 corners. Now, he didn't. Loveridge was not interested in giving much of the track to the 50 to McGall, and McGall wasn't very happy about it, but that's brought Cannon, the S-plate, the Scottish champion, back into play, and all of that gave Blakemore a little bit of breathing space. But the problem he's got is that he is ploughing the air open for everyone else. He's forcing out the oxygen, the nitrogen, and the rare earth gases, and they are just being sucked up behind him, so he can't break away. He's on his own, And and despite this, the kerfuffling and the arguments behind, every time he looks round, there's somebody behind him. It was Jones for a while, but now it's his major rival Loveridge, who, despite all that coming and going, is right on his tail again.
Minute and 20 seconds to go on the clock. To answer my own question, Ronnie Jones fallen to 11th place. Here's side by side for the race lead with Loveridge on the outside line. Is he going to make that stick? And now to the inside line, might be able to usurp both of them. Yeah, McGall in number 15 will take the race lead from third to first in one manoeuvre at Chapman.
And Blakemore's gone to fifth. First to fifth for Blakemore. He just went a little bit wide at Ashby, and it all unravelled. Brilliant opportunist move there by McGall, you have to say, but it's great news for Loveridge for the championship, and a disastrous 2 corners from Blakemore, which, when he looks back on it, may be what decides who wins this TKC championship in 2025.
These are split-second moments, aren't they, where sometimes you have a part in them, sometimes you really cannot do much about them. Down the inside, look at Blakemore losing the places in the same process as Luke McGall gains them. So McGall from third to the lead. Blakemore from leading it drops back to fifth now in number 68.
He's in fourth, luckily. He's got through party. I think I'm counting he's in fourth anyway.
Yeah.
So I think he must have made a place up at Christmas. So he's got back to fourth, but still he's behind Loveridge, and that's the key point. It doesn't really matter about anybody else. They're so close on points. Now, admittedly, McGall's going to gain a couple of points overall in the championship as well, which fine and dandy. Now they are going to get timed out. So they're about to start the last lap. It's McGall from Loveridge. Loveridge in second behind McGall is perfect for him. He doesn't need to get past. Whereas Blakemore absolutely has to get past Cannon, and in an ideal miracle world gets past Loveridge as well.
Through Oblivion and Crook, and who's going to be on the defensive line? Certainly Luke McGall, who leads the race. Can he get the thing stopped in time for Christmas? Yes, just about. Archie Loveridge running in second. Green helmet for Archie Cannon, the Scottish champion, in third. Everybody wanting to get to Ashby first, but they all stay in some semblance of the same order. 68 getting overlapped, though, Riley Blakemore. And now he has to jump to the inside of the track. Yeah,
Murphy was very aggressive, but it didn't necessarily pay off. But they're now right together. This is not an easy place to make a move, but is it worth making? McGall moves out wide. There's kind of a chance going through the boot, but they're going to come through the Nouvelle chicane for the last time, and barring an error, that should be the order they finish in.
Excellent action from the Honda cadets as they'll stream across the line pretty much as one. Luke McGall will indeed win it from Archie Loveridge, and 0.2 of a second separating them from Archie Cannon in third. Riley Blakemore hangs on to fourth place, but crucially finishes behind Archie Loveridge, his championship rival. Arthur Murfitt in fifth, ahead of Bradley Sutton, Elliot Bork, Mason Becker, Jack Wykes and Jerry Duffy, and separating the top 9 places, 1.3 seconds. There was more of a gap then back to 10th spot. Actually, 8th to 9th was the bigger gap. But yeah, top 8. Throw a blanket over them at the end. 1.3 seconds from first down to 8th. The fastest lap of the race actually set by 7th place finisher Elliot Bork. So tremendous action, and Riley Blakemore will be kicking himself, trying to wonder precisely how he got himself into that position, having led for so many laps over Archie Loveridge. In the end, finishes 2 places further back.
Yeah, fantastic race. On the chat, hello to Cross-Eyed Lion, who's saying good luck to Leo Livings, and let's go Theo Bradshaw and Laurie McVeigh. Hello to Gaz Bury. He's obviously watching us. Well, he has to.
He's a busy boy this weekend.
It's a great race by the Hondas there.
Tremendous race, Gaz, yeah.
He's up to date with what's going on. Some see what we aren't reading the chat, and I just there's not a lot of chat. No, if you chat, we'll read it. Just we don't necessarily get to it immediately. I'll be honest with you, there's some elements of delay. Right, so now it's the case for Johnny and I have to agree what the next race is again.
Oh, yes.
We've been relatively good so far. So that last one, I forgot what the last one was now. That was Cadet. So it should be the second Might E Bambino, do you agree?
That fits with me, yeah.
Here's the grid.
Here it is. So Arthur Rhodes starts from pole position alongside Luca Pede, and those two racers were mightily impressive in the earlier superheat as well. Felix Tandy, we're not expecting to be in third position there, not taking part in the race today. Logan Edwards will be there on the inside of row 2 though. Hendrix Fallat, number 15, alongside Heath Smith, and then Jack Harper and Oakley Howlett. Arthur Thompson, Nico Mahoon, and then it's Elliot Hitch and Teddy Smith, Harry Wass and Calais Tennant. ahead of Cooper Galloway, Oliver Yap, Frank Pearson, Jules Nash 18th, 19th position for Aidan Castleman, and 20th for George Algar. And remembering back, now of course my memory has entirely been wiped from the first superheat of the day, so I'll need to go back to the
results.
records.
That's
yes,
results.
I know, I've got to find the right page. Hang on a moment.
And then we'll now talk among ourselves.
Do you not remember what happened in the mighty Bambinos?
Yeah, I think Arthur won.
Yes, I think you're right.
Because I've got the championship up here. The results are somewhere in here, isn't
They are. Well, it's all set to change in the championship, isn't it? Because the English champion not in action now.
Just for those who don't know, unfortunately Felix Tandy, who won one of the heats yesterday, he was involved in a complete unfortunately, paddock accident yesterday. And he can't take part, so he hurt himself, unfortunately, in what we call a freak accident in the paddock. So it's very, very sad and very unlucky for him. So...
well, especially ahead of a
how
crucial day of racing.
How these things change, I suppose you have to say. It's just one of those things. Unfortunately, that's why he's not here.
Great memory, by the way. Arthur Rhodes did indeed win the opening.
Very
heat
rare
today.
that's said to me, I can tell you. And given that's only an hour, I've done quite well, really.
We got to 9 laps, and Logan Edwards finished in second, despite Luca Pede for a long, long time being second, I remember. But Logan Edwards timing that run to the second step of the podium, even though you don't actually have podiums in superheat, but leaving that to the last possible moment. And Luca Pede in third, but gets another chance to start from the front row. Top 5 finishers to complete that, Jack Harper and Hendrix Falat. So will we get a similar looking result for Superheat 2? Have to wait and see. But it's kind of a similar lineup to earlier on for that front row position. And the grid positions, are they all determined from Saturday's running?
Heat, for a combination of qualifying and yesterday's heats, yes.
Yeah.
Just having a look at the points as they are. Heath Smith, Felix, because he's not taking part in this one, cannot win the championship because when drop scores are re-eliminated, so even if Heath Smith scored no points, because it'd be 5 out of 6 rather than 4 out of 5, he would go ahead. So Heath Smith currently in the pound seats, and I think actually, not wishing to spoil everyone's day, I don't think there is a way in which Arthur Rhodes can win this. I think Heath Smith has won this championship now, barring obviously not being disqualified, because there's only 20 points which Arthur can drop. His worst result is only a minus 20 effectively, and he is 25 points behind.
That's always the caveat we have to put in, barring a disaster and being disqualified from the event. Because
if you're disqualified, you have to count the round.
Yes. So it cannot be one of your drop scores for understandable reasons. So you'd then effectively be dropping 2 weekends, 2 rounds, your disqualification trio, and the worst scoring otherwise as well. And that really does take you out of it.
I mean, I think... Just to put it in context, the disqualification within Mighty Bambino, outside of a technical infringement, and they've all managed to run the last 6 rounds with no problems whatsoever. It's virtually unheard of, because it's not like you're going to have a 7-year-old like squaring up in the paddock with someone, is it? Which obviously has resulted in people being sent home before, but that tends to be the adults, to be honest.
Yes. It's the adults that misbehave far more than the kids, in my experience.
100%. 110%. Yeah, I mean, it's... I mean, I'm just trying to think of the other championships we've covered and people who have been sent home or asked never to come back, as happened at the NKC last time round.
Really?
Something so heinous, he's been asked never to come back and not to bother bringing his team either.
Blimey, okay. That's quite some punishment, but a crime will have been fitted to it.
Deliberate takeout. And having told people he was going to do it before the race.
Yeah, okay, that does rather give you up, doesn't it?
So, yeah, it was kind of like not so much bang to rights as bang to rights plus a written confession and a video confession.
Well, yeah, I mean, there is always the option to put these things on a live stream as well, I suppose.
We had we had the shots. We had the shots,
did,
but of course you can't tell if it's deliberate or not.
Well, I mean, their own live stream, they could have filmed it and
that is true, yes.
Put it up and said, "Oh, this is me."
We obviously couldn't tell it was anything more than a clumsy move, but apparently that wasn't quite what it was. Anyway, these are 7 or 8-year-olds. They're not going to do that. They're 6, 7 or 8-year-olds. They're going to drive brilliantly.
They're going to do precisely the opposite. So Luca Pede on pole position, Arthur Rhodes alongside, and Luca's run from the line is pretty good. He'll get to Oblivion first.
Yeah, and through Crook and up the inside. Was that?
I think that was Rhodes on the fight.
Rhodes was it? It was Rhodes back through again. It says Falat's down in 4th with the yellow nose, the Cannon Williams basic colours he has.
But Pete does still lead into Christmas Corner.
It's a competitive first couple of corners as they sort of wind these electric motors up. And it is Luca Pede from Rhodes got back in front of Pede, yeah.
So that was all done before Ashby. And the green helmet then of Arthur Rhodes leading into the first of the infield left-handers, Wilkins, then Chapman, and a little bit of curb on the exit. So these mighty Bambinos just shake around a little bit, but they'll take that abuse. Good fight on for third and fourth before the contact.
That was Heath Smith, who obviously had a bad first heat. I mean, I have declared him pretty much likely to be the champion there. He had a bad first heat, dropped down to the 7-8. He was fighting hard there, got up the inside of Edwards. 2 into 1, even these tiny carts doesn't go. And there was a kind of a front to rear coming together, but the carts obviously held together. There's no drop-down noses on these Bambinos, by the way, so they can push each other along without fear of incurring the 5-second penalty that the other classes would do. Up to the top of the hill around Christmas Corner. Top 2 and then the back 3 are nailed together. Two little trainee snakes. The first is Rhodes and Pede. The second is Edward Smith and Falat.
And a nice bit of curb through the right-hander at Inkermans that then leads into Ashby. Nice wide curb that everyone can take to on the exit of that right-hand hairpin, about a third of the way around the lap. And first to second, absolutely nothing at all. Arthur Rhodes to Luke Pede. Bigger gap then to 3 working together. Logan Edwards heads those from Heath Smith and Hendricks Falat. And I can see them drawing these 2 leaders in as they squabble amongst themselves. Jack Harper slightly more distant in 6th position, but great sight where all 3 of them jump in synchronicity.
Well, they seem to jump even more given the lack of weight of driver and cart.
And
of course, I thought scaling it up is a much bigger curb, isn't it? If you think about the size of these carts compared to the size of the senior Maxes, the actual height of the curb is way bigger in scale.
It's a good point.
It's like the north face of the Eiger for these kids.
It certainly is, yeah. And to see them jumping off like a ramp and landing the other side, then you've got to maybe take some slight adjustment to make sure you're still facing roughly towards the pit bend, which is a tight old corner, but crucial to top speed over the grid hatchings and the run into Oblivion. First to second, still nothing, Rhodes to Pede.
Yeah, and in that second battle, it looks like Falat's thinking about making a move, and he's doing that very thing now, up the inside into the boot. I love the way the cart's going. He's just looking right the whole time. Just so you know, obviously, that is a Nigel Mansell tribute helmet and a Williams Cannon tribute livery. And I have to say that because whenever Joe sees a tribute livery, he absolutely loses it. And obviously, we are missing Joe today.
Yeah.
He sent me a very sad text saying, all you need me for is my coffee machine and my hand-drawn track map. And in fairness, yes.
Pretty much,
yes. Both of those are severely missed.
When we're a little tired, having got up far too early for me this morning, then we're far more honest, generally. Yes. And that was the first thing that Frank said. Where's Joe and where's the coffee?
By mid-afternoon, I'll be missing the jammy dodgers. So,
he brings jammy dodgers as well?
Yeah.
Those are the 3 things. They tend to go in 3s. That's the reason why Joe gets so many jobs with you, Nick. Do come back from Menorca, refreshed, revived, Joe. Looking forward to welcoming you to Karting Live.
This very track next week.
He'll be here, will he?
We'll be here for the NKC next weekend.
You've mentioned that, yeah. Where it's become Joe Chicane or Joe Corner.
No, it's staying with Neufeld Chicane. Now it's reminded me we named it. It's not quite as bad as Fullback. We renamed the entire track because they have turn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. And then the following year we forgot all the corners we called it.
I remember being at Mansell with you guys a couple of years ago, and we had a picket fence down the back section in honour of Cadwell Park.
There's been a lot of money spent at Dunkeswell, as it's called now. It's not called Mansell anymore. It's been sold, and it's called Dunkeswell again. And we'll be there in a few weeks' time, and we're looking forward to seeing all the new stuff they've done. So it's now 2 pairs. So they've dropped off Heath Smith, who just doesn't quite seem to have the pace that he's been showing the rest of the year here this weekend. Rhodes and Pede in the front of the frame, in the back of the frame, or the left of the frame. It's Falat who's now into 3rd, ahead of Edwards, the O-plate. So it's quite a big gap, to be honest, even with just a third of the race to go. It's quite a big gap for Falat to make up. And Pede slightly tripping over the back, literally, of Rhodes. They gave him a little nudgette, and in doing so, I think he lost momentum. And suddenly that gap, which I thought was hard to bridge, has been bridged by one little kind of scuffle at the backside, effectively.
Yeah, that was Pede having a go, I think, for the race lead. But like you say, it's actually slowed Luca Pede. And now he is a sitting duck compared to Hendrix Falat and Logan Edwards. Hand signal from Luca Pede, say, let's all work together to try and make sure Arthur Rhodes isn't going to disappear up the road as they head now through Fine Lady. Oof. And there was contact that time for Logan Edwards, who was trying to thread the eye of the needle. Change for second, though, as now Hendrix Falat gets ahead of Pede, and Pede hanging on for dear life in third position. 47 does indeed, though, slot across the nose of Logan Edwards. So a shuffle around in the middle of this quartet. The leader is still Arthur Rhodes.
This is one of Falat's very first Mighty E Bambino runs. Remember, he is the Coma Bambino champion. That's the same kart, but with a two-stroke petrol. It's a petrol engine anyway. But that is the series kind of ran out of entries, so he only ran 3 rounds. But he won that championship. This is the guy in second with the Nigel Mansell tribute helmet. The interesting thing is, I'm saying Nigel Mansell tribute helmet. We all know what I mean. A lot of people watching are going, "What's a Nigel Mansell?"
What's a Nigel Mansell?
Well, let's be honest, if you are a Drive to Survive fan of F1, would you know about our Nige El Leone? Probably not.
Look up the early 90s, folks. He was quite good in those days.
I had dinner with him once in Le Mans.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Okay.
Him and his missus and the kids.
And you first started going to Le Mans, what, mid?
Oh, this was 2009. It was actually it was the part of the we were down there for the awards ceremony for the 2009-2010 Le Mans series.
Ah, nice.
And,
okay.
The boys had been racing, I think, and that was when they were doing
yes.
The kids were racing.
I remember.
Before that very ill-fated year where he did Le Mans and lasted 9 laps, I think.
It wasn't great.
But so sat on the table. It was great. I don't want to talk about me too much now. I do actually, but it wasn't. It wasn't my best ever dinner. But I'll come to that later. As Falat now thinks about making a move for the lead of this Mighty E Bambino race.
And Logan Edwards trying to go overlapping with Luca Pede. Might have been side to side contact there, but they both survived it. As now out of the pit bend and over the line. Couldn't be closer between the top 4. Half a minute to go. Plus an extra lap. Arthur Rhodes ahead of Hendrix Falat. In what order are they going to be? Reaching the kink at Fine Lady. Still 15 marginally ahead. It's side by side though for third and fourth, and Logan Edwards is going to get the move done on Luca Pede to break into that top 3, and might be just about timely that. Yeah. This will be the penultimate lap. Yeah. 1 more to go.
Lap and a half to go. Certainly, it's looking like Falat really wants to have a go at Rhodes. He's looking both ways. Remember, this is his induction into Might E. There was quite a bit of induction in the engines as well. Inductive loops. Anyway, he's up the inside looking to take the lead going into the boot, and it looks like he's done it. And more importantly, it looks like it's going to be 2 places lost. Oh, it's a big scuffle there. Falat safe in. There's 3 of them trying to go for it. There's 3 of them trying to go for that one. I'm not quite sure who got where and when. But the net result is our leader's now 4th.
Yeah, Arthur Rhodes in basically 1 corner. So he'd been neatly overtaken by the new race leader, Hendrix Falat, and then the rest of them trying to close in, including Luca Pede. Bit of a desperate lunge up the inside of the second part of the boot, that. And 3 abreast as a result, and 2 have broken away now for the first and second.
So the guys who have spent most of the race third and fourth are now first and second, and Edwards looking very, very racy on Falat. Is he going to try out the inside of Ashby? No. So Falat, who told me in the paddock show he was going to win this, despite this being his first Mighty event, I'm going to win, he said. Well, he looks like he's going to win a heat. But we have seen overtaking in the Mighties. They can get a decent run down this back straight and into the boot, but it doesn't look like that's happened this time. And could it be Falat will take home the checkered flag for this, the second superheat? But no, thinking about it.
Logan Edwards had a cracking run coming out of Chapman and down the back straight, but couldn't then find the movement as Hendrix Falat was watching his every move. Checkered flag being readied then, and it's a real run to the line. Are they going to be overlapping? Not quite, as they didn't get the checkered flag on the big screen. That's because the big screen was far more focused on a 5-second penalty.
For Luca Pede.
For Luca Pede.
Yeah, that move got a penalty. So Luca with a 5-second penalty actually would only move down behind Heath Smith, interestingly. So he'll go to 9.40. So he just drops back one position. So it swaps those positions back. So Pete, who was a little bit aggressive, just to be too aggressive going into the exit of the boot, has picked up a 5-second penalty, and fair enough. I mean, it was. I think it was opportunist, and it's up to the. And I assume it's up to the marshal to decide that's opportunist or too opportunist.
I think the contact didn't help really.
No.
And that drew attention to it. So yeah, Luca Pede, last of the late breakers, but with forcing one and possibly a couple wide in the process, gets a 5-second penalty, and therefore finishes just outside the top 3. Hendricks Falla wins, though, from Logan Edwards, and there was just 0.13 of a second between them as they crossed the line. Arthur Rhodes bumped up to third, courtesy of Luca Pede's 5-second penalty. Fourth, Heath Smith, Teddy Smith 6th, Arthur Thompson 7th, then Jack Harper, Elliot Hitch, and Harry Wass in 10th.
So that is the end of the Super Heats, the Mighty Bambinos. Next time we'll see them will be for their final, which will be after lunch. I'm saying Micromax now, and I'm getting more confident about my list of these things, actually.
Do you really need me to be
No, I'm just going for
cross-checking?
it. Just going for it. There, you read those out.
I'll read these names out, and then we'll discover that we've got it all wrong.
Yeah, you know.
No, it'll be fine. Ethan Lloyd starts on pole position then for the second Super Heat for the Micromax, alongside Dian Singh Pahal. Then it's Lewis Kokodi and Zach Andrew, third and fourth. Freddie Blackshaw and Noah Wicklow on the third row, ahead of Wraith Owen and Rio Pocock. Then Dimitar Uzanov and Jensen Darlow. Henry Algar and Sui Hong Javan. Junior Wright, Joseph Cox on the seventh row. Carter Jackson and Milo Taylor on the next row, ahead of Thomas Laidler, Oakley Riggs and Lanny Eden. So 19 karts to take part in this, and this will be to eventually decide the season, of course, and the closing event of the year here at Milton Mill. There have been 6 the Kart Championship events for all the various categories within this brilliantly organised series. Have you been at every single round so far?
No.
Oh, right.
Hang on. No, actually, I might have been at this one. No, I've missed the first NK. I've been to all these rounds. Yes, I missed the NKC round, one of them. This is the interesting thing about it. There's been a complete variance of commentators throughout this championship.
Oh, never the same pairings.
I think we had one pairing the same once. We've had Joe and Henry together once.
Yes,
twice. Sorry. We had me and Henry. So we started with Joe and Henry, then me and Henry, then Joe and Henry, then Henry and
Henry Baudet.
Then David and Henry Baudet. David Sullivan and Henry Baudet. And then the last round was the only round that me and Joe did, and now it's you and I.
It is.
So you've had the whole thing. Cross-Eyed Lion says, the Mighty project is just great, the natural step, and I hope that the kids can progress through to the higher-powered electric karts. Well, there are electric cadet karts. They've not officially been adopted by the championship for next year. It's up in the air, and we talked to Darren Beavers about that in the break with the paddock show.
6 more races to go before the lunch break, I reckon, as well. And
are you sponsored by Frank?
Yes. Well, Frank was keen to know that we were going to hopefully have.
He's very keen about a lunch
30
break.
minutes off.
He's keen about a lunch break. He has to be said. It's one of the things he particularly likes. I think it's his favourite part of the day, to be honest.
Whereas Ash prefers the going home bit, doesn't he?
Yeah, Ash is much keen on the going home. Yeah, there's a real lack of a lot of things at the moment. Anyway, so we are waiting. I think Ash, have you got the paddock by any chance? I'll just Paul's sitting behind me, so I'll just switch onto your camera, Ash. Oh, you got there. Can you just get me in the collecting area, Ash, please? Hang on. It's in the carts. That's better. So, waiting to go out. Come on, Intermax. What's happening is, because the day is going so well, touching all the sort of wood.
Don't say that.
That's fine. What they end up doing, they do, because it's MSA, Motorsport Association sanctioned, they actually run to a timetable. So you never get ahead of the timetable.
Okay.
So because that's when people know when to bring their carts down and everything else. So obviously, club meetings, just bang, 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 hope for the best. Obviously, if there is a delay, then they will try and catch up again. But this is now running to particular times. What happened in the last heat?
Well, you just said Intermax, but it's actually Micromax, isn't it?
You actually get that wrong.
Yeah, but we gave the right grid, which is always a plus.
Plus point to us.
Ethan Lloyd won it after 11 laps by 0.2 of a second. Remember, Lloyd and Dian Singh Pahal broke away from the rest of the field, and they were neck and neck throughout it. 3 seconds then, the difference between the second-placed finisher and Scotsman, and indeed Scottish champion, Lewis Kirkcaldy. Then Zach Andrew, Dimitar Uzanov, Noah Wicklow, they were right together at the line. So tremendous fight for third and downwards. But is it going to be all about Ethan Lloyd and Dian Singh Pahal again for this one? I know I've just given the grid, but I've instantly forgotten it. But they will be starting right towards the front. Let's just check on their starting positions for Super Heat 2. They are the front row runners indeed. So will it be a breakaway again? Or Lewis Kirkcaldy, Zach Andrew might be scratching their heads in the interval between their previous race and this to try and close that gap. They'll only have 10, maybe 11 laps to do it.
So the championship, of course, is between the S plate of Lewis Kirkcaldy and the 66 of Ethan Lloyd. Lloyd probably, I think he was coming into this a couple of points behind on the counting rounds. I think he's caught those 2 points up. So he's probably ahead now by 2 or 3 points. It's quite difficult. Kirkcaldy has to count this round because his drop round is appalling. I think he actually had an issue and couldn't take part in the final, which is why it's that bad, because you get 0 points for it out of 100. Ethan Lloyd's drop round isn't particularly good. He's got a bad final in it, so they're both really wanting to count this one overall. So it is a kind of a head-to-head in this round. It was 2 points difference in favour of Kirkcaldy. I think looking at the grid, that's probably swung round 4 or 5 points now in favour of Lloyd, I would think. But what we will try and do before the final is get someone to give us a point as they stand situation. And I will get a pen, if I can find one, and a piece of paper, which we also don't have because Joe's not here, to work out the ones which are really close and see if we can work out who's doing what. So that's 66, that is Ethan Lloyd. You can see him waiting to get the go signal. I'm pretty sure, and that is the go signal. As you can hear, the engines rev up, and there's a bit of a tripping over each other. It's Freddie Blackshaw there, leapt to get out, and they will get just one warm-up lap for Micromax. It's 2 warm-ups for the juniors and the seniors, and away we go for 8 minutes and 1 lap of action. Same grid for both the super heats, set by a combination of qualifying yesterday and the first 2 not super heats, just heats.
Okay.
So it's a way of making both days important, both days count. Obviously also vast majority of people were here, probably everyone, but it isn't. You don't have to be here on Friday for practice, but obviously not being here for Friday on practice is a major disadvantage. And then there's a couple of warm-up practices on Saturday morning, then to qualifying practice, which is timed qualifying. So it's just you are trying to do your best individual single lap. And then you have 2 heats, and that combination sets the grid for the super heats, and then a combination of the super heats, the heats, and the qualifying sets the grid for the main finals. The 29 there of Dian Singh Pahal looking to his left, very close to his chief starting rival off the front of the grid, and they sweep through Oblivion and into the crook, and that right-hander catches no one out this time. And before this kind of kink at Fairlady, this is absolutely pedal to the metal. You're floored, and up to Christmas for the first time. I can see in third place is the S-plate of Kirkcaldy, and he needs to get as far up as possible, and definitely ahead of Ethan Lloyd in this heat to try and reverse that points deficit he's building up.
Zach Andrew may well have a say in this though as well. He's there in 4th position in number 27, but will it be a copycat race compared to earlier on with Dian Singh Pahal and Ethan Lloyd able to edge away? Well, certainly one driver out there to try and stop that happening is Lewis Kirkcaldy, running in 3rd position, marginally ahead of Zach Andrew. They're completely together at the boot, and this is allowing the race leader, Ethan Lloyd, into more of a gap than he wasn't being given in the first super heat of the day. So get your head down, Ethan, and try and haul a gap of maybe 3 or 4 seconds.
Well, remember from the first heat, Ethan and Dian, they broke away, and at no point could Lewis actually bridge that gap to the 2 of them. Now this time it's a single break for Ethan, and then we have Dian Singh Pahal and Lewis Kirkcaldy. Now what we've noticed is it's likely that if they start getting their thinking hats on, the people following him will be able to actually bridge that gap just by using the aero advantage. They can just effectively be sucked up towards him by Ethan's own performance. But Ethan absolutely looking to try and make a break. I think he needs to get about a second and a half to take away any sort of aero influence. And he's had 7/10 last time round. Kirkcaldy bends down to try and get every extra last mile per hour, potential tenth of mile per hour out of his kart, and then comes round onto the Nouvelle chicane. Obviously, it's not what he wants to see Dian Singh Bahal ahead of him, but if Bahal's got the pace to bridge the gap, and it was 6.679 last, he's gone out by a tenth, so that's not what they need. The following pack need to try and close down Lloyd, or it's going to be bad news for Kirkcaldy for his championship.
Noah Wicklow, worth a mention as well, in kart number 53. He's in 5th place and enough ahead of Raith Owen and Freddie Blackshaw for them not to be too much of a bother for the 5th place runner at this stage. So Noah focused entirely on Zach Andrew up ahead, heading into the Wilkins left-hander, now Chapman, and Ethan Lloyd leading Dian Singh Bahal by a larger margin than Singh Bahal has over Lewis Kirkcaldy. Another glance over the shoulder for the driver of number 29 into the boot, making sure that Kirkcaldy wasn't about to pounce. The fairing over the steering column shakes around as they approach and ride the curbing then of the Nouvelle chicane through Oblivion and Crook. Plenty of tyre going down onto the road surface. You can even see that at this early stage of the day, just after 20 past 11.
Yeah, Kirkcaldy, he's stuck. I think he needs to get past Pahal. That's third, gets past second, though they have got closer. They have managed over the last, over this lap, in fact. They got the lead down over the line for a couple of times, and now they've really begun to close down that gap towards Ethan Lloyd in the lead. Lloyd leads, but it's following him down there. Still is Dian Singh Bahal. I suppose as he's getting nearer, Kirkcaldy's happy to stay there, but he's really got to try and get towards, because losing a couple of points to Lloyd in the overall championship is going to make the final more difficult. It won't be a situation where you just finish ahead of him. You have to finish ahead of him and have people in between.
Sweeping across the line for the 4th time. Just over half of the timed distance still to go. And Ethan Lloyd leading Dian Singh Bahal. But Bahal's closer in the braking area for Christmas Corner this time, bringing Lewis Kirkcaldy with him as well. So 3 for the lead now. Is that going to change at Ashby? No, not quite close enough for that to happen. But Zach Andrew and Noah Wicklow now being left to scrap amongst those minor places in the top 5. Raith Owen and Freddie Blackshaw, they've separated a little bit. Now half a second between those as the leading trio head for the boot at the end of lap 5. Yellow flags being waved somewhere perhaps? No. But the leaders got through anyway. I saw yellows in the distance. No, they've either been withdrawn or they were just a figment of my imagination.
Well, it's a lovely imagination you have there. And if you're only imagining flags, it's not so bad. Up, around and down the main straight and through Fine Lady, there's kind of a small half-cart separation. I wonder whether Pahal really wants to try and get past Ethan Lloyd. I mean, he did towards the end of the race last time, when you think about it. They've just slightly dropped Kirkcaldy, which is really bad news for Lewis. If these two do that did in the heat and just break away from him again, it's a chance to see 2 or 3 points just disappearing in his championship challenge. I mean, some days, of course, you're just not as quick as the guys ahead of you. You might have been quicker in other rounds, in other locations, but at Whilton Mill, in the second weekend of August, it's just not got the pace. Pahal through the boot. He's the 29. The RCE karts both identically liveried, so you have to just go on helmet colours. It's the orange against the yellow. It's the orange and white helmet. That's Ethan Lloyd. And you've got a bit of yellow, a bit of black and a bit of orange. It's almost a bit Ralph Schumacher-y, actually, that helmet. But let's not hold that against him. For Pahal. And he's very much what he did last time, actually, Johnny. He didn't really bother doing anything for the last lap, and he made a real concerted effort to win.
True. Yeah, but they had a bigger gap over the 3rd place finisher in their first superheat. That was Lewis Kirkcaldy as well. So they're running in the same order. Zach Andrew was 4th in Superheat 1 as well. He's 4th on the road at this stage, but that's perhaps the most likely position change in the next few laps, with Noah Wicklow trying to turn the screw. About a second between Raith Owen and Freddie Blackshaw in 6th and 7th places as well. But 1st, 2nd and 3rd heading for the Nouvelle chicane, leaping the high curbs there. Ethan Lloyd significantly ahead of Dian Singh Pahal, and Lewis Kirkcaldy with his kart and the bodywork on it shaking around, heading through Crook Corner. Gets the head down briefly, Lewis Kirkcaldy, make it travel through the air that little bit more efficiently. First to second, still absolutely nothing at all, as Dian Singh Pahal is close enough to attempt an overtake, but it took a while for him to be maybe brave enough, or just wanted to get the timing perfect earlier in the day. He'll continue to sit in the wheel tracks of Ethan Lloyd.
Yeah, we're running now down to the last couple of laps, and they're going to get 2 more. Actually, they might even get 3 more after this. It's a real quick pace. What's the lap times they're doing? 52.
52. Yeah,
they're probably going to go across the line before 52 is up, and then they're going to have 3 more laps. So it's interesting, though, that once again these two are beginning to break away from the college. Got himself stuck in no man's land ahead of Andrew and Wiltlow. And it must be quite frustrating. I feel for Lewis. It must be really frustrating for him. He's just kind of like, can see them, but he just can't get on par. He's been there or thereabouts, and they're just gradually eking out by like a tenth or a couple of tenths towards his back end. Now, his big hope now is that Pahal does something silly and takes them both out. I'm not quite sure that's going to happen, to be honest. But, that's what Kirkcaldy will be wishing. The 2 RCE kart drivers obviously have got to sit in a tent with each other. Yes. After all, and Pahal made a really weird error there going round Chapman and just lost about 4 kart lengths. No idea what caused that. Look, he's dropped right off the back. This makes it, if this is about to be the last lap starting, this would be great, but of course it's the penultimate lap's about to start. And Ethan Lloyd, who's been leading from moment 1, unaware of the excitement and the ebbs and flows behind him, now finds himself with the biggest lead he's had in the entire race.
They do squeak onto a penultimate lap now, and that's annoying from Dian Singh Pahal, because Singh Pahal had done his best lap of the race the previous time. Prior to that mistake, it was a 52.8 this time from Dian, and now faces a 0.6 of a second gap to the race leader, Ethan Lloyd. That means that they're fairly equidistant first to third now. Lewis Kirkcaldy with the larger margin to try and make up 1.1 seconds, so half a second deficit from Dian Singh Pahal, and over a second to the race leader, Ethan Lloyd. Top 2, not quite close enough for that to change into the boot.
No, Pahal making the most of getting a bit of aero advantage, getting a bit of slipstream to gain a few kart lengths, but not enough to be really where you want to be on the last lap. He wanted to be right on his tail. He's going to gain to just over a tenth, gain about 14 hundredths there going round the track. So he'll get into the slipstream now and possibly be able to get onto the tail of Ethan Lloyd. But of course that's the best overtaking place gone. And he's still 2 karts behind. So that strange error at Chapman about 2 laps ago, it didn't seem anything, but suddenly he just was 4-5 kart lengths further back than he was. And whether the engine bogged or he just stuck a wheel off the ground we didn't see, it has meant that he's not been able to throw this up the inside, or attempt to anyway, of Lloyd on this final lap. So it's Lloyd from Pahal from Kirkcaldy, and if it stays this way for a few more corners, it's great news for Lloyd.
Not great news for Sui Hong Javan, who's into retirement. It looks like losing a handful of places towards the end. Others, though, surviving this final Superheat lap. Superheat 2 for the Micromax. It's going to be won by Ethan Lloyd, who celebrates with the arms in the air. Pure frustration from Lewis Kirkcaldy, though. Both hands off the wheel there, going, what can I do about these two? It is a copybook race compared to earlier on. Kirkcaldy desperate for points, desperate for positions, but it's a third place again for the Scottish champion.
Yeah, I think the team need to go away and work out where a tiny bit of pace is lacking, because it kind of sit there thinking, right, well, he's not really gaining in the slipstream either, so that would say he's missing, it's probably like half a mile an hour or a mile an hour.
Yeah.
And whether they think about gearing change or whatever, because all these guys have got fabulous engines, that's not the issue. But it's frustrating for Cadet, but anything can happen, because don't forget, Lloyd's going to go in the final with a lead, but anything can happen in a final.
Longer distances, are they as well?
Yeah, they are 12 minutes.
12 minutes.
Well, okay. They're originally 12 minutes. And they might get.
True.
Again, still touching wood. The day is going really well, so hopefully they won't get in any way edited down.
Yeah. But yes, 50% more than you would get in a heat, or a super heat as we've got today. And I'm going to go for Junior Rotax next.
Excellent, because Ralph Racing 32 says Dian doing a perfect teammate rear gunner job. Yeah, I think in some ways, Ralph, but I think in other ways, I think he just would have liked to give it a go in the last lap, but couldn't, because he wasn't where he wanted to be in the last lap. But he'll start off the front row for the final, and he can then decide to try and win the big trophy. But so our next one, we're agreeing on another one, are we? Junior Rotax, is it?
Yes.
Wait a second, I need to get the piece of... There's very many, I have many windows open. Many windows to cross. So Junior Rotax, the final one, AVB. Oh no, it's not the final one. No, I'm doing this wrong again. Superheat, sorry. Junior Rotax is AVB. I was right. Mm-hmm. I was just looking at the wrong one. There we go.
So here's the grid with Lewis Sumner on pole position, joined by Charlie Vary, who had an impressive run in his first heat. Remember, it's a 2/3 grid system, so the whole of the field separated into 3 individual groups, and 2 of those groups run in each of the superheats, of which we've got 3, and this is the final one of the superheats of the day. Oliver Fabricus starting on the outside of the second row, joined by Riley Morgan. Then it's Jack Robinson and Ewan House, Theo Bradshaw and George Cole, and completing the top 10 on the grid, JJ Plowman and Thomas Harper. Then Braith Murdoch and Spencer Trahorn, Sam Mott and Riley Bishop, ahead of Laurie McVeigh and Eric Smith, Max Wheatley and Amy Peacock, ahead of James Tate and Ellis Dealey on the 10th row, Nathaniel Gray and Shea Hilton, ahead of Jack Beasley and Adam Duodatis. Then it's Harry James and Archie Doherty, Chloe Waddell and Harry Hadley, and the field completed by Zach Kane. And I remember Ewan House was a front runner in his heat at the start of the day.
Mm-hmm.
So depending on how the timetable's working, the race clock started, by the way. That's not correct, is it?
It's wrong.
That's fine. That's nothing to do with you.
No, it's just the timing.
The timing too early.
The timing didn't give an end call, so it's just left the last one up. So we're just waiting for the Junior Rotax AVB to go out, and as soon as they fire up, it will switch that over.
Excellent. But yeah, depending on which group you're in, I mean, it was B versus C, wasn't it? And then this is A versus B. So the B group, you're actually spanning a significant portion of the morning, an early race followed by a later race. So there's more time to watch, there's more time to make adjustment, there's more time to second guess.
More time to fix stuff, I suppose, really is the key point.
Yes, true. Whereas, initially we were given the Junior Rotax about 2 minutes to go from their first race to their second race.
Yeah,
before we realised it was a more comfortable hour or so.
Yeah, it was more comfortable because Nick was misreading something, and then he misread it again, and then he misread it for the third. But that's part of the joy of watching this stream. You never know what's going to go wrong next.
Yeah.
So
low stakes jeopardy, really.
It's in fairness, yes.
You just press the next button, and that corrects it.
All right. Wow.
Cutting. It wasn't actually meant to be.
Looks like Lewis Sumner's got better.
Because he's going to be in this race.
Yeah.
It wasn't in earlier on. Yes. Oh, that's good news.
So he was feeling unwell, wasn't the first race? He's obviously must have had a food poisoning thing, and he's managed to get everything out effectively. I'm sure he doesn't feel great.
A little bit of TMI there.
Well, I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Okay, nevertheless,
that's a pure guess. It could be any sort of problem.
Too much information, guesswork, perhaps.
Yeah.
This part of Northamptonshire has been a bit of a hotbed for motorsport this weekend, has it not? I don't know whether any of the karting guys made their way about half an hour down the road, but we enjoyed ourselves last night.
Northampton International Raceway.
Yeah.
We saw
no karts on the bill.
Well, there was some karts. Yeah, it was amazing. Yes, the Reliant Robins particularly excellent. Most of them started off as Reliant Robins and ended up as just tricycles.
They did, yes.
As the bodywork just flared off, we had some bangers, some modern bangers. It was an excellent evening out, and there was some bloke on commentary. He was I thought he was doing a really, really lazy job. He kept playing songs of the school discos and then he just commentated and you couldn't hear him because of the noise, and he'd make up the winners, didn't he,
That
Johnny?
was me, by the way. He's alluding to me doing some extra bit of commentary. Yes. The problem was they gave me one CD which had about 15 songs on it, and they were on very high rotation.
It started well. The first time through, Ash and I were loving the music choices.
I'm sure.
We both thought it was school disco circa 2000.
Right up your street.
And then they started coming again and again and again, and we're going, oh right, I see.
Yes.
Yeah.
Have you literally only got one CD? Yes.
Yes.
I'm surprised any of them played.
I liked that because your experience is so similar to many of my experiences when you rock up at a circuit and they go, well, you haven't got this, you haven't brought that. Well, you never asked me to. You want to go, well, you haven't bought your own music. No. Why would I? I'm a commentator. Why would I bring my music?
Any facility to play it. Well, have you got a smartphone? Yes. Well, you can plug that into the desk and play all sorts of records off the internet and commentate.
Right. I love it. It is that kind of mystery situation when you turn up at a track and they're going, "Can you do that then?"
Well,
but
I'll give it a spin, but I've never tried it before.
That's nothing to do with anything we ever do. Oh, are you sure? Yes. Oh, we thought that was you then. Oh, okay. Well, we'll give it a go.
It's only when it goes wrong and they realise that other people have to fill in the job, and they think, "Oh yeah, you really do quite a lot of stuff all at the same time, including pad." And we're doing quite a lot of padding right now.
So you haven't got a pad, did you? That was the point. That was what was missing. There was zero padding because you just played a record.
Just put a record on.
Yeah, but there were
Whilton Mill needs to pay attention.
Make a point about here. There were records in the middle of races. So you didn't even commentate the gaps when they were reordering the field.
No. So
the field will go round. There'll be an accident, and it's a lightweight accident, obviously, and someone was upside down, but obviously absolutely perfectly okay. And so whilst the rescue tractor came up, by the way, I have to say Ash loved the rescue tractor. There's 2 warm-up laps. We can go and talk about this. So we get another record on. Normally Cotton Eye Joe, in fairness. I was going, well, you're not even. That's a bit. I could hear you, Johnny. I could hear you when there was a red flag. No, I'm going to put a record on.
Yeah, but what's the point in telling people what they can see?
Isn't that what a commentator does?
Generally, yes.
Anyway, right, we're off and running. Lewis Sumner is back and fit for this second of his superheats, the AVB. Charlie Very, Oliver Fabricus, Riley Morgan, Ewan House, who, as you rightly said, did well in his first version. Riley Bishop, who is the champion-elect, starting I don't think he's starting a long way down. He was scored 14th over the line. He'll be somewhere a bit further up. But I think he is starting a way down. I don't think he had a great yesterday. Doesn't matter. He's still doing the champion. He doesn't do anything stupid. There they go. Angry Bees past us. Can you just have a quick talky bit? I need to just press something.
I can do lots of talky bits if you wish me to.
Do you want to play a record?
Yeah. If only I could.
Oh no, Cotton Eye Joe.
If only I could play. What else was I rolling out last night? A bit of the Gorillas, I think, but it was one of the slow versions of Gorillas back catalogue. Not ideal, but that was the thing that was on the CD. Anyway, thankfully at Whilton Mill, you get to hear us throughout rather than a limited back catalogue from the early 2000s. And Lewis Sumner, who was notable by his absence earlier on, now happy to compete and thrown right back into the deep end, starting from pole position, ahead of Charlie Very and Oliver Fabricus. Riley Morgan, Ewan House, Jack Robinson completing the top 6 places. And one of the earlier super heats then, Ewan House was right in the mixture, but other names to conjure with include Charlie Very, who led laps earlier on, and Very now level pegging with Sumner as they head at a very controlled pace into the boot. Final chance to get some warmth into the tyres for Lewis Sumner, and he's got to find his feet as quickly as possible. He'll know this track very well, I'm sure, though, so it'll all come flooding back to him.
The track temperature we drop in, but the sun's gone in. We've got quite a bit of cloud cover now. It's still a lovely day, a bit of cloud cover. Track temperature down, the 237 Very, we're keeping close eye on Sumner, and Sumner's absolutely gone. I'd be surprised if they let that... Well, no, I thought not. I was surprised that one happened. Someone had started in a different postcode than the others.
He did get the jump, and that was fairly obvious that he'd gone earlier than everybody else. So they will head around one more time. And everyone, I think, has got the message that this is not a racing lap. It does take a little while for that to ripple through the field. What's the name for the green and yellow flag then? Just a green and yellow flag?
It's not called the full start flag.
Okay, but it's not got a nickname like a Battenberg.
It's Brian the flag.
Brian the flag is good. Fine. So, just for today, we'll call the green and yellow. What I was thinking was the Brazilian flag from certain angles.
Oh, no.
But it's not Brazilian.
Brazil's got a globe on it.
Yeah, I thought the blue globe was obscured. Yeah. But Brian, the Brazilian flag...
This has caused people... Right, Lewis obviously feeling very fresh, and he's turning his cart sideways and back again. Charlie Very going, are you really sure about that?
Yeah, he's not going to be enticed into doing the similar thing, and instead keeping it nice and straight, not to cause a distraction to himself or others. Feels a little bump from behind from Riley Morgan's cart, and that's just a comfort measure, I think, to know that they're all right there, snapping at the heels. Much more tiny
early pop
start,
out, but we're okay with that one, yeah.
No signs of the Bryan flag this time. Into oblivion and crook they go. And Sumner will lead, although having lost ground. But did Charlie Very not get away too well there?
Very's down in 5th, I think. Oh,
huge pile
everything's gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, down at Christmas.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's the best one ever. That's 12 carts.
Impressive. And now everyone's got to remember which cart is theirs.
If they get them, the thing is, if they get them away again, they'll be happy with it. Oh, it went wrong way back. It actually went wrong with the two. I think it actually went wrong with Riley Morgan. I think the 227 was the person who caused that situation. They've gone Battenberg for this. Yeah, they're going very slow. They've gone Battenberg, but they're not on full start, have they? Just trying to see the flag. They're Battenberging while they clear this up, which is good news for the guys who have been involved in it, because they'll be able to catch up to the back of the field. They've lost those places, but they'll be able to catch the back of the field. I think that's a new record, isn't it? 14 carts in one go. And the good thing is, 14 carts, no one hurt.
Yeah, even better.
That's the great thing about it. I don't mind those sort of accidents. That's fine. Obviously, a few wallets have been damaged, but apart from that.
Yeah, equipment damage, but thankfully not to personnel. And they all managed to grab onto their carts quickly.
Yeah. Big changes going on. So Riley Bishop made 10 places, our championship leader, in that kerfuffle. Down 4 for Charlie Very. Trying to see where the big losers are. Here they go. It's Braith Murdoch, who almost won the last race. Riley Morgan down a lot of places, and Laurie McVeigh down a huge number of slots as well. So, a lot of. And also Thomas Harper dropped 16, and I think JJ Plowman and George Cole also dropped. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 drivers dropped a large amount. Obviously, some of the people at the back of that probably just stayed where they were.
True, yeah. Well, there were some gains, but mainly from the very back positions. I think Riley Morgan was one of the early spinners, and he was knocked into that spin.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was right. I'm pretty sure it was Riley Morgan who was the catalyst for the disaster. I'm not saying he was the person who actually he spun it. Yes. I can't say if he spun it on his own or he was nudged. And in fairness, around Christmas, it's more likely he was nudged.
Yeah.
So the big gainers, Ewan House up 4, and Riley Bishop up 9, and Amy Peake up 11, and Eric Smith up 7, and they are in second place, in 5th place, in 7th place, and in 9th place. So some big gains, some big losses, and a real shuffle about, which effectively didn't involve the first 4 carts, so Sumner, House, Robertson and Fabricus, but Riley Bishop, who always had it difficult yesterday, considering how well he's done in the championship, up to 5th and giving himself a much better starting position for the final if he can continue this next 5.5 minutes.
And as a Battenberg flag does, this eats into the race time, remember. Everyone at a reduced pace, but that will pick up now as Lewis Sumner reaches the line. 3 minutes we've had so far of the race, another 5 plus the extra lap, therefore, to go. And Ewan House has found his way to second position. Likes this track clearly this weekend. And around the outside, if he can pull that manoeuvre off.
No,
the leaders tangle.
Brilliant there through the middle. That was who leapt into the lead. I think it was a 2:33, I think, wasn't it? There isn't a 2:33. It's the red cart in third place.
Red cart in third. Jack Robinson, probably.
Robinson, I think. Yeah, look at it. Just saw. We're going to have an argument. Oh, I'll lead then. Thank you very much indeed. All happening in this junior Rotax world of pain. The third heat. There we go. Absolutely, it's going to be Robinson leading this one. Behind him. Trying to read the numbers. I think it's Oliver Fabricus. Yeah, it's Fabricus is behind. But no, he's been edged out by Sumner now, or tended to be edged out by Sumner, who's showing no ill effects of his earlier unwellness, and he's actually throwing all over the track.
So Robinson confirmed as the race leader.
It's Bishop in third, our championship leader, pushing hard in the X Kart, the black and white machine. So Bishop now 14th to third, and 14th to second is running through this. Oh no, he's not, because there's having absolutely nothing about that with Fabricus. He's saying, no, you are not coming past Mr. Bishop. And Ewan House is also looking to get in a hatful of points. He's in 4th.
And Lewis Sumner, not to be discounted yet either. He's there or thereabouts, sitting in 5th position, as now they're heading for the left-hander. And coming out of Chapman, Jack Robinson leading the way. He's not in that shot,
no, he's ahead of he's ahead of all these. That's the Fabricus shot there.
Fabricus.
But it's it's very aggy, this one. I think the whole thing is people can see big gains and they can see big losses, and that's kind of really stung them into action in this junior Rotax AVB heat. So there's the C people are probably sitting there going, oh, thank goodness I'm not in this one.
Jack Robinson then with a 1.3 second lead at the start of lap 5. And Fabricus, House, Bishop, then Sumner, Very, Trehorn's not that far away either. Spencer Trehorn in 7th place. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th places completely together. Heading into Chapman again, and out of that corner. We're discounting the race leader for the time being because all the action is for 2nd and downwards, and Oliver Fabregas trying to keep that 290 kart as wide as possible, as Ewan House and Riley Bishop have been having a good arm wrestle as well. Slightly lankier frame of Lewis Sumner, easy to pick out then in 5th position, former race leader, still showing good speed though, and bringing Charlie Very with him.
Robinson, your leader, by the way, is not just a random name. He's actually 5th in the championship going into this meeting, so he's had a good year so far. But the battle here for 2nd place is monumental. They are knocking 7 bales of stuff out of each other. There's 5 of them trying to be 6 of them, trying to be 2nd. They all probably are 2nd at the moment. You could throw a blanket over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 carts, and they are arguing about anything. But the winner out of all that and patting his little steering wheel with chuffness, I think was that Bishop actually moved.
It's not Fabregas anymore.
It Bishop who's gone into 2nd?
It's either Bishop or House.
Oh, what's that doing?
You're
not supposed to be there. That isn't supposed to happen at all.
No. Here's the order.
House.
It's House in 2nd, Fabregas 3rd, then Sumner up to 4th.
It was Bishop going backwards. It was a championship leader who's going backwards at that point.
Big disaster for Riley Bishop then. And did he arrive? He arrived in 3rd position, but that was contact.
Just off he goes backwards. That's the first time we've seen that. I feel a bit sorry for Riley. I mean, at point out, he just needs not to be disqualified. He is okay for the championship.
Yeah.
This will now be his. Oh, what the heck's going on there?
Well,
all heck has broken loose in this one, hasn't it?
Very much so. Wide coming out of the first left-hander on the infield, and then on the
2-4-4.
rejoin.
That's Theo Bradshaw.
The problem was it caught the grass and the start of the curb, which then just leapfrogged it into the
Spencer Trainhorn he was riding up on. So there's 2 of them. I don't think there's any contact of kart to driver, thankfully. But that must have put the all hence of shakes up the Trainhorn. But he's gained a position out of it, so he'll be happy.
It's like an ejector seat coming off the grass virgin straight into the
red
side.
Red flag.
We're going to stop the race.
Red flag.
Yes, I heard you.
No, but I'm telling everyone else on the.
Okay.
I'm being like a kind of like an announcement for everyone who's watching the show. I'm going red flag, and they go, "Oh, yes, it's fine."
Yeah, but they all heard you as well by about the 3rd time.
Yeah,
but it's fine.
Excited.
Just keep saying.
No, we've ruined it now. Sport my day.
Don't say I've ruined it.
You've ruined it.
We're having a lovely time.
They won't restart this. 55 seconds to go. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. If it wasn't the fact this is all my stuff and I've got a debrick, I'm going. I'm taking my ball with me.
That's it. You've spoiled it, Johnny.
So this race is over. So I'm not quite sure why there's a red flag, and we obviously won't get involved with showing that.
It's been sort of bubbling up to the potential for a race stoppage. Does it feel like the end of term type of race?
That was the first one where it's gone gangbusters.
Gangbusters, yeah, it's a good expression.
I think it was. There was a situation at the start where we had 10 or 12 carts on top of each other. I think that kind of, and then there's a Battenberg, and then people got kind of, I think they kind of get this a group sort of feeling builds amongst the race, and it's just built into let's just throw caution to the wind.
Maybe
it's their last heat of the year.
True.
And so some of them
a domino effect almost to that point, but a lot of the drop noses have significantly dropped on these carts. 227 being checked. Riley Morgan, who will have a lot of tales to tell. A shake of the head, in fact, after that. And Jack Robinson scored as the provisional race winner. I think there was really no question about that because he was comfortably ahead. But absolute carnage then in behind for 2nd, and the positions down to, the early teens in actual fact. The pilot was a sign of things to come, perhaps, and that's the first race of the day that has needed to be red flagged and will not restart because we were so close to the end.
I'm just scanning the track. Thankfully I can't see any ambulance action, so obviously it was red flagged because I think there were a selection of carts all over the track doing all sorts of things. I think somebody was actually stuck in a difficult position, but he's hopped out the cart fine now.
Good. So it's more of a precautionary red flag.
I think so. Well, perhaps they thought this is going to get out of hand.
Maybe we already had done.
Isn't tends to be the way they think about this thing, but pretty exciting. And in fairness, that was a great race.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the first time I've seen someone go off backwards from the Nouvelle Chicane, I can tell you.
Yeah. I mean, given some assistance in the process, but the difficulty then is the track curves right at the pit bend, so you're going to be arriving backwards and potentially rejoining at a horrible angle. Let's hope that kart was able to stop before it did so. But that is the negative thing about a track that twists and turns and folds in on itself, is that if you lose it on one corner, you can often rejoin then in a very awkward spot. But Jack Robinson had established himself into a lead of 2 seconds, and he kept that ahead of Ewan House in second. Lewis Sumner finishes the red flag race in third, ahead of Oliver Fabricus and Eric Smith. And Charlie Very, Spencer Trahorn, Shea Hilton, James Tate and Sam Mott are that's the result as it stands.
I think he'll go back a lap.
Potentially, yes.
So it will go back a lap, but
that doesn't disrupt Jack Robinson's win, does it?
No, it doesn't. He still wins. I think Ewan House drops the position. I think, but it's not for us to say.
Indeed.
But that was quite exciting.
That's great.
What? Obviously, this will be a bit of a longer wait now because I think there's quite a few karts to clear off the track. Most of the grid. Who are we agreeing is the next race then? I think it's Superheat 2 for Junior Primo.
Yes, I think I agree with that.
So I'll make you read it out then. I'll read it out too. So on pole, it's Lewis Gilbert with Elijah Hazelwood second. On the second row, it's Isaac Jameson and Cooper Campbell-Lees. The third row is Bertie Hodgson and Noah Clark. Then we have the Zach row 4, Zach Mackay and Zach Jennings. Alfie Forrester and Lily Shaw, they're in row 5. Then Aston Brown and Oscar Sirich, they are row 6. Ethan Barth, Luke Wells, Elijah Hartley, James Fabricus, George Ralston, Thomas Butcher, Pierce Whitehead and Noah Jones finish the top 20. And then behind them, it's Ronnie Legg and Josh Whittaker, Thomas Ambler and Charlie Thompson, Samuel Yeadon and Harry Ward, Jesper Oakes and Lucas Olafsson. And it's Louis Brown in 29th in another very full grid of Junior Primos, a class that only exists in the TKC, I believe, and is designed for people just starting, who've just moved up from Intermax into Junior Max, which is quite aggressive, we saw in that previous race, and perhaps want to be sheltered from some of the worst excesses in the first year of running on these faster karts. And there they're all lined up in there.
The earlier heat won by Isaac Jameson after a really good tussle with Elijah Hazelwood. They were separated by just 0.7 of a second at the line. There was a bigger gap then back to Cooper Campbell-Lees in third, ahead of Bertie Hodgson and the two Zacks, who were not only matched on the grid but also stayed with one another during the 10 laps and nearly 9 minutes of the first superheat of the day. So this is Superheat 2, and then will these karts have a repechage race?
There is a bit. No. There's 2 heats. The only repechage, only B final, is for Junior Rotax.
Okay,
because that's oversubscribed.
I see.
So repechage.
So that's like a last chance race, is it?
It's if you're not in the top 30, you are then in the repechage, and the top 4 bump to the back of the grid in the A
top
final.
4 places.
Yeah. This whole pre-final repechage thing, which you get in karting, I've never understood. I never understood why you have a final before a final. I suppose it only benefits people who have bad days. They can shuffle themselves up the grid a little bit. And I kind of think, well, you must have a better way of doing it. But anyway, it's not what happened. It did happen last weekend at the Kart Masters, which is the biggest individual kart meeting of the year.
Okay.
They have a pre-final there, as it's called, and they have pre-finals in other large championships. It's kind of an odd tradition within karting.
And it generally decides what the final 2 rows of the grid.
No, this is not. No, this is the pre-finals. Effectively, is the final, and you run again and just reorder the grid slightly.
Oh,
yeah, I know. But this is a B final.
Yes.
This is a B final, which I'm sure they're B finals at stock car racing, that sort of thing.
Well, it's called a last chance race, basically. So yeah, you or last qualifier races, and normally it's the last few positions on a grid that are up for grabs.
Yeah, and that's
if
what
you
this
win.
Is. Yeah, it should be. Perhaps calling the last chance qualifier would give it a little bit too much excitement. So calling the B final perhaps calms everyone down. Lewis Gilbert there on the inside, and he'll be the first person to see Oblivion, but will he be the first person to come round the corner and see Fine Lady? It looks like he might be, actually, in that all-white bumper. Oh, it's all got... Oh, there's our camera all right. Oh, dear. That last little slap across the front of that car. I think everyone's okay. I think driver-wise everyone's fine, but I think there might be an issue of what happened to a couple of the mechanical parts. He's up, a bit of a ride up over the top of there, and that's unfortunately had some damage and a nose drop down. Well, 5 fell off and 2 got back on again while we were watching, so I'm not sure they're going to be as they get. They're just rolling at full speed, so they all got going again. One of the advantages, of course, of modern karting, by modern karting I mean the last 25 years, compared when Joe and I used to do it, is they've all got clutches. So if they spin off, you can just get them going again.
Okay.
If I span off, I have to restart it, and you get an old. I wasn't old at that point. A young man puffing very hard, trying to get these things rolled back on the track. Well, they're going through the yellow flag section. No overtaking through the first couple of corners, through the crook as well. But now you can overtake, and so he has, and that's the 21. It's Hazelwood, going back past Lewis Gilbert. So that's a change for Hazelwood from Gilbert. There's a battle now between Campbell, Lees and Jameson. Jameson's got the inside. They're thinking on the inside of Ashby, and they're going to turn into Parker now. The virtually all white car is in 5th, and that's Bertie Hodgson. So
Jameson, who was the earlier winner in Superheat 1, has now got himself into still 4th. Had a go at Cooper Campbell Lees, but that didn't quite pay off. The other car I wanted to mention is George Ralston in number 99. That was the one sitting at the first couple of corners for a while, and then it looked like got an extra clonk on the nose and a significant chunk of the bodywork went flying as a result. Still those yellow flags in place because of stranded
I think that
cars.
is the definition of insult to injury, to be honest. Things had already gone wrong, and there's a 5-second penalty and some damage.
Yeah. Well, it never rains, but it pours for some.
Up the inside, thinking it's the second time in a row that 19, the ex-kart of Jameson, has thought about getting up the inside of Cooper Campbell Lees, but it's not worked. So, dropping back a bit now, and still yellow flags into turn 1. So obviously taking a little longer to get one of the karts rescued from that initial kerfuffle. And lovely up the inside there, where there wasn't really. I think it may have got. Looking at the back of the picture, it may have gone wrong again actually, but we'll see whether it actually did work for Noah Clark.
That was Bertie Hodgson though in the 51 getting the place.
Oh, I thought it was Clark. Clark got the place.
51 got ahead. So Hodgson
you're
into
right.
4th.
Yes. Well, you're much better at this, aren't you? Do you want to play some music?
I'm getting better through the day, but I'll need to be helped out by some early 2000s record pretty soon. As Hazelwood continues to lead from...
it's Cotton Eye Joe.
From Lewis Gilbert. I'm trying to remember the other songs I played. There were others, but only about 4 of them. Heading for the 2 left-handers on the infield. And there's Bertie Hodgson. Oh, the reason for the yellow flags, about 3 karts then wedged in the tyre wall, but thankfully everyone's safely away from the scene.
Surprised they're not Battenberg that, actually.
Yeah, I suppose everyone knows that they're there now, and if it's no overtaking, then if you find your way towards the stranded karts, then that's your own fault, because you've had ample warning.
If the people aren't there, that's the point, isn't it? You're not going to hurt anybody.
And even the yellows have been taken in now.
Yeah, I think it's because realistically you're not going to fall off that part of the track outside of lap 1, really. Or rain, and neither of those things are happening right now.
Mark Nick's words there.
Yeah, well, Mystic Nick here, predicting a ridiculously odd accident. So this top 2 are broken away. That's a key point. Elijah Hazelwood with the X-Kart is ahead of the... I've noticed there's quite a few plain white noses we get at the end of the season. People who started the year with their beautiful sticker kits, and then something's gone slightly wrong, and they're, Dad, can I have a new nose? Yeah, but I'm not going to bother the sticker kit.
Leave that.
The interesting thing about these X-karts, they've got a really weird-looking colour scheme on the nose that makes it look like they've got drop-down noses when they haven't. So I'm just looking at the kart in 5th place, which is Jameson, the other one of the X-karts, black and white, and their side also, I've always got a drop-down penalty, and I looked to leave it, oh no, it hasn't. It's just the way it looks. It's just the dive-playing colours. So top 2 to Christmas.
The drop-down penalties, are they then assessed at the end of the race rather than...
5 seconds.
It's not marshals looking at them.
No. There's actually a man who checks them as they come into the pits at the end of the thing, and they go, right, it's dropped down, you've got a 5 second penalty.
Because the one issue of assessing it on the track live is that, as you say, it might look like it's dropped, and it actually hasn't. What about this scrap for 3rd, 4th and 5th then? It's Bertie Hodgson. Well, the nose is being used by Zach Mackay, and he'll get the place ahead of Hodgson. And maybe to benefit from this will be Isaac Jameson in number 19 as well. Jameson giving Hodgson a helping hand into the boot, and joining the party from behind is Noah Clark, hammering their way through the Nouvelle chicane. This might be for the lead, but it's not. It's for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th.
I'm pretty sure Hodgson didn't want to be at that angle coming through the chicane. It's quite interesting. I think it's one of the advantages of having a solid rear axle, actually, because you don't have such a differential wasting away the power as you go onto a single wheel, and as long as it's vaguely pointing in the right direction, you'll get some drive to put you back straight the way you want to go. You don't seem to lose too much time, despite being at 90 degrees of where you should be going. Round Ashby again, so this is 2nd, 3rd, 4th. This is where it kicked off last time. A little bit calmer round Parker this time.
Only marginally. But Jameson getting a good run then into that first of the left-handers. Chapman successfully done as well. Once more, Jameson having to get out of the throttle, I would suggest, because Bertie Hodgson's not quite as quick into the boot. Erratic lines once more, but terrific to watch. Hazelwood and Gilbert, that little bit more efficient through the chicane to end the lap. They're still only separated by 0.2 of a second, so totally together, but there's no change in the order for the lead of the race just yet.
Yeah, and the leaders are 3 seconds ahead, so they've really made hay while these three have been scrapping. They're staying a couple of tenths apart. There they are. Thank you, Frank. So I'm not sure whether this is the best Lewis Gilbert can do, is just hang on to Elijah Hazelwood, or possibly he's thinking about making a move. Now we have had the virtual 2-minute bell, but my feeling is, given how well Hazelwood has done in this championship throughout the season, the black and white machine, one of Matty Street's X-Karts, looks like it's going to be, I think, getting to the end of this one in the lead. But let's see what Lewis can do, because obviously, as I said again, this is the other interesting. There's two really big learning categories. Learning category 1 is the Bambinos. And then in category 2 is the Junior Primos, because it's a very big jump from Intermax to Junior Max, and that's why there is this class here. It's the halfway house. The karts are the same as the Junior Max. You're racing against your peers. This is where, again, there's a lot of learning as they learn about these much bigger, much faster machines. And you do see, again, that improvement through the year by certain guys who start towards the back and move forward. Some, like Hazelwood, start at the front and stay at the front.
Yeah, although he finished second earlier on because it was Isaac Jameson who won the race. And remember that Lewis Gilbert, although showing really good speed as he has done in this one, then dropped down late in the race to 7th position. So this is trying to pick up the points that he could have potentially won in Superheat 1. How much does he risk in taking the race lead from Elijah Hazelwood? He's got to get a little closer than this in order to attempt that as they head towards Ashby. And they are so far in front, 3 seconds clear of Zach Mackay and the rest.
They're going to get 2 more. I think they're going to cross the line in less than 20 seconds. There'll be 2 more in this one. You can see in the corner of the picture the dead cart corner, can't you, where they just piled them up against the wall there. They'll all get collected at the end of this race.
Like the Wall of Champions.
It's like the Wall of Champions. I've got a Wall of Champions story as well, but
Oh, not for now though.
Not for now. Sorry, all these great stories I could talk about me all day. As they go around, there's the next 3, but they're all getting a bit clear. Yes, now. Well, what Lewis is saying is, now I could get past Elijah, and I will get past Elijah. He has got a lap and 3/4. He's really made up that 2:10. He's looking up the inside. Now, is he going to try something through Ashby? Ashby tends to, I think, need an error by the person ahead. Otherwise, you're going to have to force very forcibly, i.e. to the detriment of what you may be allowed to do by these stewards to get past. But if you make a slight mistake in Ashby, it's really easy to pounce. But now, going down the main straight, not really, I think, an overtaking position in the faster karts, perhaps the slower ones. And I'm pretty sure there that Gilbert got a bit of oversteer he didn't want. Yeah,
that's just dropped him only about half a kart length back. But the 0.2 of a second gap at the start of the lap has become more like 0.4. So minor error, but that doubles the deficit to the race leader, Elijah Hazelwood. Zach Mackay over the line in the background, still ahead of Bertie Hodgson and Isaac Jameson. There's really not a lot between 3rd, 4th and 5th, but slightly more distant now. Noah Clark in the 6th placed, number 44. Out of Ashby, this is the final tour for Superheat 2 of the Rotax Junior Primos. And Hazelwood's just got enough of a gap now, I think, to measure this race to the finish, despite Lewis Gilbert's best efforts.
Yeah, it's a really good performance by Hazelwood. In fact, to Gilbert as well, he's tried what he can. I think Hazelwood had a little bit in reserve the whole time. This is your champion-elect. I think this is probably going to make it. Again, we know the only way Hazelwood can lose this is by doing something ridiculously silly and get himself kicked out. But he's going to try and win the last round as well. Gilbert came across second. Zach Mackay picked up 3rd. Last lap change. Jameson got Hodgson on the last lap. Noah Clark came in on 6th. It's Ronnie Legg who was 7th. Oscar Sherrick was 8th. Pierce Whitehead was 9th. It's Luke Wells, Harry Yord. Elijah Hartley also did a last lap pass of Sam Yeadon. Then Thomas Ambler, George Ralston, Josh Whittaker, Ashton Brown, Charlie Thompson, Jasper Oakes, and your 20th finisher is going to be Lucas Olofsson. And you can see at the bottom of that a number who didn't finish because they ended up in the wall. A soft wall, so it was all right.
Well,
I'll tell you my Wall of Champions story now.
Oh, cool, yes, please.
So the Wall of Champions, we all know, is at Montreal, and was called because there was one year, and I think it was 97, it might be 98, when No, it must be 98 because Jack Villeneuve was already world champion. So Jack Villeneuve, Damon Hill hit it. I was about to say, well, I'm allowed to say on radio. And it was also hit by Michael Schumacher.
Yes.
And so Michael Schumacher hit the wall during the race and was not very happy. And I was sent to interview him live. So
was this your first year of working in Formula
about
1?
third year in Formula 1.
Right.
So I'm down there and we're with the camera crew. And they go, right, okay, he's coming. So I walk up to him. He's got that stony face that only Schumacher can do. And I go, Michael, what happened? Because what else are you going to say? And he goes, he looks at me, looks at me like I am worse than the thing you find at the bottom of your shoe. Goes, have you no respect for a human? And then walks past.
What?
And I went, okay. And I said, obviously very upset.
Back to you in the studio.
Never say that. But yeah, so it was absolutely. To be honest though, that's a much better. If he'd said to me, "Oh yeah, I've lost it," that's not a story, is it?
You wouldn't have remembered
because
it,
I got totally Michael Schumacher. And it was brilliant.
Awesome. And you also made that same gentleman cry, didn't you?
I did in Monza in 2000. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah. He cried after a question I asked. I didn't poke him in the eye or anything.
No. But
slap him one.
You provoked the tears.
Michael, you've equalled Ayrton Senna's record of how many races it was. Is that important to you?
Oh.
Funniest thing about that whole thing is
100%.
it's on YouTube. The funniest thing is the reaction of his brother, who was third and was looking, what the bloody hell are you doing? It's brilliant. The whole thing was hilarious. The whole story is very funny, though. I haven't got time to say it now. I must tell you at some point.
I thought you were going to say, I must write a book about all of this.
My wife says I should write a book. I haven't got enough stories to write, but I could write a novella, perhaps.
A novella chicane.
Oh, very good. Oh, someone's working well today.
I've woken up now. How long can we be on air? 3 hours? That's about right.
There we are. Yeah,
that's normally a shift for me.
I remember the first times we worked together. I think we did Nurbo 24 from John's house.
Yes.
And you were sleeping in the next room to the studio, and you overslept every single time and never came on board for your shift because you were in bed. Literally 2 yards away.
People that know me well will go, quelle surprise.
Someone had to go and get you. You turn up, literally, having just grabbed your trousers on, and 97% asleep.
Hair all over the place. And
you
just
go,
what have I got to do now?
In fairness to you, within 5 minutes you're up and running and better than any of us. But it wasn't like once. It was like 3 times you missed your shift.
It wasn't until the end of the race until somebody pointed out to me that a part of the wall of the studio actually had a timetable on it. That was the crucial bit of information I was missing.
Yes,
oh well.
Yes, hey ho. Right, Intermax is who's next up, and here's the grid. It's Luke Millward on pole. Logan Rolfe had a disaster in the first heat. He spun off and he's against his major champion challenge, who was Jensen Searle, starts and he also had a terrible race as well. So both of them have given themselves real problems. It was Larry Price who came through, wasn't it? I think to score well in the Intermax, and he's put himself absolutely in play for the overall championship. Akina Gigion, he is starting 4th. It's Quinlan and Barton on row 3. Sale, as I mentioned, starting 7th. Ronnie Smart. Leo Livings is 9th, and Eddie Duncan's 10th. Lewis Herbertson is 11th, and then it's Noah Clare, Charlie Quinn, Drew Davidson, Jensen Walker, Cameron Tipping. Rudra Golkalath is in 17th, and it's Jamie Walsh, Deus Hull, Jaden Patel Scott, who is a fantastic lad, one of our favourite ever interviews, brilliant guy, is in 20th. And then 21st, Finney Thompson, 22nd, Noah Jebson, 23rd is Harrison Thorndike, and 24th is Annika Hurd. Was I right about the last one?
Luke Millward won it. Is that what you said?
Yeah, but Larry Price is the one who's in with a chance of the championship.
As far as the championship rivals were concerned, Larry Price was second, and therefore a big points
swing.
Winner,
because
over.
Obviously the amount of points that Logan lost has meant it's putting him quite vulnerable to having to use his current drop score as a score he wants to use.
Yeah, Logan started the race second. He finished it in 17th place.
I mean, Larry Price has got 21 points to make up, but it is possible.
And the other unfortunate runner in the first superheat was Jensen Sale, who was desperate for points as well and didn't complete the final 2 laps. So retired on lap 10, finished 23rd.
I think Sale's championship chances have gone. I'm not saying certainly his podium chances are alive and well, but I don't think he can win the championship because I think he now has to drop this score, and he's behind on all rounds totals anyway. So I think that's the end of Sale's chances. I mean, I have been proven wrong, and there have been stewards' results, and things have been changed after the event.
True.
But it's
on the general balance of play, I would agree.
I think Price has got a chance. I really do. But it's Rolfe now. we spoke to him earlier. He came in here for a chat, didn't he, earlier? And he said, I'm just going to try and finish second in all the heats. Well, he can't do now. He's got to win them. And he needs to win these, and he needs to... the win is not so much to increase his overall chance of scoring, so I think this will be his drop round. The win is to stop other people getting those points.
Okay, yeah. And often winning a championship, or at least performing well in a championship, is about making sure that you can lock other people out of the crucial points positions. This again a super heat, so over 8 minutes plus a lap, and Logan Rolfe having to just forget what happened earlier on, trying to stay ahead of Luke Millward, Aquila Nane Giannone, and Oliver Barton. I was still in Italian mode there when I got to 165.
Olivier. Hey. So the TB kart, they're the green and white ones. That's they're very popular in the continent. It's just not a great name for a kart in the UK, I don't think, the TB kart, especially when the engine starts coughing.
Yes.
I've used that joke on every, and you're the first person to vaguely laugh, so thank you for that.
That's all right. You should have pre-warned me, and I would have given it a big old hearty chuckle.
Fine.
I'm sure you can laugh about those things anyway.
You can now.
You can now. Enough water under the bridge.
And we can cure people, so it's fine. So Rolfe now trying to have a long conversation. It doesn't surprise me Rolfe's trying to have a conversation with Luke Millward, because he's a very chatty young man.
Yes, as we found earlier
Here we go. Millward now in the lines. This one looks absolutely fine. They eased out, but I think the acceleration line's not a problem. And into the lead, I think has gone Rolfe. It's hard to tell, actually. There's a bit of wideness there as they go through Fair Lady, and it's not. It's the TB kart that's leading. Rolfe's down in third.
Larry Price
ahead. Price, I think, dark horse Price for this championship. I think it's going to be hard, but I'm looking forward to trying to get the scores at lunchtime.
So Price finished second earlier on. He's second at the moment, behind Luke Millward and ahead of Logan Rolfe. And remember, it went very wrong for Rolfe in the opening stanza, the opening race, but a chance to redress the balance now, and running in third position. He can measure his pace for a first few laps in this versus Larry Price. Doesn't want to waste too much time. The problem for Logan Rolfe was, I think he got a bit impatient and thought, I can get these two in one move.
Yeah.
And it was never really on into the boot. Spun at that left-hander and then spent the rest of the race recovering. So has to be mindful of that.
Yeah, it was a risky move, and then he paid the ultimate price because he ended up facing the wrong way on the first lap. And the one time not to have an accident, if there is a time,
he
another
has
one
done the
again.
same thing.
But he's not so bad this time. I think he may have even got away with not having a drop down. But let's watch that one again. So what happened there is he's coming down to try and get hold of Price.
Got a good run through Inkermans.
That's. I don't know. Price seems to be moving out. I don't know. But did Price realise how close he was? Because I think that there's no real reason why why Rolfe would have moved into him.
No.
So Rolfe's going to drop down. This is not turning out to be a great day for Logan, to be honest. He's dropped down to 7th, I think. Yep. Behind Smart, Livings, Quinlan, Giannone. Price has stayed in 2nd. And Rolfe now already is in the background there, trying to move up to 6th. So he's on the move again, up to 6th, there he is. But in that really weird laid-back style he has. He looks like he's in a Parker Knoll recliner from 1974. And just about to watch Terry and June. But he's just lounging back in the seat.
There are elements of Thunderbirds, though, as well.
That's brilliant.
Sort of lazy
nature. You're right, yes. He's but he's leaning right back. He's gained 2 positions already. He's just, I think,
shifting forward in the seat.
Kind of think slightly there might be a bit of red mist here for the young man, to be honest. He's absolutely tearing up the track at the moment, and he's not bothered about anything. So he's managed to make 2 places. Now there's a gap between Quinlan ahead of him, that 171 with the yellow helmet, and Rolfe on this comeback. Unsurprisingly, fastest lap of the race so far by about 2/10 from the leader, though actually he's only a tiny bit faster than the guy immediately ahead of him. He did go past 2 people. So Rolfe, I say, with that remarkable laid-back style, the laid-back style has been working right up until today. Today it's gone wrong on 2 occasions. But that accident, Johnny, was weird, and I think it was possibly Price not realising he was there and moving out to just slightly change his line into Ashby's.
To be honest, when cars are battling into Ashby, we haven't got the perfect angle, so it's very difficult to work out where they were in relation. But it was a strange place for Larry Price to have changed his line. If he was trying to defend, he was doing it too late. But on the other hand, Logan Rolfe might have been trying to charge down the inside a little too early. But if there's a decision to be made, thankfully it's not ours.
No.
But Logan Rolfe now ahead of this second pack and running in 5th position. The problem is he's got a long way to make up on George Quinlan, even to get to 4th position.
Also, unfortunately for him, and fortunately for George was 2/10 faster last time around.
Right, yeah.
So George sitting at the back of a train of 4, Logan trying to lead an individual attack across that gap. Going through Parker's now. He's got a bit of company with him, which I think is Oliver Barton and Livings as well, and Jensen Walker. But the top 4, Price now, I think, sitting there. If someone tells him, if he knows where Rolf is, he's probably thinking, I'd like to settle for second, but I actually do need the extra couple of points for winning.
Well, none of them are the fastest kart on the track at the moment. That's actually Jensen Walker, who's at the back of the pack of this second quartet. That now changes, though, because George Quinlan's the quickest. Unsurprising that if you're 4th in the train, then you are able to get the fastest lap because of that triple toe. Now stepping out for a potential overtake was the former fastest kart, and that is Jensen Walker now to the outside line, and in Inkermans he gets it done, but there was some contact in the process.
Living's got eased out through the exit of Christmas there, but I think that's just karting. I don't think there's going to be much of an issue with that one. And Walker moves up a position. Rolf isn't making the progress on these guys, the top 4, which is where it's kind of happening now, as you should do. The 171 of George Quinlan looking particularly kind of, I won't use the word perky, it's not really a word used for a kart, is it? It's the word purposeful, that's what I'll use instead.
That's better.
Going through this particular last few laps. He's now just coming up on the back of Achille Giannone, but they have just gapped themselves very slightly, haven't they? It's about half a second in between that battle between Millwood and Price and Giannone and Quinlan. Then there's, unfortunately for Rolf's championship, there's a 1.6 second gap between him and the 4th place man. So you can just about get them all in one frame, but the battles are there. 1 and 2, 3 and 4, and the first 2. Is Price getting a bit aggressive? Is Quinlan getting a bit aggressive? There's Price
is.
Right on the tail now.
Yeah, Quinlan looking to prize the opening on Achille Nane Giannone. So that's the battle for 3rd and 4th, but just outside of where these two sit. Long look over the shoulder for Larry Price. He can afford to do that coming out of the pit bend as he follows Luke Millward's every move. But surely that will now give him the shot in the arm he needs. He knows that those two are a long way distant and they're battling amongst themselves as Quinlan, hard move there for the run into Christmas, but wasn't the chance to overtake, but that was a meaningful attack. Realising, I think, that the top 2 with 1 minute and 50 seconds still to go are up the road and potentially gone unless he can clear Giannone in the next few corners. That's much easier said than done. Yeah,
it's been a good lap for Millwood as well, or perhaps a less good one for Price, because suddenly there's a bit more of a gap and some free air between the two of them just ahead of this shot here. Millwood leading the race. This is the 3rd place man we've got on camera at the moment with the sort of rhubarb and custard sweet flavoured coloured kart. Rolf now trying to get a bit closer, and he has gained a little bit on those. It's all spreading out towards the end rather than condensing, which is a bit of a surprise. Top 4, then 5, and that is Rolf, who's again not had the greatest of days so far. Price will be gaining points on him again. Whether it's enough points, that's going down to a piece of pen and paper. Denton Sale is just nowhere in this one. I don't know what's gone wrong. Well, he's got some more karting position problems, but he's down in 12th. So he's gone backwards in this one too. So Sale's suffering really badly with something, which is not the right time to suffer it when you're going for a championship.
No, horrendous luck as now Logan Rolfe works his way through the boot, and we've got the rest of this lap and 2 more at the end of it for the race leaders. Luke Millward away in the distance and Larry Price. First to second is exactly a quarter of a second, 1.2, so about a second back now for Achille Giannone. That gap's coming down, I reckon.
Walker's got a penalty, so from 7th place he's got a 5-second penalty. I think that was probably for that move we saw into Livings earlier. So Walker has a penalty. That means he won't be 7th, he'll be 10th.
Yeah.
Top 2, fighting it out now. I think let's stick with the leaders at the moment for the last lap or so, because let's just see what's going on with them, because that's where it may happen one way or the other. TB Kart of Millwood. Millwood proudly in his Team GB, Team UK karting outfit. That's what he got when he attended the Rotax World Finals last year. The Rotax World Finals. All sorts of all the Rotax Championships around the world. You win certain events, you get a ticket to go there, and you all turn up and there's a kart engine all prepared for you, just sitting there. I think about 300 karts just made up and ready to go.
Wow.
There are some caveats which I will talk off camera about it, but you do get to represent your country, and Luke went there last year as, I want to say Minimax, as the reigning British Minimax champion. But at the moment, he's leading the last lap of Intermax, the final superheat of the championship for the TKC in 2025. He's got Price behind him. He's sitting there going, if I only could get those extra 2 points by getting past Luke. But Luke looking to put down a perfect weekend. And he's coming around the boot, to be honest, Johnny. I can't see it being stopped at the moment.
He's tried everything, hasn't he, Larry Price? Just sitting there, trying to create the pressure. But Luke Millward has soaked it all up. The arm is outstretched. And a little frustration maybe from Larry Price saying, I was right on you all the way around, but just not a crack appearing. And Luke Millward wins from Larry Price. Then the gap of about a second back to Achille Nane Giannone. And he had a really good fight with George Quinlan for third and fourth. Quinlan just missing out. Oliver Barton was fifth ahead of Logan Rolfe. Again, frustration for the young man in 1-3-2. Not quite as damaging. That either his error or it was Larry Price's problem, overly defending. But either way, the two of them got together heading for Ashby, and that heavily delayed Logan Rolfe. Sixth position for Logan. Jensen Walker remained the fastest kart out there despite the in-race penalty, the only kart to get a sub-49-second lap ahead of Eddie Duncan, Ronnie Smart and Leo Livings. And outside of the top 10, Jensen Sale, 11th. Scratching his head a little bit. I mean, he knew he had a problem, I think, from the earlier race, but that clearly hadn't been fully rectified. Noah Jepson, Lewis Herbertson, Charlie Quinn and Drew Davidson were the top 15 positions.
Just had some information from Joe, by the way.
Oh, yes. Live from the sunbed.
Pertinent to. He says, Luke Millward is the current British micro matchup, which I've said twice now. Obviously moved to Intermax because he had to, but I has pointed out the piece of information I haven't given you, he's also the purveyor of quality insulation tape as well.
Oh, is he really?
Well, he's got a little. He kind of does a little bit of consumable shop. If you go out to where the TKC tent is, he does a bit. He sells consumables, and for some reason, Joe keeps buying insulation tape. Which is why, you know how normally we didn't have enough electrical tape, and now we've got it coming out of our ears.
Yes,
it's because Joe keeps buying electrical tape off him.
Right. So Joe's got a need for electrical tape back at home.
Yeah.
Is he repairing his racing rig?
No, it just gets thrown into these boxes and we use it to tie the cables up with.
Got you. I'm just wondering whether, parts of his racing rig are starting to fall apart and he's repairing it. He used to be a mechanic as well, didn't he? So he's not doing favours for neighbours in repairing
Joe
cars.
does know what he's doing with that sort of stuff.
Well, he does.
Well, in fact, like any of us.
But times are tight for all of us.
Well, no, more important, we all know about that. We all know about mechanicking, but any car made since 2000, there's nothing you can do on it.
Well, that's true.
Because it's all
behind
electrics and panels and stuff.
Yeah.
I did a car show with my TR4A last week, first one ever done. Well, I opened up and thought, and it went, it's only got 2 fuses.
Okay.
What's this?
How's the rest of it work?
Senior Rotax. Okay, hang on a second. Right, very quickly, we have got the 2 laps to do this in, so hold on. Senior Rotax. Here we go, and you need to talk fast.
I will. Pearson Bullock Carter's on pole alongside Lucas Blanford, then Ross Tyler and Morgan Hudson-Brown on the second row, Mikey Walker and Elliot Dalton Ayres next, Oliver Liversedge and Liam Phillips ahead of Daniel Whitfield and Jamie Kirkbride. Ben Horner is in 10th alongside Noosh Safa Leathers, 12th and 13th being Michael Ambler and Archie Hogan ahead of Taylor England and Elliot Surtees. Then it's Ewan Hughes and Oscar Lambert, Kai Newman and Lilia Scatchard. Not Scratch Card, as Nick said earlier.
Stop saying that.
Harvey Wilson, Daniel Callahan, Jason Ducis and Johnny Lynch, and Braden Donoghue at the back.
Well done.
By the way, you've got position 0.
Yeah, right. We never point anything out.
Well, no, I'm pointing it out for your purposes.
I knew.
You've seen it. Fine. All I've done is draw attention to it for everybody else.
No, we've double drawn attention to it.
It didn't make any sense that I'd got down to the final cars.
Yeah,
and anyway, they're until the evens.
Fine.
You understand.
I know what's going on.
Lucas Blanford on the pole alongside Pearson Bullock Carter, and they will almost be shouting at one another perhaps on this rolling lap for a plan moving forward. Only a couple of heats still to go, couple of super heats to put it correctly, and then we're into more or less a lunch break on time. Can we say that with 2 more races to go?
I really wouldn't say it. I really
MDF
wouldn't. I really wouldn't.
As I do it. So Lucas Blanford with the marginal advantage. They miss out the Nouvelle chicane on this rolling lap, but that will allow Pearson Bullock Carter to effectively take the pole position, and that does appear to be a nice even getaway, although jinking out of line very early on in the piece was the 28, and they worked their way through Fine Lady and down towards Christmas Corner for the first time. And was that Morgan Hudson Brown who's got into the lead? I thought the number ended in a 9. We'll check on that.
Certainly all going crazy at the moment. No, it's 75. It's Pearson Bullock Carter who's leading. And he is leading from the 67 of Lucas Blanford. And they go round Chapman for the first time, down the back straight and coming in towards the boot. And there's a Blanford away. Oh, let's get going. And I'm not sure why him doing that's going to help, because I don't think the person can see him because he's looking the other way. But unless he's trying to indicate the cart behind him. But that will be revealed as again, there's several Jack's carts in a row. They're not 1, 2, 3 at last time. They're 1, 4 and 5. So it is Morgan Hudson Brown in third, Michael Walker in fourth, Ross Taylor in fifth, Liversedge in sixth, and then it's Liam Phillips in seventh. And they all get round Christmas relatively okay. I think there's a little bit of shuffling, but the top 4, I was going to say the top 5, but they've sort of broken. There's a kind of a ebb and flow of the gaps between the carts, but Blanford sitting where he wants to be, which is just behind the leader, Pearson Bullock Carter. I'm sure with the concept he could pounce at any moment.
Yeah, so the Scotsman's well placed to pick up any pieces that head his way, but equally he'll be pretty happy to pick up second place points in the second superheat of Sunday here at Whilton Mill, the final round of the Kart Championship for 2025. 3 races for all runners this weekend, and Pearson Bullock Carter will lead this time into Christmas Corner, but metaphorically pushed all the way by Lucas Blanford. Slight gap then back to Morgan Hudson Brown in third, ahead of Mikey Walker and Ross Tyler. Those 5 have a lot of company, whereas the gap then emerging between Ross Tyler and Oliver Liversedge, although he's made a break as well now, so the bigger gap's back to Liam Phillips in 7th, 8th and 9th right together, as Lucas Blanford chasing Pearson Bullock Carter. They're heading for the boot for the third time.
So Bullock Carter, this is his second. He's only done this one other round of the championship, and that was the PFY one a couple of months ago. He came 5th in the final. Obviously Blanford is the champion-elect of this Senior Max, the first full year of running for the Senior Max Championship within the Kart Championship. Third place is Morgan Hudson Brown, who's currently running second. So you've got first and second and third in the championship, and then an interloper who's leading in Pearson Bullock Carter. And then behind him you've got Walker and Tyler. So the other 2 Jack's runners. But this one relatively stable. No, I think it was a Jack swap there, wasn't it? I think there was a Taylor. I think Tyler got past Walker. I mean, I can't tell. It's the same car until the end of it. 22's ahead of 32 now. So yes, there has been a case where Tyler moves into 4th place. Can he bridge the gap towards Morgan Hudson Brown?
That's the question. Whether Tyler, they're sort of giving it the switch around. Sometimes in sports car racing as well. I remember Toyota with their, what they call these days, hypercars, doing that for a while. Sit in one order, and then if it doesn't work, then they'll switch them around to see if the second place driver can be a little bit quicker. So let's see what Ross Tyler can do now about the breakaway top 3. Pearson Bullock Carter from Lucas Blanford from Morgan Hudson Brown.
And the gap was 0.9 last time around between third and fourth. So let's just see how that changes one way or the other.
Again, the final car in a segment of the entry, though, is Morgan Hudson Brown, and being fastest because of that double toe from the top 2 cars. So if anything, that gap from third to fourth is extending. Bad news for Ross Tyler, who again has a teammate right with him in Liversedge, and also Mikey Walker. So Walker almost level pegging there through the exit of Christmas.
When he gave him a lap, he didn't get any closer, so he's going to just try and get past him again.
Yeah, fair enough.
You know, you're still 9/10 away, that's not good enough, mate. And another one of the team is it's now 3 Jackses in 4, 5 and 6. Oliver Liversedge joins them. I'll get a new pair of teeth in a minute. Mm-hmm. Top 3, back going round the boot again. And it's absolutely Blanford now, who's looking perhaps. I'm not sure what his incentive really is to get the lead, because he's obviously basically pretty much going to win the championship.
The other car streaming across the line, Elliot Dalton Ayres, Ben Horner, and there's about a second between those two for 7th and 8th. Daniel Whitfield 9th and Noosh Safa Leathers in 10th position. Close for 2nd and 3rd at Ashby Corner. Both running well out onto the curb, but everyone's been doing that all day, and that's the natural racing line. Fine in the dry, horrendous in the wet.
Yeah, don't do it in the wet.
No. And now to the inside, Morgan Hudson-Brown. Can he get down the inside of the boot? Just avoid it. Well, there might have been the merest bit of contact. If there was, they both rode it well. And now right over the middle of the curve goes Morgan Hudson-Brown. He's getting a bit frustrated, perhaps in 3rd position, knowing that his car is faster than Blanford's ahead.
Well, they lost half a second on their lead over that train of Jack's machines, the green and the white and the blues. So that's only a half second now between 3rd and 4th, Hudson-Brown and Tyler. Blanford probably saw Hudson-Brown to his left and thought, no, I'm not letting that one go through, and just took the corner. At that point, you kind of have to, if you're not over 100% past, you have to be actually ahead, not just alongside. You just have to back out of it, and that's what he did. Lost a bit of time and became the filling in a sandwich between Blanford and Tyler.
Hudson-Brown, I think, thought about doing that same manoeuvre again, but wait a lap or so and then catch Lucas Blanford when he's napping. He'll have 2, maybe 3 more opportunities to do that into the boot, but it's all about getting a good exit out of Chapman Corner and down the back straight. Nobody stopping Pearson Bullock Carter, way ahead now, almost 7/10 of a second of Lucas Blanford. Blanford far more focused on the whereabouts of Morgan Hudson-Brown at Ashby Corner now. Making a little bit of a breakaway from his fellow teammates is Ross Tyler, but actually in the process bringing Mikey Walker with him. So could we even have 5 for 2nd position? Here's Hudson-Brown down the inside. That's much more clinical.
Yeah, that was
excellent overtake.
Yeah, brilliant move there. I don't know how he managed to get that sort of extra drive off of Chapman, but at that point he went, right, I'm going to be so far alongside you, Lucas, you cannot run across me.
Yeah, so job done. Now he's got a minute plus an extra lap.
Found pace.
Just straight line speed, wasn't it?
Blanford went, no, all right, I would try and cut you off, but that would probably just involve both us being in a big tangled mess at the end of the corner. I think Blanford might have lost a little bit of pace by the looks of it. He's fallen immediately into the clutches of Ross Tyler in the 22, green and white. So possibly just one of those days where the tyre pressures aren't quite right. He's got it slightly wrong on setup, because he's dropping back, and as you rightly say earlier, the Pearson Bullock car has disappeared in his own little party, isn't he, up ahead?
Yeah, well, 2nd clear now, but I was interested to know whether Morgan Hudson-Brown might be able to reel him in. Now he's got clear line of sight. Quick look over the shoulder from Hudson, and clearly Blanford's still a concern for him. Ross Tyler and Mikey Walker involving themselves as well. Oliver Liversidge is more distant, so is anybody going to be able to eat into this gap for Pearson Bullock Carter of around about a second? This is still the penultimate lap, so lap and a half or so to go, and the change is likely for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th potentially as well in the hands of Mikey Walker. The quickest kart out there is Ross Tyler, still running in 4th. He's really closed that gap now to Lucas Blanford as they head for the boot. Penultimate time. Still going to be about a second, I reckon, for Pearson Bullock Carter.
Yeah, I don't think there's any danger that Pearson's going to be challenged for the lead in this one. In fact, in many ways, there's quite an equidistant gap between 2, 3, 4 and 5 as well. I mean, I'm sure you could give it a throw up the inside, which I think for a second there, Tyler maybe slightly thought about, but a little bit stretchy this one. Not quite as close as we would expect, but I suppose really at this point they're going, well, I'll get the points, it's the final next, and I'll do any damage there.
Yeah, best to be sensible in the superheats, as sensible as you can. It's all in context, I suppose. And again, Lucas Blanford, not the cleanest line through Chapman. We'll focus on the leader, quite rightly so, because Pearson Bullock Carter from about half distance absolutely bossed this 2nd superheat for the senior Rotax karts. Over the line in 2nd is Hudson-Brown, and Lucas Blanford pushed all the way by the teammates from the Jacks team. Ross Tyler finishing 4th and does get the fastest lap. A number of them broke the 46-second marker, but that was clearly the quickest for the Englishman, ahead of Mikey Walker and Oliver Liversidge. But it's Bullock Carter, Hudson-Brown and Lucas Blanford, who are finishing in the top 3 positions. Then a Jack's Motorsport benefit ahead of Elliot Dalton-Ayres, Ben Horner, Daniel Whitfield 9th, Michael Ambler in 10th. Then Oscar Lambert 11th, 12th position for Liam Phillips, Jamie Kirkbride and Archie Hogan 13th and 14th, and Noosh Safa Leathers made the top 15.
It's not raining, by the way.
That'll be to protect from a bit of warmth in the
I
day.
know, he's got a sun
parasol.
Sun parasol. So that's it's the last heat of the morning, and let's see who wants to take part in the cadet race. And the answer to that is these drivers.
These names.
So Riley Blake, Archie Cannon on pole, Riley Blakemore, and then Archie Loveridge. That's where the championship battle seems to be. Elliot Bourke is in 4th, and Ronnie Jones, Arthur Murfitt, Luke McGall, Ollie Knox, Dino Rowlands, Bradley Sutton, and they're the top 10. Mason Becker, Jack Wykes, Sawyer Henderson, and Shaylin Shirikithan, and Jerry Dufficy. That's the 15. Then 16 is Harry Search. Then it's Daniel Barton, Finley Thursfield, Oliver Ratton, and Ben Bowers. And then it's Jem Prakash, Ethan Pearson, Luke Jardine, Jason Fathers, Oakley Poulter, Sam Dixon, Matty Horspool, James Murfitt, Austin Dower, Reggie Dufficy, Seth Wright, Joshua Adati, Maximum Mikowski, and Arthur Barth. An absolutely full grid. There was no space. 34 is the maximum to have on a single grid. We have everything as a single grid here, apart from Junior Rotax, which is a double, which is why we have a B final.
Yeah, so fit to bursting. Is that determined by the track or the championship?
The championship. No, the championship decide how many empties they want. Well,
okay.
I think the 34 is a maximum. Sorry, I think that's the maximum. Is the sort
the track is licensed
championship
for.
And track maximum. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean that is going to be busy for 8 minutes.
But
for sure.
There are kind of elements where you can kind of move this around a little bit and have extra numbers here and there. But I think that you kind of decide where you think it's the best to be. I mean, for example, there's a 24-hour race on in this weekend up north. They've got 95 entries now beyond, but they're pro karts, so they're quite slow.
Okay.
And also, it's not MSA, so you can go on a different sort of set of rules. But yeah.
When you say up north, where specifically? Do you know?
Yeah, Teesside.
Okay. And is that a similar length track to Wilton Mill?
No, it's a very long. They use a long version of the Teesside track.
Right. So that helps as well.
I think it's almost 1.5 kilometres, which is obviously longer than you're allowed to have as a short track.
Okay. But good for a 24-hour race, I would imagine.
Well, yeah, and it's pro karts. They're not doing any speed. It's like rental. They've got some pro karts and got some what we would call rental karts. So nothing. I wouldn't think anything's even as fast as these cadets, which the 8-year-olds are driving, the 9-year-olds. But it's not about speed. It's about endurance, obviously. And we know because we get roped into so many 24-hour races.
Yeah, that's our want. No, not necessarily our want, but
I've only done three this year.
I did 3 24-hour races.
Yeah, because I didn't do Nürburgring. I'm not doing Barcelona. So you'll do 5. Did you do Daytona?
I did.
So you'll do 5 then.
Dubai, Daytona, Le Mans, Nürburgring,
and Barcelona.
I'm not at Barcelona.
Oh, you're not? I thought you were.
No, that clashes with a World Endurance Championship race in Japan. So I'm not going to Japan either. But
you do it remotely.
We'll be commentating on that race from another location.
Do it remotely with some sushi.
Yeah, there's an idea. And what's the alcoholic?
Sake.
Sake is the name
really
I was
nice.
chasing
Rice
for.
wine, it's lovely. I've been very heavily hungover on that.
Had sake.
Oh, I got so drunk on that.
Can you get it in the UK?
That's another story again, which I can't tell because the race is about to start. That was a great story. That was just fun.
All right.
There's a side story. There's a side story I could never tell on air, which is even funnier, but that didn't actually involve me. But
tell me that in the lunch break.
It involved cameramen, and anybody know what professional cameramen like? Not Ash. I mean professional old BBC cameramen are like. You'll know what I'm talking about. No,
heavy
this one was in
drinkers?
Japan. It's even worse.
Anyway, the revs are rising. Final race before the lunch break. It's the superheat second fair for the Honda Cadets.
Great start from the 14.
And one that didn't get away well was Riley Blakemore. As you say, really good start for Elliot Bourke, who thankfully saw that Riley didn't get away well.
That's
one
not
off on the
track
grass.
To the yellow cart there. No idea who that was.
Yeah.
But so I think everyone got, despite not being where he should have been, I think he rejoined safely, and so it's fine.
Where did Blakemore eventually feed in, having not got the best start? 5th position, I reckon.
I think you're right.
And that means that the race leader is Archie Cannon from pole position. Did get the good draw away. This is what I was saying earlier on about whether it was a launch or whether you could potentially hold yourself up.
That's the first time I've seen that go quite so badly wrong at the start. I mean, there's often a position swap, not a 5 positions, John.
Yeah, so Archie Loveridge in second. 3rd position is Elliot Bourke in the number 14. 4th place might be Ronnie Jones in the black race suit.
Now we've gone
Battenberg
flag. The flag to the Battenberg. I think we saw in the background there were some problems up towards Christmas.
Yeah.
I think it's just carts off the track rather than any issue with anyone. There they all go.
Can we work out from the lap times?
Well, 2 carts haven't come round to finish their first lap.
Yeah, but I was also intrigued as to who went wide at the first corner. It might have been one of those, of course. Or it could have been Luke Jardine, who lost 11 positions on one lap.
That would seem more likely. That was a position loser and then carrying on.
Yeah. So it took 1 minute and 7 seconds to complete that lap for Luke Jardine. And...
Not quite sure. This is the replay of a previous race.
It was a good. It was a great overtake.
Different race entirely. Thanks, Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. I've got a memory berry. There we go.
That one lined up for a long while. Just testing our memories out.
Someone's pressing the wrong buttons. I don't want to point out anyone particularly, but it's Paul. I like to point out when I do Paul, so I press all the wrong buttons as well.
Yeah. And I'm sure I would if I ever got this opportunity.
There's no point you pressing buttons. You just press some music, wouldn't you?
I would play.
Oh, they red flagged it.
It is red flagged, yes. Otherwise, we wouldn't have personnel.
See, we got almost to lunchtime.
Yeah. Saying we were well ahead of time, or pretty much on time, with only 2 races to go. What could possibly go wrong? Well, clearly something has happened at Christmas corner, and as I say, if that was, Luke Jardine running wide, he managed to get back onto the track. The time looks like it's going to be reset back to the 8 minutes, so it's not going to be a shortened race at this stage. We do have a little bit of time in hand, and the correct order will need to be determined as well before we send them around to, I'm guessing, another clutch start. So it'll be a full restart because of this red flag.
The 2 minutes in, not sure.
Okay.
There may be a rolling restart from this position here. They've got 3 options. They've got a regrid, they've got a rolling restart.
And a single file, therefore, would it be?
Unfortunately, we do have for the first time today, we do have an ambulance on track, unfortunately. So that's what's going on. Treating one of the drivers. You rightly said up towards Christmas has been a little bit of an issue. Hopefully, often the drivers just feel a bit winded or just it soon passes, but they're up there at the moment. My guess is, because we're 2.5 minutes in, though, they probably called the red flag about 30 seconds prior to that. They probably won't regrid. They probably, if they want to get restarted, I think they'll roll them down. Oh, there's the driver walking in the background. Obviously hurt his arm slightly, unfortunately.
Well, that's one of the drivers. Do we know it's only one?
Oh, there's more than one. It's okay. So it's coming together. So
I'm entirely guessing.
No. We have another. Obviously, we're not showing it, but we have another shot.
All right.
Looking at what's going on with the ambulance, just to give us an idea of timing and everything.
Yep. So you reckon maybe a slight reshuffle of the order, because it'll have to be done on the previous racing lap completed, but at the moment
they've got about 3 options. They can reset, as you said, the whole thing. They can reshuffle with a rolling start, or just roll them from this position. It's kind of the choice. Now, I'm not overly sure, because it's an MSA, whether all 3 of those are open to them. What's called an IKR, which is like NKC or Super 1, you have more flexibility, because you have a little bit more, I suppose you'd say, you make the rules up to suit the situation rather than having to follow a very precise rule book, which obviously you need to do when you're in an MSA. And there's nothing wrong with following a precise rule book, because that's how you actually organise meetings in a certain way. So I see Dan Ashton's out there, and the man's walking out with a piece of paper which makes it they're going to reorder. So I reckon they're going to reorder to, as you say, either the end of the last lap or the end of the... Well, they've done one lap officially. So it would have to be
one racing lap, yes.
In which case, I think they'll regrid. Kid looks like it's good news as far as the child who got injured or was being looked after up at the Christmas corner. So he's now up and standing and walking around. That could be... He's probably feeling shaken up. You get punted, you do feel shaken up. They're sending out the rescue trolleys to get the carts. So that's all good news. Everything moving forward reasonably well.
And still the time remaining in the race sits on our screen, so that at the moment suggests just 5 minutes and 25 seconds, but it could change.
Kids getting out. Does
yes.
this mean they're going to rearrange? Are they going to have a chat with them? Or are they going to rearrange the grid?
Well, clearly easier to move karts into position when they don't have drivers in them. So a chance then to just step out of the concentration zone. You don't want to go too far.
I think the debate is whether they're going to re-grid or whether they're going to just pick up from going.
Yes.
And having only done one full racing lap.
Yes, because the red flag came out partway around the second lap.
Good news is Joe Bradley's listening.
Good.
And he said the MSA haven't existed for years. It's the MS UK. So me calling the Motorsports Association, which is where I remember back from my day, with Dave Richards in charge, the MSA. Oh, it's lovely in those days. And now it's the MS UK with Dave Richards in charge.
Is he still in charge?
I don't know. I like Dave Richards.
I didn't say I didn't like him. I just wasn't sure he was still in charge.
Do you know what I like about the only thing I like about Dave Richards is he must know, and I can see why he is so successful, because he knows millions of people, really important people, and grunts like me, but he makes you all feel as valuable as everyone else.
Yes.
And that is an incredible skill, and why he is a master politician, because I know he knows I'm nothing, but he's always lovely. And he remembers my name. He's like, how can you remember my name? It's ridiculous. I must be like one of 3,000 people you know in motorsport.
He is a David, though, remember?
I know,
as well.
I know. You're very careful about that, yes.
Calling him Dave Richards. The executive of MS UK is actually Hugh Chambers, but I don't know whether... Was David Richards the chief executive?
Dave was involved with the FIA, wasn't he, in some way?
Yes.
Oh, they're re-gridding by the looks of it.
Okay.
But yeah, David was... I think, obviously, I got to know David quite well because he was working... When I was in F1, he was it Benetton? He was sort of team principling with Flavio, which sounds like a poison chalice. I think he was involved with Renault or Benetton those days. So
David Richards apparently still is the chairman of the MS UK.
MS UK, yeah.
And the president is Prince Michael of Kent.
Obviously.
Of course.
Who must be getting on a bit now.
Agreed, yes.
Do you remember that? You probably don't remember this, but back in the 70s, Princess Michael of Kent, who was I think a German by birth, sort of German mini royal from one of their various families. She was a real cause célèbre in the tabloids. She used to go out and have a drink or something. Like they'd do, oh, Princess Michael of Kent, or she's letting the side down. And you think, yeah, because since then, going out for a drink is quite tame, really, isn't it?
In relation to some of the other stories we've heard.
Exactly,
yeah, I would agree. Mm-hmm.
But yes, that's how. So Prince Michael of Kent, and there's the Duke of Kent. I know none of them live in Kent because I was from Kent. I go, this is our own Prince and Prince. I was like, our own Prince. No, it's an area. They don't live there. They haven't got a house there.
It's a title, isn't it? But you'd like to think they visited at least once a year.
Well, yeah, they
ground themselves.
Just getting on a ferry.
Yeah, yes.
I'm not sure if Princess Michael of Kent uses a ferry. Well, the train didn't exist then.
Not in those days.
No, he's so old. There were no trains. There were no trains. it was coach travel.
Just fields.
We go to a rutted barn.
And the occasional ferry across the water.
Ferry?
Once a month.
It wasn't a ferry. It was one of those coracles.
It's a pedalo.
Pedalers advanced. You got pedal power. We had to do it with a stick.
No, only a stick.
We'd occasionally tie several gulls to this boat and let them pull us along. And I'll stop there.
We didn't have much material in hand, did we, for prior to the lunch break? We thought we were going to be away and clear. And, yes, I didn't touch enough wood ahead of saying that we were well in advance of time. Well, the next race is due to start, I think, about 1:30.
Is it? Is that the post-lunch break 1:30, is it?
Yes.
Oh, I can still get half an hour then.
1:25.
Well, they'll lose 10 minutes or 15 minutes. It's not a problem.
1:25, and then the next race, which is the Mighty Bambinos after the Junior Rotax, due to start at 1:40. That's right, isn't it? 15-minute intervals. Yeah. Okay. So the next. Oh yeah,
is it B final first?
It's the Junior Rotax repechage.
Yeah, so that's only 8 minutes, whereas the finals are 12 minutes, so they start making the gaps a bit bigger.
Okay. So a 20-minute gap, for the Mighty Bambino final. 1:40 scheduled start. Ahead of Micromax and their final. So it's finals throughout then, isn't it, after that one-off repechage?
There's a question about this one. They have decided to re-grid. My second question is, are they actually going to run the full 8 minutes, or are they going to run a 6-minute version?
Well, that's the thing. I keep glancing at the clock, which still says 5.5 minutes there or thereabouts. More comments from Joe?
Just sorry to be that person, but I'm having lunch.
Of course he is. From the sunbed.
Yeah, he's having lunch.
Yeah.
He's stopped drinking rum and coke and just lounging on the sunbed, and he's decided to listen and heckle. He's heckling from 1,500 miles away.
Mm-hmm. Welcome, Joe. I hope you've got it on a big screen so all the pool
he's
could
got
watch.
It on his phone.
That's no good. Bluetooth it to a bigger device. This is good. Get everyone involved in the party.
Well, it's the only. Yeah, Paul likes our big screen. We're in the where we are actually in Whilton Village, in the briefing room for some of the corporate karting. And they've got, what, a 50-inch screen, would you say that is?
At least, yeah.
And luckily, because we managed to find a link to it, we've now got our monitor screen on a 50-inch screen. It's great. The only problem is that Paul starts watching the racing and forgetting to cut the camera. So I apologise sometimes when you've just got a whip pan from Frank, because Paul's just gone, oh, this is really exciting. I've done that, by the way. I sat there doing that too. I was sat there going, oh, this is really exciting. I'm listening to Paul and listening to Joe and Henry going, oh, this is great. I'm really enjoying this. Oh, no. I've sat there watching it going, change the shot. Oh, it's me. I changed the shot.
I'm in control of that.
It's an all-professional crew we got here, by the way.
Well, I'll take all of that as a huge compliment that you're just enjoying our coverage and forgetting your role within it, Paul.
Yes. I'm enjoying our coverage. Right, so
could you get a different editor?
They've turned it off, so because this is cadets, and obviously the cadets still have their still looked after by their mechanics, fathers, mothers, everything else. So they'll get them the pull start. 'Cause it's not on a button. So they'll start the engine on the pull starts. Get the adults to do that. I assume they're going to roll round for a lap and a half. Now the only question is whether they'll restart for 6 minutes or restart for the whole 8, because that is within their remit. Decide what to do. Good news that no one's badly hurt, which is the only thing that really matters, to be honest, about any motor racing meetings. Everyone has fun and no one gets hurt.
Quite right too.
If you manage to damage a car and it costs you lots of money, that's one of those things.
It's kind of the nature of the beast, isn't it? But the last thing we want is bodies that are broken bodies at the end of the day. The
biggest oxymoron in the world is the title cheap motorsport.
Yes.
But then again, if you've got a reliant Robin, it's not that much, I suppose.
It's difficult to find them these days. I was impressed with the count last night at Northampton Shaleway.
I know. You were so impressed you played music rather than actually commentating on it.
Oh, I did. Because, I couldn't speak. I was shocked by it all.
They were upside down so often. We had Cotton Eye Joe 14 times.
If in doubt, play a record. And ideally one that hasn't been heard already in the evening.
It was quite. That was the dawning as it dawned on Ash and I about your limited playlist. It took a while because we enjoyed it. We heard.
Are you just using one CD?
But there were a couple of songs you didn't play again. Because I remember you played a couple. You played a Blur song which I quite like, Beetlebum, and then you didn't play it again.
I think I did.
No, went out once. I'd have known because I was singing along to it.
Okay. Maybe you were having the argument about a lack of lemonade, even though you'd been given lemonade and another drink.
That's a brilliant story.
Maybe the staff member clearly didn't understand that half of a shandy is lemonade.
The staff member didn't understand her job, which was to be a bar person.
Yeah.
I walked up to the bar. I said, "Can I have a pint of bitter shandy?" She said, "Which one's the bitter?" And she had like 4 taps in front of her. Which one's the bitter? It's like, you're the bar staff.
Yeah. I had that experience as well in the northeast when I was working at Croft last weekend, and the local hotel we were staying in, she didn't understand the difference between filtered and unfiltered Italian beer. I said, we've got unfiltered Moretti. Can I have one? Well, no, I don't know what that is. It's on the front of the tap. Surely you've been given some basic training.
I think this is the point. The answer is no.
Yeah. I'll forget it. I'll just pour it myself.
What you have then? I'll have a lager. I'll give me a Carlsberg.
I'll have a bitter. Which one's the bitter?
Which one's the bitter? At that point, I should have realised it was an issue. Which one's the bitter? There is a second half of that story, which we may or may not. This is 4 stories we haven't got to so far.
Still 5 minutes and 26 seconds on the clock.
Are they going to pick up? It's hard to
tell.
tell.
I have 8 minutes on my screen.
They've reset. They have gone for a complete reset. Okay.
Yeah. So it's a grid from the original minus a few. And away we go.
Is that better start for Blake Moore this time? He's got away with it. He got the wall.
Yes.
Well,
much better.
He may have lost 15 minutes of his lunch break, but he doesn't care. He's straight off in the lead rather than being in 5th.
And Archie Cannon got away from the other side of the grid pretty well too, although, having said that, I can't actually see the S plate. So
I think it's 4th.
Okay, and the mixture. But it is definitely Blakemore that leads.
No, it's not, is he? You're
fifth
right.
Place. Fifth place for the S. So he'd started on the front row, or should have done, unless there was a redraft of the grid, of course, which we weren't privy to. But Riley Blakemore leads through the left-hander, and on towards the back straight they go for the first of this full race, a full restart. And Blakemore and Archie Loveridge, that old tussle. It feels like we're spending much of the morning talking about another chapter.
And both of them will be talking to us in a few minutes in the break on our paddock show. But Loveridge needs to get past Blakemore because he needs to get back the points he lost, inverted commas, in the first heat by finishing behind him. He's now looking behind. It's Bork and Jones. Jones up the inside. Jones had a super run in the first heat, up to the point where he didn't. He was running well up at the front, and then he had an instant over it's the black of the Dakar, by the way, in third place. He had an instant over the Nouvelle chicane, which kind of unsettled him, and then he just lost it off the side of the track about 3 corners later. A fine example of just every now and again your brain explodes.
Terrific dive down the inside at Ashby for Archie Cannon to now get ahead of, who was that, Elliot Bork, I reckon. So here are the leaders, Blakemore and Loveridge. Ronnie Jones now running in third on the O-plate. Then Archie Cannon, who muscled his way by Elliot Bork at Ashby. And through the Nouvelle chicane they go for the second time. Stranded carts left, right and centre, but everyone's aware of where they are now. They can be recovered in the lunch break as Blakemore becomes the fastest kart on the racetrack and leads by 15 hundredths of a second.
It's now a train of 5, generously, perhaps 7. But it's really about the top 2 at this point. It's whether Blakemore can hold off Loveridge or vice versa. Elliot Bork isn't out of this championship, by the way, by any means. Running down in 5th. He didn't give himself the greatest chances earlier, but he's just... it's going to be really difficult to work out who's where without... If someone doesn't give me a complete update points list, we're going to be guessing in the final. And then going, what we'll do is we'll award it to somebody and then just, up the inside, brilliant move there. Completely surprised. Blakemore, Loveridge got the inside and doing that, trying to get back in the space again, drops to third, so Jones is not quite sure what Blakemore did wrong there.
I think he might lose a few more yet, Blakemore, although he picked up the speed pretty well. So Blakemore, they caught the curb, and then very last minute indeed for 73, Loveridge up the inside. It was just that unsettled nature of Riley Blakemore's 68 as he caught the curb into the boot itself. And Archie Loveridge, talk about an opportunistic manoeuvre. He might have been rehearsing that one in his mind during the lengthy red flag, to try and assess precisely where his kart was quicker. Job done, and a great overtake it was. Now Ronnie Jones slotting into second as well as Riley Blakemore picked up the pieces. Yeah,
this is bad news for Blakemore, of course. Now, much as the first heat was bad news for Loveridge, because Blakemore now is 2 positions and 3 points behind his arch rival, and it's bad enough getting spooked out of the position at the boot without it then happening also with Jones going through. And going through Oblivion. And they're going to turn around the corner before they go up through Fair Lady, which I didn't even know was called that until about 10 minutes today.
Fine Lady.
Fine Lady. Well, I like Fair Lady. That's the name.
My Fair Lady.
My Fair Lady. Of course, the Nissan Fair Lady. It was a sports car in the 70s.
There was a lead change
I didn't know all that, but you distracted me with musical talk.
Yeah,
so Ronnie Jones took the lead. Very classic overtake into Christmas. What he has done, he's given us now a 7-kart train.
Terrific. And the Open champion, British Open champion then, who has not had a happy day to this point. I remember him, did he have contact or spin on his own?
No, he fell off. He fell off he had an accident on the... or got himself very, very heavily out of line during the chicane, and then he fell off about 4 corners later.
Yes, okay.
And dropped way down.
But this is a real chance for Ronnie Jones to shine now. He'll lead a lap for the first time today. And Archie Loveridge in his wheel tracks looking for a way by, but having also to be very mindful of Riley Blakemore, who'll be wanting to repay that brilliant overtake. Let's hope in a clean manoeuvre as well, but he's got to work out the best place to do it. Ashby may be it, as now there is the O-plate karts from a completely different angle, which is a great one to watch, mind you. Ronnie Jones through Ashby. Good exit speed out of the hairpin. And no, I like it. So Dan,
I just wonder why it took us this time to lose it.
Okay, back straight. Race leaders completely together. We've got 5 for the race lead, Nick.
Yeah, Jones, he's ninth in the championship. He's not in the contention for, I think, even the podium. Obviously, but winning an individual meeting is what everyone wants to do as well. It's excellent news for Blakemore that Loveridge is behind Jones, as a penalty goes out to the 12 card. I don't think he's involved in the top end of this particular battle. But it's now 5. It was 7. It's now 5. But Blakemore still really needs to get past Loveridge to give himself every chance of picking up that gap and moving into the lead of the championship prior to the final, which I still think is where everything's going to be decided. As they come into Ashby, this is the back view of Ashby, the corner. You can see the massive runoff before they now accelerate back and go into the second part of the corner. There is a to Parker and into Chapman's there. There's the infield nature of Whilton Mill. So the 5 of them together, and I think there's less than 2 minutes to go. So you think, well, go and do something, guys. What are you going to do? But they're all kind of thinking, I think. Blakemore might think one position behind Loveridge is not the end of the world. Loveridge might think one position ahead of Blakemore isn't the end of the world either. And Ronnie's thinking, I want to win!
None of them want to show their cards too early because they've got quite a bit to lose. If Loveridge tries an overtake on Ronnie Jones and it goes wrong, he could lose 3 places in one fell swoop. So doesn't want to give it away too early. Really good point you made there, actually. We've seen this quite a lot, haven't we? A failed overtake is a real disaster because you can end up, you say, dropping back 2 places. Rather than just not becoming second or not becoming first, you end up being 4th. Also, but you don't want to expose yourself to a very good behind, people going wide at Ashby behind, but it's still those 5 together and they're still in the same order. They've got 3 laps to go, so they've got still plenty of time to sort it all out. And up the inside, Loveridge now, is he going to have the bravery to sweep round the boot? He certainly looked like he was going to, but had to ease back out a little bit. That's given Blakemore a little bit of pace. He saw him thinking, is there going to be a gap? But it wasn't quite wide enough there. It wasn't quite that Loveridge moved away. Now, in a year and a half ago, when we didn't have the chicane there, that would have continued on. Yes. But they have to go back into single final through the chicane and then think about what they're going to do next as they come up towards Christmas for what's going to be anti-penultimate time. Ronnie Jones through Oblivion and then Crook, and he's not quite as quick as he may have been had he taken the more traditional racing line. So Loveridge now looking to just lever him away from that leading position. It's 5 karts totally together, pouring their way out of Inkermans and darting down the inside for an attempted overtake. Elliot Bork. Well, Elliot started this lap in 4th position, still 4th, but he was 5th, and he was briefly 4th ahead of Archie Cannon, but they're still in the same order. Yeah, no, interestingly, I think that whole movement spooked Blakemore, because he's dropped a couple of lengths off. I think he was worried that Cannon was going to come through at the same time. Now, I would say Jones is not quite as quick as the others at this point. I mean, I know he's losing out on slipstream, but they're able to sit on his tail. There are 2 laps to go. Or rather, no, they're on the last lap. Right, they hit the last lap. Yeah, so there's the last lap. Someone's got to do something, you kind of feel, and it may well be... Look how defensive Jones is going. It's completely wrong part of the track, but then all the karts follow him because they need the slipstream. Apart from Elliot Borg, who thought, well, if you're going to go on that side of the track, I'll go on the left to try and benefit. Again, Jones having to be massively defensive into Ashby. By the way, Luke McGaw lost a hatful of places on the penultimate lap, slips all the way back to 13th from something like 6th or 7th, but concentrating on this leading quartet because Ronnie Jones is under huge pressure from both 2nd and 3rd. 4th a little more distant now, Archie Cannon. They've all got ideas of how to do the boot. Last ditch manoeuvre, not quite, because we've still got the pit bend still to go and the chicane, and Ronnie Jones forces his way down the inside. Are they both going to spin? Here comes Riley Blakemore, surely to win it. 68 gets the win. Terrific stuff. He read the situation perfectly at the head of the order, and Riley Blakemore from 3rd to the win. Loveridge is livid. He's absolutely livid. He's come 4th. He's come 4th, and this is the whole thing. It went horribly. I think we got some of it. It was so long we won't have all of it. We've got the initial... It just gets leaned off the track, and that's it. And they're both of them going, they're scrapping. And look up the inside, and also the momentum which the S-plate of Archie Cannon had took him past Loveridge. Well, that's a way to end the morning, and that is fantastic news for Riley Blakemore fans and a nightmare for Archie Loveridge fans. And of course, Riley Blakemore fans and Archie Loveridge fans are going to be very happy now because you're both featured on the Paddock Show. There you go. Perfect trailer for the interviews that you managed to cram in during yesterday's Paddock Show. God, wasn't I lucky? Very well, Nick. That was a fantastic race again. I think I'm going to have to try and find out where this puts everything on points so far. I'm not sure if I can. But that is our lunch break. We're going to have the Paddock Show. I assume they were due back at 25 past. My feeling is they're probably going to come back at 25 to, I think.
But we'll get that confirmed because once we finish running this, we'll put the thing up when he came back. So it's like a half-hour break now for lunch for the marshals and everybody else. But you could get to enjoy the glory of me without Joe trying really, really hard to be nice to everybody. And miserably fail, no. Okay. Paddock show, break, finals. Well, hello and welcome to the final round of the Kart Championship here from sunny and lovely Whilton Mill. My name's Nick Damon and you've probably seen me walking down this road many, many times, but of course the person you really want to see is the man who goes round the paddock. It's Joe Bradley. Oh. Well, obviously it's not Joe Bradley. It must be Henry Baudet. No. Okay. Johnny Palmer? David Is it? What, it's me? I have to go around the pits. I have to do the paddock walk myself. I have to talk to everyone. Me? Ah! Jensen Sell in a big battle for the Intermax Championship. How are you approaching this weekend?
Just trying to beat my competitors and thinking about the championship like silly moves. You've got to be very smart and use your head.
I mean, it's interesting you say that because that's what some of the people we've been talking say, no, it's just another race, but you are actually thinking about where you are in relation to your competitors rather than to everybody.
Yeah, it's very hard to know when to overtake and all that, but sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
You've raced against these guys all year. Now, do you now know what they're going to do? Do you know, this driver will do this driver will do that?
Not really, because every track's different and they always change at different tracks, so not really.
Do you like Whilton Mill? Is Whilton Mill one of your favourites?
Yeah, I love the new sector with the curb. I love hitting curbs. I like that.
You like trying to damage your ribs. Is that what you feel? You've got to you like the pain.
Yeah.
It's interesting you say that. I mean, because we talked about with the other drivers about the tracks they like. I mean, do you feel you have an advantage in these slower sections then?
I think I'm quite good in the slower sections, but I always try my best in the slower bits. It's the fast bits all down to the engines, and so that the straight isn't really my part. It's just the corners.
So when you're looking to get past someone, how often can you actually make the move with your speed, and how often do you need them to make a small mistake?
Sometimes you can just get a good run better than the opponent. It doesn't mean they need a bad run. It's just if you get a good one, then it's quite easier because then you can pull out and go down the inside. So as soon as you're alongside, you're there, so they can't really defend it unless if they try and keep it round the outside, but it's quite often that if you're there, you're there. And
when you go past someone, is it like yes, or is it like nope, head down, carry on?
Keep going.
So we've asked a couple of drivers, you're currently a couple of points behind, but have you imagined winning? Have you envisaged the win of the championship?
You don't think about it until you do it.
Yeah.
So if I haven't thought about winning, but if I do, then I'll react how I feel. So.
Wish you the best of luck. Thanks, Jensen.
Thank you.
Logan Rolfe, who is leading Intermax on this big championship showdown weekend. How are you approaching this weekend, Logan?
Honestly, I have no words. I'm so scared at the minute because if I lose it, I'm going to be gutted.
You've worked so hard. I mean, you're starting there thinking about the negatives, don't you? Think about the positive when you win it.
Yeah. All I wanted to do, I walked past the podium 2 years ago with my dad in Bambino. I'm like, Dad, I'll never get on that podium. Now I'm going to probably win it.
So how are you approaching the races? Are you just looking at points, or are you looking at your nearest competitors?
Well, Luke Millward, he was P2 in quali, and there's just no battling in the heats because then I can't afford to drop down and then lose points and then lose probably a place or two in the championship. So yeah.
Everyone has a drop round. Is your drop round a good drop round, or is it like a round you've really got to get rid of?
I don't really know. I think it's Shennington, but I don't know.
So we would see your team and your dad and your managers and everyone else talking about what to do. Are you coming back and talking about the kart or talking about the point situation each time?
Well, we're making a decision if we need to do a heat tomorrow, both heats tomorrow or not. We could miss out on a superheat or not.
And why would you miss out on the superheat?
Because the point advantage to try and save
Try and save what, tyres or an engine or?
Well, yeah, tyres and engine, to be fair.
But then, of course, you'd start the final a bit further back, wouldn't you?
Well, if I win today or come second again, we'll just see the points gap to tonight or tomorrow morning, probably when we're having a barbecue tonight.
That sounds right.
But, yeah, and see if we can do the heat again tomorrow or both.
It's a lot of pressure, but you are enjoying it, aren't you?
Yes.
And this will be the biggest achievement of your life?
Yeah, and also I'm currently leading 2-1, so I can be double champion.
Well, that's even better, isn't it? Not being win two. Logan, thanks, mate.
Yep, there'll be a lot of partying going on.
Now, we've spoken to a lot of people who are in championship battles, but actually someone who's actually already won the championship, an unfortunately truncated championship. The Coma C50 ran 3 or 4 rounds, and unfortunately there weren't the numbers. But this is the winner. This is Hendrik Verlaat. Congratulations on being the Coma champion. How do you feel?
I feel very happy.
And I suppose you're a bit disappointed that there weren't any more rounds when you were doing so well.
Yeah, I kept on winning the rounds, but and then at Shenny, it's because it's a top-end track and pushing track. I just lost the back of the train, and then the top two just pulled away, but they started battling last lap, and then I just caught back up, and then I just overtook Cole Parrish to take the second place.
So do you remember? It's interesting how you remember. Do you remember all your races? Like, can you remember all your races because you can learn from them?
So I just won like every single round except from Shenny, but yeah. So that's like just it. Like all the rounds from this championship, I've just won them except from Shenny.
Well, congratulations on the championship. Now you're trying it this weekend. You're having a go with the electric Bambinos. How different is that? How different is an electric Bambino from a Coma Bambino?
There's more power. It's also a lot different when you come off the throttle. It just like feels like you're braking, and also off the starts they're just a lot more different. And you don't need to rev them up in electric. In Comas you do, because you need to get some temp.
I always wondered why you did that. It must be where you sat on the road revving and Dads were holding the carts for you. So you've tried both. So would you say you prefer the Comas, or do you think now you're going to get used to the Mighties?
And I think I'm going to prefer the Comas.
Mm-hmm. So what are your hopes for this weekend now you're trying the Mighties? Obviously there's a couple of guys who've been here all year and they're very fast. Do you think you can catch them, or are you just looking for a mid-table result?
I just think that I can just like probably win this one. I just think so.
That's great. If you think you win it, you might well win it. Congratulations, champion. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Well, we're going to take a quick break from talking to championship protagonists and champions to talk to the man who puts the championship on. It's Darren Beavers. Darren, we've reached the final round of the 2025 series. How do you feel 2025's gone?
It's gone quick, I think. I mean, August already. Started quite early though, didn't we? End of March. But yeah, it's gone quick, but it's gone well. I think it's gone really well. I mean, this is round 6. A lot of championships on the line still. Be interesting to watch how the weekend pans out. But no, it's gone really well numbers wise. We've been 180 plus. I think we peaked at 224 at PFI, which was great. Always expected at PFI to be your best round, but no, it's really good. Kept people coming back, which is the main thing. Obviously, karting's quite a difficult game to keep everybody like happy, but to keep 180 plus coming back round after round, and to finish here at Whilton Mill with 195, 196, yeah, couldn't have really got any better.
Now, I know it's always a big ambition for yours to have a round at PFI. I mean, we weren't there, but let's gloss over that. Was it everything you expected it to be?
Yeah, I think it was everything and more, really. Obviously, I'm quite lucky in the respect that my main race director, Dan Ashton, who's worked for me for a number of years, he is heavily involved with PFI anyway. So, he just made sure everything went smoothly, which it was always going to, because they're a fantastic circuit and they've got a fantastic team there. But Dan just went that extra mile to make sure PFI went really, really well, and it was fantastic. And obviously we move into winter, we start engaging those conversations again and try and get it on the calendar again next year.
So you kind of usurp my next question. Is that when is it now you start thinking about next year, or have you been thinking about next year for several months?
No, I don't. I can't start thinking about it too early. I normally get to around this sort of time and start working on the calendar for next year. I mean, yeah, I've been talking to tracks for probably the last 3 or 4 weeks, since sort of July time. Start penciling in a couple of dates here and a couple of dates there with the venues. I don't like to set anything in stone early because obviously to be successful, your calendar's got to be right and your dates have got to fall right with what the teams do and what the other drivers do, and a lot of them commit to other championships as well. So yeah, I start getting provisionally ready around this sort of time, and then once I've got European dates and once I've got British dates, I can then set my calendar in stone. Usually mid to late October is when I can finally say this is what we're doing.
Now, during the course of this season, of course, we saw the sad end of Como Bambino, but we've seen the growth in the other classes. Are you expecting it to be the same classes next year, or are you looking to add new classes?
So, real shame to see the demise of the Como C50. I mean, that's that's the class I started with. 2011 is where it all started with Como. Yes, since the Mighty Electric came out, the Como numbers have dwindled, and we've struggled to get a grid together for these last couple of rounds. So I think it's fair to say next year there won't be any Como Bambino British Championship title in Motorsport UK racing. I think the class may continue in other championships, but I think it's fair to say we likely won't be running Como next year. That does free up a slot for a new class. What that class will be yet, if any, we're not sure. Obviously the Mighty Bambino is in with us and it's growing all the time. I know MSUK are in talks with them about potentially bringing in a Mighty Cadet. Whether that happens for next year is too early to say. I don't know. If it did, then yes, we would accommodate it for sure, because we want that stepping stone for our electric Bambinos to stay with us and step into electric Cadet. If the electric Bambino doesn't happen next year, then we don't really need to add another class. We are thriving in the juniors. We're always doubled up with juniors. The senior grid, this is our first year running senior grid, as you know, and it's growing all the time. And
yeah, so I was going to ask you about seniors. I mean, it started slow, but it really seems to have caught on towards the end of the season. Why do you think that is?
I think the main reason for it is our last couple of rounds have fallen well. So our round at Rowra last month fell a week before the UKC Championship. And this round here now, we fall a fortnight before the British Championship. So I think a lot of the seniors are coming to test with us as a round before their British Championship round. However, it's great to see that, because that's new customers coming in. And actually the amount of those customers who've just jumped in, who have come to me at the end of the weekend or come to me halfway through the weekend and said, we've had a fantastic time. We didn't realise your championship's this good. Mm-hmm. We'll see you next year for the full season. So those people jumping in here and there as a practice, shall we say, are telling me they're committing to next year. So, I mean, I feel like we've had a fantastic year numbers-wise this year. If I can get the calendar right next year, we might be even bigger.
Well, that's it. I mean, a difficult question to have, but there is, I suppose, a limit, isn't there? There's a limit to the numbers you can have at particular tracks.
Yeah, for sure. There's always a sort of limit. I'm one of them people, I don't just take. I will cap it at a certain amount. I mean, for me, 200 is enough. You can go 240, 250 if you really want, but then you start becoming lots of issues, particularly with like the infrastructure and parking. The tracks here in the UK aren't massive like they are over Europe, so we don't want people parked on top of each other and squabbling over pit bays. So for me, 200 is the sort of limit. We may take a few more than that, but I'm not greedy. I'll be happy with 200 every round,
Nice problem to have.
Yeah, exactly.
Darren, thanks very much, and well done on 2025. We'll see you on 26.
Lovely, thank you. Cheers.
One of the closest championships this weekend is the Honda Cadet. Archie Loveridge in a real battle with Riley Blakemore. Here's Archie. Archie, do you feel the pressure of a championship deciding meeting?
Yeah.
So, how have you approached this differently?
Just need to stay calm. Just stay calm, yeah.
So you get out, you have the practices. You've been here before. Is Whilton the track you like?
Yes, my top 3 best.
What are the other two?
PFI and Raura.
Ah, so the last 3 rounds of the championship have been your favourite tracks. That must have helped your momentum.
Yeah.
So what is it about these tracks that you like? Why do you like those 3 tracks more?
PFI is just nice to drive, and Raura is just technical, and Whilton's nice to drive as well.
And do you think the track's better since they put the chicane in, or do you think it's made a lot of problems?
It's about the same, to be fair.
So you turn up now. You've got these races. You've got one focus, which is your Riley. How do you approach the races? How do you go forward? What are you thinking? Is it just all about your competitor, or are you thinking something else?
Just treat it like a normal race, not thinking about the championship.
When you're in the kart, can you be completely focused, or does your mind wander a bit and you start thinking about the championship, start thinking about points, or are you just thinking about that race?
Thinking about that race.
Is that something you've learned to do, or something you've always been able to do?
Something I've learned to do.
And who's taught you? How have you learnt the mental side of karting?
My dad's helped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How has he helped?
Just told me what to do, and Paul.
I've noticed a lot, but when dads tell people what to do, they don't always do it. So, do you find it easy working with your dad? Is it fun working with him?
Yeah.
What's the best bit about it?
Telling him what to do.
So, this is Saturday. You've had a qualifying. You're about to go heats. How has it been going so far?
All the practices have been bad, but qualifying went good.
Why were the practices bad?
So the engine's playing up and stuff like that.
So have you changed engines, or are you stuck with the same one?
We changed it.
And that's the winner, is it?
That's not one I've normally used, but it's a different.
Well, best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the other half of the intense cadet battle for the championship is Riley Blakemore. Riley, we've spoken to Archie. He seems very calm. How are you feeling going into this deciding round?
I feel calm as well. I think it's very close, so it's just no matter who comes first and who comes second and third in this.
We've had 5 rounds of the championship. What's been your highlight of the series so far?
I'd probably say it might be here.
Really? Why's that?
I just have a good feeling. Yeah.
Now, a lot of people said they really enjoyed going to PFI. Was that a track you enjoyed?
Yeah, it's fun. It's fast. So a lot of close racing there. I enjoy it a lot.
Now, the cadet class, it's very close. It's been established. What do you think it is that makes you and your team stand out against the others?
I'm not in a team, but I'd probably say that this chassis is fast and it's good controlling and that.
So obviously this is a deciding round. How did you prepare for a round? How did you prepare to take on this event?
Well, I practice on the sim and that. I mentally prepare. I start eating a bit more just so then I can get ready and not be as tired.
So you've done the whole thing. You've done it body, mind, and practice. So do you do a lot of laps on the sim for all the tracks?
It's just like 12 minutes.
And how? I mean, it's quite hard. How realistic, you say, is the sim? What do you learn from the sim you don't learn perhaps from being here on the Friday practicing?
What you can learn is consistency, and what you can't learn is I'd probably say racing skills like overtaking, because you're going against AI.
Yeah, and they always cheat, the AI. So you talk about racing your competitors. You've only really got one competitor this weekend, haven't you? It's only about you and Archie. Does that change the way you feel about the races?
I mean, I don't think it's just me and Archie Lutridge. I think it's me, Archie Lutridge, and Archie Cannon and Elliot Bork. We're all very close in the championship.
And so, if you do take the championship, have you visualised in your mind becoming the champion? Have you wished it to happen? Willed it to happen?
Well, if you don't think you're going to win, then you've already lost.
Can't argue with that. I think you might win if you think that way. Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
Stop, you fucker. You bastard. Well, that was a lovely lunch, wasn't it?
Yes. I couldn't answer because I was still digesting some of it. But yeah, cracking.
Right, so we got the repechage, and those are half the carts there. Top 4 bump up. Often with the repechage, the grid will say one thing, and then the actual people who take part is something different because some people have kind of gone home having had a bad day at this point.
Understandable.
I'm still trying to work out the points for various championships because I actually did find most of the points, which is quite exciting.
But you're having to make... Oh, you're actually not
in
noting
your
them down.
In your notepad.
That's a very valuable notepad, that is, because...
Is it?
Well, because Johnny Palmer's done scribbles within it. You could probably sell that at the
Has
end
it got
of the year.
has it got like a disco duck sort of thing on it?
It's got a playlist from last night which reads Cotton Eye Joe, Cotton Eye Joe, then that one from Blur everyone's forgotten, and Cotton Eye Joe.
Right, so that's interesting. I'm just doing these things now. Okay.
Right, so the only non-final of the afternoon's racing now is the repechage.
I like to call it a B final.
For the junior Rotax, but this, the very nature of, or definition of the word repechage is that those that haven't qualified yet get one more opportunity to get in.
There's supposed to be 10, of which 4 will qualify, because I think they're going to do 2 laps. I think we can just have a look at the names there. Archie Doherty, Ellis Dealey, Hayagiva Golkanath, Max Wheatley, Max Downthwaite, Zach Waddell, Tyler Richardson, Adam Giuditis, Claire Waddell, Matt Skeeterix, and Harry Hadley. I'm not sure how many of those 10 have taken the actual... 11 of them have. That's good news. So 11 of the 10 have taken part. That means there's going to be another shuffling around. Some of these things get shuffled around after it starts. Top 4 bump up, so the most important positions are 4th and 5th. The winner is lovely for them, but it's not very important to us. If that makes sense. So it's quite simple, this one. We just follow who are in the top 4.
Yes, but 5th place isn't good enough, is it?
No, 5th place, go home.
You just go home. 4th and 5th are the important ones.
Pack up your troubles in your old kit bag.
So there's like a bubble, which we talk about in qualifying, I suppose, for Formula One these days. Q1, Q2, Q3, and if you're outside of a set number of places, you do not progress any further into this weekend. So got to be top 4. It's an 8-minute race plus a lap. And on the front row, to the right of your shot is Ellis Dealey. To the left is Archie Doherty. It'll be Dealey officially on the pole position with the ideal run into the Oblivion corner. Does he get there first? Yes, just about. And the rest of them get through. But remember, all about finishing in those top 4 positions. If Dealey can make a break, he won't have to worry about where he is because he's going to comfortably win this race. But it's all very well talking about that for the opening few corners. We all know that in the latter stages of an 8-minute race, the top few can find one another again. 2-1-2 looking like into second. That's Max Wheatley, I reckon, with a very good start Beginning on the outside of the second row and up to second to challenge our race leader.
Yeah, what you'll find is there's people in this heat who shouldn't be in it. They've had a rotten day, they've had a breakdown, something's gone wrong, and they're actually a little bit too quick to be here. I think I'm not seeing any standout names. Normally there's like a standout name. What the earth is that person doing there? This time it shows probably some middle field. You can see by the field spread already. Dealey a long way ahead from Wheatley, long ahead from Doherty and Highgriever, Max and Zach, and they're all kind of going back down. But it's that battle there, third and fourth at the moment, which is Highgriever, Golkanath and Archie Doherty. Golkanath in the green and the white. Now they're both currently bumping up, and it's down to Max Douthwaite in the white cart just behind them, white and green cart with little red tips on the rear of the cart. He has to catch up. He's in fifth, and he has caught up. So as has sixth place, 2-2-4, I think that is, which is Max Gretovich, who's actually got up from seventh. So we now have 4 carts fighting for 2 places.
Yeah, because you can almost discount the Welshman Ellis Dealey, who leads comfortably, 0.4 of a second at the start of the lap. It's going to be considerably more than that as they all ride the Newville chicane quite violently in some cases. And Highgriever, as you say, up to third position now, ahead of Archie Doherty in 2.51, and then those carts that aren't going to make it into the main final. Max Douthwaite, the first of those, but it's only 0.2 of a second separating fourth and fifth. So that is by no means done, especially with still 3/4 of the race to go, plus the extra lap.
Yeah, Doherty in the black and white X card, he's under increasing pressure from the 2:30 Max Douthwaite, though Max Gretovich, in fairness, he's kind of pressurising that card himself. I kind of think it might be Max's better idea to actually let them start annoying the fourth place man rather than annoying the... I know to get to fourth you have to get to fifth first, but in getting to fourth gets away. There's no point. I think does that make sense? It made sense in my head when I said it.
Just about. I get your train of thought at least. You cannot allow the gaps to grow too wildly, particularly to the place you're ultimately trying to reach. 3 together at Christmas corner.
Live comment here. Teddy.
Oh, big off there to the left, and
he's back.
Backing on again. Free
carpet, free grass cutting services there. That was Max Douthwaite, wasn't it? So Douthwaite.
That out. Yeah, 2:30 indeed. So Douthwaite doing battle.
Oh no, that looked like a throttle. That looked like a throttle stuck open to me.
Well, I think no, he was tangled up with Gretovich.
He was pinged, did he? Okay, he seemed to gain speed as he was pinged. Perhaps he's braking. Oh dear, that was a bit too far. Well, Archie Doherty a bit too far. Live comment from Teddy Higgs round the outside for Heatley. Well done, big man. I think that was in the first lap. And P1 says, hello from Portugal. I'm passionate about the sport, so congratulations to you guys in the UK. Great championship, amazing. That's very sweet of you.
Some good kart tracks in Portugal.
There certainly are.
Not least at Portimao, in fact, where I know some big world events happen. Slipping down the inside there at Ashby, 2.84 or 2.54 was that, Chloe Waddell? A bit too far away from the top 4 at this stage. 2.84, also though having a good race. Adam Duodatis, and there is the 2.24 car of Max Gretovich. Now it was Max Gretovich who got hooked up, I thought, with Douthwaite, resulting in a high speed off on the approach to Ashby. Thankfully Douthwaite didn't hit any of the circuit furniture. The wall is sufficiently far away from there, so there is a bit of recovery area, and came back on via the grass tracking route. But Douthwaite down in 9th position. Ellis Dealey leading by just under 0.4 of a second over Max Wheatley. Might not be that the lead is entirely decided yet, but they don't want to disrupt that too much. Much better to finish in a formation, because first and second is more than enough. Max Gretovich now, though, benefiting perhaps from the incident with Max Douthwaite. Up to 4th position.
But he's got a problem in the fastest man in the field is Adam Duodatis, who's the green and white cart right behind him. So Duodatis officially on the Lithuanian flag, running at... interesting, Max just took that fast lap off in that last lap. So these two are the fastest carts on the track, the red and the white just going under the camera now, and the green and white, and they are battling that final bump up with 2 minutes and 57 seconds to go. Top 3, Dealey, Wheatley and Golkanath are away, really. So it's down to these two to squabble about who gets to race again in about an hour and a half's time.
Yeah, so 4th and 5th. Are they going to finish in that order? 2 minutes and 40 seconds plus a lap to decide who will make the main race for the Junior Rotax this afternoon. and they are nose to tail still. Once more, though, Duodatis maybe not wanting to give too much away. A little bit wide there on the exit of the pit bend for Max Greatrex, so that wasn't the quickest run over the start-finish line, and a small amount of ground made up. What was that? 0.06 of a second. Duodatis quicker than Max Greatrex, who still has the fastest lap to his name. Chloe Waddell's got ahead of Max Douthwaite on that lap.
It's not gone well for Douthwaite as he fell off the track. So
no, it hasn't.
I'm sure probably his head's got a little bit at that point when you know you can't bump up, and it's all down to what you probably feel is, as you say, a bit of contact that wasn't your fault. So these two battling round for this final attempt to carry on with the day, or have to pack up the car in the back of the van and go home. No real move at the moment from Duodatis. I thought he would have really kind of pushed it home. This isn't really where you want to wait and do. You want to just get it done in your hand. You've got that pace. But it's interesting that after he put that fastest lap in, almost immediately we saw another fastest lap from in response from Matt Greatrex. So they both got very similar pace. You know, theoretically, Adam Duodatis has the advantage of the toe, but it's not really very advantageous at the moment.
They're both quicker than Hayagriva Golkulnat, so is there a chance that things will spice up for third and fourth and fifth positions?
This and two more, so
maybe a bit too far away, therefore.
It's an outside chance, but this and three more. I think it's this and two more there.
Golkulnat will be feeling the heat to a certain extent, but he'll be loving the fact that now they're battling amongst themselves, as Duodatis had a little think about a move into the boot on that occasion. Stays in the wheel tracks of Greatrex for the time being, but the line out of the pit bend is better for the Lithuanian, I would say. Once more ground made up. We're only talking 0.03 of a second, but incremental steps for Duodatis. 39 seconds to go, so you reckon we'll get to the end of this lap and potentially have two more?
I think two more, yeah. I think they're just running at the right sort of pace to get those extra laps in. The way it works, of course, is it's when the leader goes across the line, if it's not 8 minutes, you carry on going. The first time you go across the line after 8 minutes, it is then one more lap, and up the inside you go. Beautiful move, and then it's over and under. Yes. And he's lost more time in doing it.
Oh, no. So Duodatis had been working out that was his best opportunity into Chapman. Terrific overtake, but then carried too much mid-corner speed. Couldn't get it slowed enough. Had to get off the throttle briefly, and that put Greatrex back in front again.
Yeah, the mistake.
Drive off the corner.
He just got the oversteer, and he was connecting. The way that actually works is if you get in tight and you effectively do a block pass, that's the way you can do it.
Greatrex almost dropping a rear left wheel onto the grass there, which would not have been helpful. So they worked their way through, still in fourth and fifth places. Max Wheatley leading by, well, less time now. In fact, it's Max Wheatley, isn't it, that leads the race. So he's got ahead of Ellis Dealey. We're not concentrating on the overall leader because it's all about who gets through into the final. But that happened on the previous lap. Wheatley now ahead of Ellis Dealey.
So he's gained himself a side of the grid. He's not even gave himself a yard, but he's now on the faster, or what the normally more preferable side of the grid.
But towards the rear of it for the A final. So minimal opportunity to benefit from that, but they're also a clear line of sight.
Rather important news.
Have you got important news about?
Max Greatrex has got a 5-second penalty.
Oh, that is huge.
So he did touch Max Douthwaite.
Yeah.
So it means that actually Adam doesn't need to go past him at all.
No.
It's 5 seconds. That's going to drop Max out of the final. There must have been a judge that he was responsible for that, for Douthwaite going off, as you called it correctly. I thought he just spooked himself off, but you're right, there was contact, Johnny.
Yeah, well, it just nerfed the rear. We're on the final lap. Max Wheatley is going to win it by 0.1 of a second there or thereabouts. Yes, 2-1-2 across the line. And although Max Greatrex is ahead in fourth position on the road, you incorporate that 5-second penalty, and that will put him behind Adam Duodatis and should put the Lithuanian flag driver into the A final later on today. 12 laps, that's possibly the longest race we've had today. They've all mainly been 10 or 11, but great action to elongate that as much as we could, even though it was exactly the same length as the others at 8 minutes plus a lap. But yeah, that 5-second penalty hasn't been reflected on the timing screen just yet, but presumably will be adjusted very shortly.
They'll be adjusted 3.
And Duodatis into the final, we reckon.
Yeah, so he's all... So now that was our last setting the grid race. It's now finals all the way, and we start off with the Might E Bambino final. Still trying to get the result. I haven't got the result of 100 cadets, which is slightly annoying. I'll have to work it out myself. So we go for the Might E Bambino final. Let me just give you a chance to look at the grid for that. It'll be another 12-minuter. And here we go. So it's the big news about the Might E situation is despite showing in 12th position, Felix Tandy isn't able to take part in the race, and despite the fact he was leading the championship and probably going to win the championship. Unfortunately, due to a complete freak paddock accident yesterday, he's not quite well enough to take part, which is very disappointing for Felix and his family, and we wish him all the best for a speedy recovery. That means that we have Arthur Rhodes on pole position, and barring a disaster for Arthur, which we don't wish on anybody, obviously, he will, I think, I've just got the right driver, he will be the champion, I think that's pretty sure. So just checking this overall. So Heath Smith will be the champion, barring a disaster. Arthur, despite a very strong day today, is still going to end up second overall. It's then Logan Edwards next to him, Luca Pede and Hendricks Fallat on the second row. Heath Smith, the champion-elect now, and Jack Harper, third row. Arthur Thompson, Elliot Hitch, fourth row. Teddy Smith, Oakley Howlett, fifth row. Henry Wass on his own in the sixth row. Then Nico Mahan and Callie Tennant, Jules Nash and Oliver Yap, Frank Pearson and Cooper Galloway, and Aidan Castleman and George Algar are at the back. So it's 12 minutes of Might E action coming up. And there they are, just running to the grid.
Moving forwards, if I ever end up on the championship finale round in the future, I could probably put together a spreadsheet where we can tot up the various tables. I know you're doing a good job there, but you've got to do the drop scores and everything. Is that easily done?
It's kind of like in my mind now.
Okay.
To be honest, there's only three championships where it's really close.
Yeah.
And so I've done the points for the three championships where it's really close.
And you're on top of things, are you? You're not necessarily giving me that impression.
I am on two of the classes, but the third class, I haven't had the information I need yet.
You haven't had the result through. Is that because it's still
obviously
being reviewed?
There is still an issue, obviously, somewhere.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, as long as we can mean that or label you as blameless,
it's the last
which is
race.
A rare treat.
It's the last race of the day, so they've got plenty of time for them to decide what they want to do with it.
She'll be read. So Arthur Rhodes, Luca Pede, together with Logan Edwards, have been the star drivers. Hendricks Fallat not that far away either through the course of the mighty Bambinos. And
Fallat, of course, is our Bambino Coma champion. So the petrol and the two-stroke.
So ran in comas this year until they didn't run anymore.
Won the first 3 rounds and they couldn't get an entry.
Yeah.
Was it maybe run the first 4 rounds and they couldn't get an entry after that? So they it got stopped. They couldn't get. Some of those Coma guys have moved over to Bambino, because all you have to do is change the engine for a motor and a battery. You don't have to buy a new chassis. It's the same chassis, same tyres, same everything else. There's a lot of whizzing. 59 Kart wants to be in every single position of the track there, doesn't he, at the moment?
Yeah, having a good go at it. But away we go then. 12 minutes plus a lap for the final for the mighty Bambinos. Great sight they make heading through the kink at Fine Lady and then onto the brakes for the first time at Christmas Corner. And it's been a good start from Arthur Rhodes, who leads the way. Luca Pede in second position.
It's Edwards in third, Fallat in fourth. Heath Smith, our champion-elect, is in fifth. Not been a great day for Heath, but it doesn't really matter because it's all about the points you gain over the course of the season, the 6 rounds. Championship kicked off some time ago in Warden Law, and then we went to Shannington, GYG, PFI, Rowra, and the final round here at Whilton Mill. And there will be, and I meant to mention this before, but I won't mention it at some point, or I may as well mention it soon, is there are 2 rounds for a winter championship as well.
Okay.
But we'll carry on talking about this, and I'll throw them in while we just summate what's going on around here.
Well, it was a good drive out of the boot initially from Arthur Rhodes, but then Luca Pede very nearly dive-bombed Arthur at the Nouvelle Chicane, thought better of it. I think had that been the last lap, then he would have made a full-blooded attempt. Here comes Pede down the inside this time on 82 and will take the race lead. Logan Edwards making Arthur Rhodes aware of his presence as well. 2 are pressed in behind. This is a great tussle in only the second lap of a 12-minute race, and Arthur Rhodes leads then this time out of Ashby with Pede in second. Third position is now Hendricks Fallat. who got ahead of Logan Edwards in that sequence of events coming out of Christmas Corner.
And don't forget, if you watch the lunchtime paddock show, and why wouldn't you, Hendrix Fallat, despite the fact this is one of his first Bambino races, said he was going to win. Said, I'm going to win this. I'll win this, no problem at all. And in fairness, he's doing all right. He's third at the moment, so he was the leader and therefore the winner of the Coma Championship when it was also disbanded or just unable to get a grid. And so with the Nigel Mansell replica helmet, and in third place, Fallat is this break of 3, followed by a second break of 3, and then the field of 5. The second break of 3 being Smith, Edwards and Harper. But we're looking at the roads in the orange and the white. You've got P number 47, blue, yellow, and then in the Cannon Williams, and look it up if you don't know what that is Hendrix Fallat.
I wondered whether Luca Pede was going to try another audacious manoeuvre up the inside of Christmas Corner. Seems to like the approach there out of the right-hand flick at Fine Lady, but decided in the end to sit behind Arthur Rhodes, make sure that Hendrix Fallat didn't get a sniff of second position. Having said that, at Chapman, did they make nose-to-tail contact briefly there? Fallat now is slow, isn't he, as a result?
Lost momentum entirely then. This is entirely a momentum class. I mean, you wind these things up and they stay wound up. But they very rarely... They don't have to brake in a lot of the places that other karts have to brake. They actually just carry speed and perhaps scrap it off by the turning circle of the machine. So it's you just don't want to lose speed. Anytime he lost it coming out of Chapman, and suddenly, rather than being 2 3s, it's a 2 and a 4 as they've broken into those groups.
Yeah, that was either contact or just Fallat realising he was getting way too close to Luca Pede's rear bumper and needing to just briefly get off the throttle. Pede down the inside at Christmas Corner, an area he loves so far, and will take the lead again away from Arthur Rhodes. That has allowed Fallat and the rest of them to close in on this occasion. Back in front goes Arthur Rhodes, though, through the kink. So brilliantly timed. It brings Hendrik Fallat with it.
And Pede's dropped about 5th. I think he got away with 4th, I think. So what was looking great for a lead, and was a lead for a quarter and a half, suddenly the leader's still in the lead. The guy who tried to get the lead and was in the lead is in 4th, and the guys, it just all turned around. They were so close. Yeah. In losing that momentum in trying to overtake something, it's much, much more troublesome within Might E than it is during the other karting, because they literally don't have the top speed, so you can go around most of the corners, without braking or with very little braking. But you have to get up to that speed. You've got to keep the momentum. So you lose momentum by just having an overtaking maneuver, which isn't anything like as much of an issue when you've got more power. That's what it's a great learning environment. You learn when it's wise to make a move, when it's wise not to make a move. These are 6 to 8 year olds, and you kind of wonder how much they learn. Then you see them racing, you realise quite a lot. As Fallat now takes the lead of the final to at least partially prove his prediction true, as he is now winning this race. He hasn't won it by any means, and we're not even halfway yet, but he's winning it.
So Fallat, and judging to perfection that opportunistic moment for Logan Edwards. So he slotted through at the same time. Then Arthur Rhodes, who's tumbled from the lead down to 3rd position because he found himself on that wider line on the approach to Christmas Corner. They're all getting a little bit boxed in on the back straight now, heading towards the boot. But good mid-corner speed now. Down the inside goes Rhodes to muscle that back again from Edmonds. And Luke Bede says, I'll have a bit of that as well.
Oh, bit of RCE action. And that's given Fallat a chance to break away. There were 7 karts together. Let's have a look at that one again. And
wheeling his way through the Nouvelle Chicane was Logan Edmonds. And Edwards, rolling up over the back of his teammate briefly, Arthur Rhodes. Yeah,
and Logan dropped to 6th after all that. Pete was in the middle, just kind of trundling around going, what's going on? What's the madness around me about?
Heath Smith did well, though. He's already up to 4th position. Not sure whether he's got...
he's 3rd now. Or he didn't quite make it. Yeah, there's 3 karts exactly the same, 4 karts exactly the same livery, the RCE cars.
Get yourself a crystal ball, though, Nick, because he is 3rd, Heath Smith now. So in and out of Ashby, that was a much better run. And Heath Smith now running in 3rd position, ahead of a couple of teammates. Hendrix Fallat making the break, though, in the F1 Tribute livery. And Arthur Rhodes in that lone 2nd position. So who's going to finish 3rd in the mighty Bambino final?
Well, there's 5 minutes to go, so it could be who's still going to finish first, because it's a good chance this train of 4 should be able to catch up on Arthur in the time available. Now, the lead that Fallat had went down by half a second, so Rhodes much quicker when he's following close enough to pick up Fallat's toe. So Fallat's got the situation where he's leading a Mighty race, which isn't always the best place to be honest. It is kind of key for last or penultimate lap overtakes, and then just because the slipstream effect is so great in this class that you just need to use it all the time. There, look. So Rhodes has cut onto the back of Falat with no. It isn't because Rhodes is stunningly quicker than Falat. I'm not saying we're not adjusting their relative talents, but you can just do this in Mighty. If you can just get onto the tail, you'll be brought along by the cleared air of the cart in front of you. But this doesn't mean anything about it, because what's going to happen now is there's a good chance they'll pull the 4 behind them back in again.
Yeah, well, that gap is rather big, but I see what you're saying. It's certainly not uncatchable, this leading duo, as a fair bit of curb taken from both Hendricks Falat and Arthur Rhodes. But their exit speed wasn't great, including for Falat, who was concerned that Rhodes might be able to dive bomb him into the Oblivion corner. Making a bit of a break from the 4-car train is now Heath Smith. So he's broken some of that toe, but the three of them working together behind will reel him in.
They'll be back together by the time we get to Christmas corner. Now, half the lead went that last time round. I think you say it was mostly due to squabbling, and that gap went down to 6/10 between the two groups. It does appear that he's got a little bit more pace than the 3 behind him, but not enough pace to break the aerodynamic toe. And this is the thing, you rarely see a runaway leader. Felix Tan did it a couple of times this season, but on the whole, if someone gets ahead by a second, in any other class, think, that's it. No, Mighty, they get dragged back in again.
Excellent to watch. Leaves it entirely unpredictable, even with a couple of minutes still to go. There's the top 2 at the boot. End of lap 8. Falat ahead of Rhodes. Down the inside, Luca Pede in the background. Yeah, Pede up to 3rd position then now from where he started this lap in 5th. So he's managed to leapfrog both Heath Smith and Jack Harper. Harper now down to 5th place. Logan Edwards, after a good early showing, fading a tad in 6th, but he could still have a shout for the podium with still a number of laps to go. So 3 minutes left on the clock, plus the extra lap. A little bit wide coming out of Christmas corner was Heath Smith. They are still trying to work hard to get within the same postcode, Hendricks Falat and Arthur Rhodes. Now towards Wilkins, the first of the infield left-handers. Chapman up next. Falat ahead of Rhodes. Rhodes is close enough to be pushing Hendricks through the corner. And feinting to the inside line, was that Heath Smith or, no, actually Logan Edwards, I think, trying to take a place away from Jack Harper. But it's 1, 2, 3, 4 definitely in that lead train with a smallish gap. Hendricks Falat struggling a little bit through the pit bend there, but Rhodes not close enough to stamp his authority. Still then the yellow and blue nose of Hendricks Falat leading on to lap 10. 2 minutes to go. 2 abreast for the race lead, though, now. And Arthur Rhodes is through. Luca Pede will surely snatch 2nd position as well. So Hendricks Falat slipping down to 3rd position as the Joe Bradley bell starts to ring in the background. This is where you really start to earn your money. Pede down the inside. There's contact, though, for the race lead, and that will send 82 very, very wide indeed, Arthur Rhodes. So the lead battle is now between Luca Pede, the new race leader, and Hendricks Falat, who's still in 2nd. But that all happened at Ashby Corner. Down the inside was Luca Pede. Contact side pod to side pod, and it pushed Arthur Rhodes wide out onto the wide curbing there. And when you are sideways on the concrete, it's very tricky to get the car again facing in the right direction and crucially get all the momentum back that you've lost. 4 now for the race lead, but sadly for Arthur Rhodes, he does appear to be out of it with just over a minute to go on the clock.
Yeah, Pede now is in the worst position of all, leading. And he's trying to run out. He tried to go really, really well. He's looking both ways. He's missed Falat. He looked left, Falat went up the inside. He looked right. Oh, no, he's back again. And then Falat now takes the lead again. They got this one. Yeah, I think they're going to get 2 more, actually. And up the inside's changed again, because I think that was Smith taking the lead. Yep, it was Falat's trying to cut him out going through Ashby. It's going to be a job, and no, it's now Smith. So Smith, who's not really shown anything all day, is now leading the final. Well, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, true. Keep your powder dry, and then under the radar. And Heath Smith at the head of the order, ahead of the 15 of Hendricks Falat. Luca Pede in 3rd, 4th position, still in the hands of Jack Harper. And as we've described, Arthur Rhodes a bit too far back. Now, though, challenging to the inside. Hendricks Falat gets the race lead back again at the Nouvelle Chicane. Terrific Mighty Bambino final this to end their day. And it's not yet decided either, with 15 seconds to go. So they'll complete this lap and one more at the end of that. So 13 in total for the Bambinos. Hendrix Falat leads this time into Christmas Corner, ahead of Heath Smith and Luca Peed. And those top three are a distance away from Jack Harper, who has got his arms full with Logan Edwards and a recovering Arthur Rhodes as they head in and out of Ashby.
So can Falat make his prediction come true? Will he become the winner? He said, there's no chance, maybe the first time, I'm going to win, it's not a problem. You know, he's learnt the difference between the way the Coma engine works and the electric engine works. And it's quite different if you think about the way power is delivered. One through a clutch, but he's not being in the lead anymore because into the lead will probably go. Yep, no, he's not. Oh, they let him go, and a little bit of a nudge on the nose there, and it ended up. Falat's had a couple of times now. He's had instances around the top of the boot. He's down to third. There's one lap to go. He's got Pete ahead of him and Smith ahead of him. So it doesn't necessarily mean he can't win, but you kind of now think that makes it more difficult. But it is now Luca Pede in the pound seats, Johnny.
Certainly is, and Pede, watching that all unfold in front of him for a few laps, has got the measure of maybe Heath Smith as Pede around the outside of Christmas Corner on the final lap. Can he stay there? Yes, he can, and snatches the lead as a result. Here comes Hendrix Falat on the high side and won't quite get across the nose of Heath Smith, who is still in second position in the number 3 with the orange and yellow helmet. But Heath Smith struggling for speed into Wilkins, the first of the two left-handers. That will give Luca Pede a moment's peace. To the inside line and halfway up the curb was... Who was that from a further way back?
But it's certainly annoyed Falat, who's managed, who, despite being 7 years old, gave a full road rage way, but he's dropped down to 5th. So
it's Rhodes. It's Rhodes coming back.
Yeah, Falat's chance has gone, and it's to stick with the leader on the last lap because it's going to be Luca Pede who's going to take this win. Hard-earned. One of our many second-generation racers, Luca Pede, slams it. He's happy as anything. I think that Falat's disappointed. Smith is second and the champion for the season, and our thoughts go out to Felix Tandy. So unlucky he couldn't be here to try and win the championship himself. Yeah,
terrible luck in the end, but unfortunately that can be sometimes the way that motor racing goes. Something that's not even related to track action can disrupt your flow, and fear not, Felix Tandy will be fighting back in season 2026. Luca Pede, though, taking the final win today in the mighty Bambinos from Heath Smith and Arthur Rhodes, who had slipped all the way back to 6th position, and I sort of discounted for the podium, so apologies to him and his supporters. Rhodes put that behind him and gathered his thoughts to find his way to a final podium, and Logan Edwards just missing out. Hendrix Falat must be kicking himself because he was first and second and then back to first, and in the end he finishes a 13-lap race down in 5th position.
Got a little bit bullied out at one point, and he wasn't very happy with it either.
True. No, that's right. And sometimes it's all about a positioning as well, being on the wrong line, and others can then capitalise. So Falat finishing ahead of Jack Harper in kart number 6, ahead of Oakley Howlett, Arthur Thompson, Nico Mahoon and Calla Tennant. And those places outside the top 10, Harry Wass, Teddy Smith, Elliot Hitch, Frank Pearson, Oliver Yap, Jules Nash, Cooper Galloway, Aidan Castleman and George Algar. Well, nice way to kick off the finals. You really couldn't guess which way that was going to go next. And we continue this slew of feature finals to finish our day at Whilton Mill, because it is the Micromaxes up next. Race 33 on the card, and you'll have a grid ready to go, I'm sure, in a moment, Nick.
I was doing other work.
Sorry.
I'm just so determined to get everything wrong.
All the points right, or wrong.
Wrong, yes. It's the Rotax Junior Primo final.
No, that's not the race I was expecting.
Right,
next.
okay, it's not. What were you expecting next? Tell me.
Expecting the Micromaxes.
Really? Okay.
Next, yes.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is coming up next is the Micromax final.
There we go. Perfect. And it'll be Ethan Lloyd on pole position in kart number 66 alongside Dian Singh Pahal, and they have been matching one another stride for stride all day. Ethan Lloyd generally with the better results, however. Lewis Kirkcaldy, the Scottish champion, and Zach Andrew starting on the second row ahead of Noah Wicklow and Raith Owen. Then it's Freddie Blackshaw and Dimitar Uzanov, Henry Algar and Rio Pocock next up. Then Jensen Darlow and Junior Wright, Sui Hong Javan and Carter Jackson, Joseph Cox, Mark Webber, James Hurst, 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 Oakley, Riggs, Thomas Laidler, Milo Taylor and Lanny Eden in number 56 will complete.
So
19.
from my points, this is my unofficial world of points.
Very good, yes.
My feeling is Ethan Lloyd is, when we eliminate everything and talk about going into today, if we assume they're going to use all of this event, including the final, Ethan Lloyd is 7 points ahead of Lewis Kirkcuddy going into this event. And that means it's 100 for a win, 95 for second, 92 for third. So if Kirkcuddy wins and Lloyd is below third, it'll swing back the other way. But at the moment, I think...
Below third or third and below?
Third and below.
Okay.
And here we go.
Right,
I'll carry on talking about that. But again, this is Nick's unofficial scores.
We like that. At least it gives us a rough sphere to work with. Give and take a little bit of, Nick Damon miscalculation.
There could be many of those. So they're off and running, and it's the normal squabble coming to Christmas Corner for the first time. I think sweeping into the lead is Ethan Lloyd. Big Fang. Oh, and around the back there's a problem, but that's not going to cause anything to do with the leading drivers. So if we look around, is he going to get going again? The only thing that might happen is a Battenberg flag, but they've got 12 minutes to run this one. And it's really, what can Lewis Kirkcuddy do from currently in third position where he is to catch up and pass Ethan Lloyd, and he's sitting behind Dian Singh Patel, which he's been doing all day.
That's the problem, is that
But
Kirkcuddy's got to try and find a way through. He tried it, didn't he, into the boot.
I think he knows that the waiting game is a game that will result in waiting in line for a championship and not getting it.
The earlier the better, surely, because the form that Dian's shown all day is that he's tended to make a break after about a third of the race distance, and then he's uncatchable. So Lewis Kirkcuddy knows he's got to disrupt Dian Singh Pahal's flow. And down the inside at Christmas, this is a great opportunity. Can't make it stick though, Lewis Kirkcuddy. So staying in third position, but he certainly has been given the pep talk ahead of this race by family members, friends as well, saying, do not hang around, Lewis. Try and get into that second place, and then you can start to dictate a little bit more. Yeah,
Ethan Lloyd is out in the lead and is currently going to become your Micromax champion. Many things can happen in 10.5 minutes, but for most of them to happen, it's going to need for Kirkcuddy to get past Dian Singh Patel, Dian Singh Pahal, because he's not interested, as he's shown really in winning this race. What he is interested in is being able to get past only in the last couple of laps when the points are already there.
That's exactly right. And now into Oblivion and Crook. Dian Singh Pahal's speed is a bit better this time. Lewis Kirkcuddy sincerely hoping he's not missed his opportunity. He had 2 good stabs at it into the boot and then half a lap later into Christmas Corner. But Dian is more into his stride now, so much so that he's actually closing in on Ethan Lloyd. I wonder whether Lloyd has made a very slight mistake to bring him back into the clutches of Dian Singh Pahal. Lewis Kirkcuddy and Zach Andrew neck and neck, third and fourth ahead of Dimitar Uzunov, and Freddie Blackshaw in the early running is in 6th place. There he is in number 62.
Uzunov we've not even spoken about Uzunov all day. And now there he is in the top 5 and looking to move into 4th place in that 62 car. Looks over his shoulder. Nope, there's no one there. No, off you go.
So crack on. All black helmet for Dimitar. Freddie Blackshaw is a kart behind, but a few more kart lengths behind, actually. How about Dian Singh Pahal?
On him, yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Not necessarily seen the speed to match and potentially pass Ethan Lloyd. The two of them ran nose to tail for the first heat of the day, I remember. Maybe a tad wide coming out of the Ashby and onto the curbing there, the Ashby right-hand hairpin.
My guess is that Lloyd made a little minor mistake we didn't quite catch, because that's where 4 or 5 tenths. But also it's possible that Dian Singh Pahal was running a tyre pressure, just took a little bit longer to come on, hence the reason he was under quite heavy pressure from Kirkcuddy the first couple of laps. And now they're doing the thing they did last time, which is finding it relatively easy to keep a comfortable gap between themselves and the Scotsman. Zach Andrews still in 4th and Dimitar in 5th as they go into and round and through Oblivion and the Crook. And they'll go up past, I won't say Fair Lady, but it's not Fair Lady, is it? It's Fair, whatever it is. Fine Lady.
Yeah.
And that's Dietmar in 4th. So Dimitar, sorry, not Dietmar. Dimitar is effectively deciding he wants to appear on this live broadcast just in the final.
That's fair enough. I mean, he's been up there in the results in the sort of 6th or 7th positions, but wants a podium to end his day. And Uzunov now ahead of Zach Andrew, so any more overtakes he can accomplish, he'll be there. But that will truly mess up Lewis Kirkcody's pre-planned attack on this race, because the Scotsman running the S-plate wants to get ahead of Dian Singh Pahal. And Dian Singh Pahal, I won't say he's been held up by Ethan Lloyd. I think there was a segment of this race where that was definitely the case. But Ethan Lloyd now has become much more consistent. One maybe minor error brought him back towards the second place cars. But they're in their rightful positions now, and they're rightful positions that we've seen for most of the day.
I was just thinking, we've done two races in 5 minutes, so that means for 21 racing minutes, Lewis Kirkcody, he's staring at the back of Dian Singh Pahal's kart, and this time it's a little bit closer, but it all has to be laid on the line now. It doesn't really matter for Kirkcody. He probably just needs to throw it and just hope for the best. I mean, I know there's 7 minutes to go, but he's got to get past 2. Though in some ways he needs Pahal's help, because he needs Pahal past Lloyd as well, because first and second isn't enough for him to win the championship.
So even if Kirkcody gets into second and Lloyd wins the race, that's not enough?
No, even if Kirkcody wins the race and Lloyd is second, it's not enough.
It's the other way round. Okay, gotcha. Right, so
Lloyd's
Kirkcody's got to win
points.
and hope that Lloyd is third or worse.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Or has an 8-point shift in a different way. They both fall off and have massive point differences, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the best case scenario for Kirkcody.
The unofficial Nick scoring, by the way.
Well, Kirkcody had to approach this considering, imagining that Ethan Lloyd is winning. What must I do then? Well, got to get ahead of him, first of all, and then hope that Lloyd loses another place. So, yes, Kirkcody desperate for it all to go a bit wrong ahead of him, and Dian to be a bit eager on an overtake, perhaps, and compromise the run of Ethan Lloyd. But they've been running like this for most of the day, nose to tail, and pretty comfortably as well. Kirkcody's just got to sit there and hope that an opportunity comes his way. He's got 6 minutes and a lap to do that. But now with company, because here comes Dimitar Uzunov again, 62. Great challenge to overtake Zach Andrew, and he's right with the top 3 now.
Yeah, and Kirkcody's dropped off. So this is this middle period now with just about 6.5 minutes down, 5.5 minutes and a lap to go. And Dimitar is looking more likely to go past Kirkcody than Kirkcody's going to get anywhere near Singh Pahal. Singh Pahal, is he getting a little bit more racy towards Ethan Lloyd, or it's hard to tell because we've seen him sitting there for most of the day, to be honest. I wonder if they're parked up that way in the paddock as well, just right behind, and that's it. That's
how they make it to the assembly area as well. Like Dian's on a 1 kart length tow rope. You spot one and the other one's there. But, I mean, is Dian doing a bit of gentlemanly thing here for Ethan Lloyd, saying, well, I'll just tuck him behind you and make sure that Kirkcody can't get through?
I think Dian is happy to win the final, but he's happy to win the final by having a fight over the last couple of laps when they've managed to get a gap that's not going to compromise either, or certainly not going to compromise Ethan's chance of the championship. So that's what I would say. As Dimitar now looks at the inside of Kirkcody, and he's going to just a lot of time for both of them, really. Almost. I mean, it's hard the way the corner comes back in at the second half of Christmas before they get to Inkerman. So good idea, good move by Uzunov.
As you say, it's ultimately cost the Scotsman time, as now the leaders head towards Chapman. Dian Singh Pahal still assessing precisely where he's got a tiny advantage. Good run down the back straight, but so Uzunov is on Kirkcody. Kirkcody tucking into the inside line at the boot. There seems to be quite a bit of movement from that kart, though, and the Uzunov 62 looks a lot more stable.
Work together to catch him up, says Kirkcody. Well, that's not really what Uzunov needs to do. He just wants to get past and get as high a position as possible. He doesn't need to work with the Scotsman because he's just running for his own and an individual final at Whilton Mill in the middle of August, whereas I'm afraid that Lewis Kirkcody is going for a championship that's ebbing away by the second as he drops down to 4th place.
Yeah, and that was almost a move pulled off a lap ago by Uzunov, so the warning was there, if you like, to Kirkcody. Now Kirkcody's saying...
now Uzunov's saying, keep going, let's go.
Let's work together, get the leaders again. Well, that's precisely what I wanted to do, shouts Lewis.
Yeah, but I want to do it with me in front.
Yeah, and me in front of, ideally, the race leader, Ethan Lloyd, who heads into the boot now. Dian Singh Pahal only 0.2 of a second behind. Uzunov looks like he's making a break, and he's not necessarily bringing Kirkcody with him.
I really feel for Lewis. I mean, the kart has just, obviously not him because he's great, but the kart has just lacked a tiny bit. Certainly in the second half of races, be they 8 minutes or 12 the entire day.
Yeah.
And it must be incredibly frustrating for him and his team they've missed something, or the others have found something that's giving them that little bit of extra edge. And it's that's motor racing. That's
True.
why it's a team sport. That's why it's not drivers to drive, and you've got the mechanic, and the engineers engineer. And you need all of them, even in karting at this level, you need all of them to work when you're at such a high level. And just today, they're an nth off. And unfortunately, I think it's going to cost Lewis the title.
Well, this is where you need an old head on very young shoulders, though, to realise the perspective of this. You've already talked about how a 6-month season is a very small amount of time for a Bambino racer, for instance. A full year that you've been working towards, and the final round this weekend at Whilton Mill is a significant chunk of these drivers' lives.
Absolutely,
too.
Yeah.
So you think, a whole other season next year. We start again from scratch.
It's another 10% of their lives, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
And probably another about 20% of the bits they remember. But
exactly.
Lucky little things.
So it's a big deal. Whereas, last year feels like last week for me and you.
I basically, if anything happened before COVID, I can't remember it.
Okay.
That's not because I had COVID, by the way.
No,
Just because it's a long time away, that's all.
Yeah, indeed.
But they're sweeping round now. So Ethan Lloyd, a minute and 47 seconds to go. Is Dian Singh Pahal going to go for glory? I mean, obviously, Dimitar Uzunov can certainly go for glory.
He could yet have a say, couldn't he?
Yeah.
I was just suddenly thinking that. How far up the field is Uzunov going to get? And
now Lloyd has an issue here. That if for some reason Uzunov got past Pahal, he'd have to let him go because he couldn't risk contact. I'm sure he's certain that Pahal will pass him cleanly with no iffy. We're not saying that Uzunov is a dirty driver. I'm just saying that Uzunov could be more aggressive and could result in both of them being off, and that would be it. So, in many ways, Lloyd has to now start thinking about not winning this race to avoid potential issues because obviously Kokoli's dropped off all these three. They're running together. And I'm sure the smart money now for the Las Vegas betting that's obviously going on right now somewhere in the MGM Grand is on Uzunov, who's come back as a long wild shot now. His odds are shortening by the second.
He's totally capable of taking a race win. He's right with the leaders and lapping at a similar pace. In fact, he's the quickest kart out there, 52.3. So that's on best laps, 0.2 of a second quicker than the two ahead. But can he prize an opening? Not at the boot. And not through the chicane, but again, good speed coming out of the pit bend to pressurise Dian Singh Pahal. Lewis Kokoli entirely helpless in that distant fourth position through Crook. He goes now. And Dian Singh Pahal, a little look over the shoulder. No worries for Uzunov, who does the same.
It's surprising that Uzunov didn't look for a little bit of a move there. Perhaps he found that in the back part with Pahal actually getting himself a bit of a tow as well. There wasn't much he could do. So they've got 1.5 laps to go of the Micromax season of 2025 of the TKC Championship. About to crown our first champion actually on the track because Heath had kind of won it before he started. But obviously anything we say is A, subject to my counting, and B, subject to the final scrutineering, of course, as well. So it's unofficial.
It all remains provisional.
But unofficially, any second now, the last lap of the season will be begun by Ethan Lloyd in a position where he is leading the race, and now he is leading the championship as well. I'm not sure what Dian Singh Pahal will do. I'm sure Dimitar Uzunov will try and get one of those positions at least. He's coming out there. Oh, and that's what you don't want to do, and that's what could have been dangerous if it had been happening anywhere around Ethan Lloyd, but it was actually Pahal and Uzunov. A massive swerve. I think that might have just attacked the attention slightly of the stewards. He's all over the shop, making sure he doesn't get past. But I think he's going to do it anyway. So he's. Oh, now they're going around the outside of Parker's. Will Uzunov now get him up the inside of Chapman? I don't know, but the real focus now, and Pahal's on a massive favour for Lloyd. Lloyd's got the lead. Ethan Lloyd, the number 66, the RCE driver, he's on his way to becoming the Micromax champion for the TKC, provisionally, for 2025. Great, he's had an absolutely fantastic day today. Ethan Lloyd, he is, we think, your champion, and I think he thinks he is as well.
Too right, yes he does, and that's a moment of reflection that he was actually able to enjoy as he headed across the line. A moment's peace for the final lap. Dian Singh Pahal far more concerned about Dimitar Uzunov, who wasn't able to get the opening on the 15th and final lap to head Dian Singh Pahal. So Dian in second, ahead of Dimitar Uzunov. A great drive, though, from where Uzunov started. Lewis Kokoli, a thought for the young Scotsman.
No, I really feel for him. I feel for him because
there's nothing he could do.
I think in the end he just sat there, and it wasn't, and he said, I've just not quite got that final, whatever it was.
The top end performance.
It drifted away, and it's Motor racing is this as well. Motor racing is not all glory. There's a hard days, and it's one of the hard days.
95% non-glory, in actual fact.
Yeah, not far off that one.
But, he'll come back fighting for sure, and I'm sure, his crew, his family, his friends will help him through this difficult spell, because Kirkcaldy was desperate to stay with those two RCE race leaders, but couldn't do anything about it towards the end, and Usmanov getting through for third was more salt in the wounds. Zach Andrew finishing in fifth ahead of Noah Wicklow and Henry Algar. Freddie Blackshaw in eighth ahead of Wraith Owen and Rio Pocock. And then it was Jensen Darlow 11th, Junior Wright in 12th, Carter Jackson and Oakley Riggs 13th, 14th. Sui Hong Javan reached the end in 15th position. Joseph Cox 16th ahead of Thomas Laidler, Milo Taylor and Lanny Eden. So an eventful race in the end, and it did go the way of Ethan Lloyd, who just needed to continue the lead from pole position, and a terrific performance, as you say, not just in the final, but all day long.
Great day, great working between the two of them. Okay, so we just move straight on. It's now the Rotax Junior Promo final. And Elijah Hazelwood is, as we said, already the champion, barring a disqualification, which I'm sure isn't going to happen. Next to him on the front row, it's Lewis Gilbert. Then you have Isaac Jameson and Bertie Hodgson, Jack Mackay and Noah Clark. And then you have Cooper Campbell-Lees and Zach Jennings, Luke Wells and Pierce Whitehead. That's your top 10. Alfie Forrester and Elijah Hartley, Oscar Shervich and Aston Brown, Ethan Barth and Ronnie Legg, James Fabricius.
That fits.
Fabricius, yes.
Okay.
I don't know why I add extra words to people's names. James Fabricius, that's who it is. He's in 17th, by the way. Then George Ralston, Lily Shaw and Thomas Lamb, that's top 20. And then the final 9 are Josh Whittaker, Harry Ward, Charlie Thompson, Samuel Yeadon, Thomas Butcher, Jasper Oakes, Noah Jones, Lucas Olofsson and Louis Brown. As I said, take this off the screen first, because it's just a picture of a still shot ago. As I said, this championship has kind of been sewn up by Hazelwood. There's a battle for second between Gilbert, Cooper Lees and Zach Jennings. Zach Jennings is a little bit in the pound seat to this one, because he's got a difficult drop score. So those are the guys looking to try and get into the rest of the overall championship podium. But of course, there's a chance to win the actual race of the day as well.
That's true. And for those that haven't had a particularly good year, maybe not have done all of the year, then they'll be focusing on this race entirely in isolation. There are other championship positions up for grabs as well. We've been focusing on championship winners, of course, because that's where the headlines are, but nip and tuck further down the points standings with what feels like a small amount of events itself. There's only 6, but I suppose within each you get 3 races, so it's a significant amount of race hours through the course of
5 races.
Oh, because I'm not included yesterday, am I? So it's 2 heats on a Saturday.
Yeah, it's time qualifying, 2 heats. Practice, time qualifying, 2 heats on Saturday. 2 super heats and a final on Sunday.
Yeah.
But we've got a bit of time. Just to say, this is the final round, as you say, of the championship. But there is a winter series.
Yes.
It has been announced. They are 2 individual races. So they are not a championship as such. It's a series. You have 2 choices. The first one will be on the last weekend of February. I think it's the 28th and 29th, of February. Of November. Start again. Last one in November, 28th and 29th of November. And that is at Warden Law. And the second one is here, I think, on the first weekend of the year, like the 3rd and 4th of January.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So we have one the first weekend of the year here and one the last weekend in November at Warden Law. So that's the winter series, but just 2, they are individual races. They're just a bit of fun, a chance to blow out the cobwebs, or perhaps we blow in the cobwebs, we're quite cold. Here at Whilton Mill on the, I think the 3rd and 4th, it's the first weekend of January, which I believe is the 3rd and 4th, and at Warden Law on the, I should get all the correct ones.
In November. Yes,
in November. I get the exact dates now, but I should have first. It's November the 29th and 30th. That's the Saturday and Sunday. That's the first one at Warden Law up near Sunderland. And then right here in the heart of the country. That's right, the 3rd and 4th of January for the second race. And I think that will all be announced and officially and opened up next week with a chance to enter those events. So that's the TKC Winter Series. Same classes as you see here. Possibly a guest class, I was told. We'll see what that is. But get your chance to do a little bit of winter racing. The first one, I say, at back end of November in Warden Law, and the second one here on the first weekend of January.
And I was going to say, that's typically the FA Cup third round weekend, but I don't think it is these days. I think they moved it back a week, so you can come here to Warden Law, not in fear of missing any third round FA Cup action, because that'll be the following weekend.
That'll be absolutely everyone's first priority, of course.
Yeah, but you know how you associate certain weekends with things happening, and that's all changed lately. Blooming Premier League.
Well, every single game of the Premier is now live, and none of it's on Saturday at 3 o'clock.
No, that's the real difficulty, which Joe Bradley will find this year, supporting now a Premier League club.
Yeah, show off.
But you'll want to watch a Saturday 3 o'clock game.
Absolutely.
Rare beast now.
This is motor racing. And it's Lewis Gilbert and Elijah Hazelwood on the pole. Hayward, the champion-elect, will fire it down, but it looks like it's going to be Gilbert. It takes the line, and I think we're going to be okay with that. With a bit of a kind of a coming together. We have to get through Oblivion and then through Crook and the 29 Kart field. I was about to say gets through with no incident, but
Almost.
It was an incident because the 27 Kart's flown off the side.
Yeah, I thought it was 27 as well. Yes, it was. Pierce Whitehead, who'd started 10th actually, or should have done, and there's more off now at the
It's
left-hand
carnage.
king.
And there's 2 or 3 of them just rolling off the side. So that's going to really string out the field. This field's got incredibly strung out in just a couple of corners, I think, because people have various minor issues.
Yeah, but it did appear to be a good getaway for Elijah Hazelwood, expecting Lewis Gilbert to perform well in this as well, assuming he's not been involved in that off-track moment for the midfield. Shouldn't really have accounted for the front rows. So Hazelwood does indeed lead the first lap ahead of Lewis Gilbert and Bertie Hodgson, but it's well in the midfield where there's so much high rotation there. Alfie Forrester comes through in 7th ahead of Isaac Jameson and James Fabricius. But Hazelwood led across the line by almost 0.8 of a second over Lewis Gilbert, Bertie Hodgson third.
Yeah, it's all going on more in the middle of the field there with the 66 and Luke Wells really having a go at Cooper Campbell Lees. And they battle now around and through Chapman, come down the back straight. It's looking up the inside for the multicoloured Kart, and that's you're going to have to let me through because I'm not going to give you enough room to turn in there. So Wells moves up to 5th, Lees down to 6th in this midfield battle. Still Hazelwood leading, got a nice little gap now. He's really growing that gap as well from Gilbert. That went up another 3/10 second. Hodgson 3rd, Jennings is 4th, and then it's Wells we just saw moving into 5th.
A little bit wide for Zach Jennings. That might have provided a chance for Luke Wells to get close enough for an attempted overtake in 5th place. Cooper Campbell Lees, who's had a 2nd place finish in the super heats today, but then struggled in the middle heat, or the 2nd heat, the middle race of the day for the Rotax Junior Primos.
It's all going on in the middle of the field again.
It certainly is.
Don't take your eyes off the middle of the field because the positions will change 5 times by the time you get back.
Between Wilkins and Chapman. A slight helmet adjustment there for number 19, who finds itself on the outside line. That's Isaac Jameson, who's won a race today, but has little option but to allow James Fabricius through in number 91, the orange Kart.
Yeah, it probably means his hat wasn't sitting quite right on his head, and therefore the wind was blowing in a weird way in the ventilation. I went out for a very long ride on Friday, and I realised it was so very windy. Stopped, a cup of coffee, and I went back again and realised the wind was all wrong because the helmet was slightly tilted backwards.
Yeah, okay.
And you just put it back in. You shouldn't be able to move them, but you can a little bit, obviously.
They all have chin straps.
Yeah, but it's more about how they actually sit on your head, because you don't want to have the chin strap so you can't move your chin. So there's always 2 fingers of gap beneath the strip anyway. So there's a certain amount of movement. The key thing actually is that an up and down movement isn't a problem if you've got on the helmet a little bit, but you do not want any left and right lateral movement because that can be really dangerous in an accident.
Okay, understood. I'll remember that for the future. Over the line goes Bertie Hodgson, 3rd position at the moment. He had a good run to 3rd earlier as well. Zach Jennings and Luke Wells continue their tussle for 4th and 5th. And James Fabricius is making good ground. Who's this late on the brakes down the inside?
That's our good friend 66 Luke Wells. That is.
Yeah.
He's got. I'm liking this final where we've been talking about various people. And suddenly there's new people turning up. We haven't really spoken about. Absolutely going for it in every single corner. Wells is going to join Dietmar, in doing that. It was an off in the last race, and now we've got Luke Wells really pushing forward up to 4th place. There's a lot of action there. 2 of the X karts there, the black and white machines. That's the 19 of Isaac Jameson. He was a bit further forward during some of the heats, wasn't he, Isaac? And then behind him you've got the I think that's the Forest car, the Ashton Brown. That was the 69. Isn't it?
It was Jennings who was very slow coming off Chapman, and he's lost about 4 places in the process. So Zach Jennings descends in number 69 to 8th, and yes, has allowed Cooper Campbell-Lees and Isaac Jameson now through. Eliza Hazelwood still continues to lead, 1.3 seconds over Lewis Gilbert.
Battle here is now for third and fourth with the very energised Luke Wells having a go into Bertie Hodgson. Wells is, I don't know whether he was asleep all the rest of the day or something. Or perhaps it's possible, of course, he could have a bad grid position to had to work his way through to get to this point in the first place. You have a bad Saturday, you've got to work at the first half of Sunday. A little bit of a tip there at the back of Hodgson's cart, and that might give a chance, possibly. No, it's not going to give Fabricius a chance to get through. That's Fabricius there in the multicoloured helmet. But those three, third, fourth and fifth, cross the line together. And still a pretty... See, the first two are away. Hazelwood, Miles and Gilbert. And it's a battle here, 3, 4 and 5. Kind of feel that in balance, I know this is the early part of the race and the pace just changed, but on balance, this first half of the race, you'd say that it's Wells has got the major pace, so Fabricius now has got an idea he might be able to get past Wells.
He had a long look at the inside at Ashby, didn't he, Fabricius? He's the fastest kart on the track at the moment, 47.52, helped by those two in front of Wells and Hodgson. And Hodgson not really carrying as much speed as Fabricius. So you've got the leading one of this trio for third place, potentially holding up the two in behind. They snaked their way through the Nouvelle chicane. Good drive off the pit bend for Fabricius this time, but couldn't get level pegging with Luke Wells. That's a big ask because the next corner's a left-hander at Oblivion. Yeah, and Elijah Hazelwood is almost in Oblivion. He's that far ahead. That would have worked if I'd been able to say his name correctly.
It's good though. In your mind, it was brilliant.
Yeah.
Another 6 minutes to go. But on the go. I would say that Hodgson is holding the other two up, but it doesn't necessarily mean when they get past, he won't be able to keep up. It's that kind of being led and leading situation. But they are certainly, I would say that Wells is slightly tripping over Hodgson a couple, but not anymore because he's got is that outside?
No, inside.
Inside. Then he what you have to do when you go up the inside, immediately move to the outside to effectively get a block pass going. We've seen people miss that concept before. So third place now for Wells. Hodgson into fourth, and it's now Fabricius really want to try and get past that 51 cart. Looks left. Moves right, they have to get through Oblivion, and then now up and through Fine Lady. Fine, remember what it's called. It's only taken me half a day, and it is going to be a move, and that's another place lost for the unfortunate Bertie Hodgson, who has looked just a tad off the pace of the guys ahead of him.
So is that the cork out of the bottle now to allow Luke Wells and James Fabricius to reel in at least Lewis Gilbert?
It's a 1.6 second gap though. It's a long way.
Not 5 minutes. I actually fancy Fabricius to do it rather than Luke Wells, although no, maybe I want to reverse that straight away.
No, you said it now.
I'm committed.
Fabricius
is the quickest. Was the quickest. It's actually now Isaac Jameson who's the fastest kart out there. Where's Jameson? Not got ahead of Bertie Hodgson yet, so he'll be turning his way through the pit bend. There's Jameson's helmet, just creeping into shot.
Fabricius has just done the fastest lap now. He finally got free of Hodgson, so I think your prediction you backed away from might even be correct.
Wow.
Have the courage of your convictions, Mr. Palmer.
I did need the faith, yeah. Fabricius just a little bit more manoeuvrable. His 91. So in and out of Ashby. Hodgson's not that far away. Fabricius thinks, I've got to clear Luke Wells, otherwise I'm going to get swamped by Bertie Hodgson for fourth place again. Hodgson with a bit of a score to settle, but I don't get the feeling the all-white 51, as they go side by side, and Fabricius down the inside says, well, if you're not going to get a hustle on, Luke, I'm going to try it instead.
I love the fact that Wells got a shove at the backside, Fabricius was trying to give a bit of space. So, yeah, I mean, you were right. You backed out this Fabricius being
yeah, because you went, I'm not sure about that, Johnny, and yeah.
It's my job to disagree.
I was creased.
If we both agree, this isn't commentary, they're just agreeing, yeah.
Yeah, we want on here two old, irritable blokes, don't
You're
we?
not old enough for that yet, mate. You're only just middle-aged.
I'm hanging out with you, though, so I'm obviously feeling older.
So, I'm about to say me and Joe rubbing off you. That sounds very wrong.
Look at Fabricius go now. He's going to win this. I might back out of that, but I still reckon he could be good for second.
He's absolutely flying, in fairness to him. So he was 2.3 seconds behind Lewis Gilbert the last time round. I mean, I don't know how you make 2.3 seconds up in Junior Primo, to be honest, but he has got 4 laps to do it. But he's absolutely flying in that. But originally it was orange, and now he's got a black nose, so he's had to buy a new nose during the year. Takes the lead down to 2 seconds with the fastest lap of the race, 47.2, 3/10 faster than the man he's chasing, but unfortunately 3/10 is not going to be enough.
No, even with a couple of extra laps on top of that, it's going to be a hard task. Is Hodgson's back ahead of Wells?
Yeah. Wells had this moment in the sun, and whether the kart it was set up in a way it's now gone slightly over the top, or a bit overheated the tyres, whatever it may be. It's looking a little bit less assured for Wells, but your bet, Mr. Fabricius, hey, straight away. Now you have the 19 of Isaac Jameson, that's the black and white kart at the back of those three. I'd say, I think Wells has lost a little bit of pace. It can happen, you can set a kart up to be fast in a certain part and you can just overheat bits of it. He's sitting in the toe of Hodgson again, and perhaps he can get past him. Fabricius pulls the lead down to 1.7 seconds to Gilbert, but it's just not enough laps to bridge that, even though he's absolutely flying.
Oscar Cherviek gains a spot into 8th ahead of Zach Mackay, I've just noticed. Not really any more movement in the top 10 positions on that lap. This is an intriguing fight. Luke Wells in the mid-race had more speed, no doubt, than Bertie Hodgson, but not sure whether his kart is fading or whether it was just a little error. But the 51's now back ahead of the 66 of Luke Wells. Isaac Jameson's right with them, whereas Fabregas, he absolutely hurls his kart through the Nouvelle chicane.
Yeah, Fabricius did do that, yes. Fabregas plays for Barcelona.
I say Fabregas. I actually got...
I can't believe I'm actually going to correct someone on bad pronunciation. This is fantastic having you here, John. It's marvellous. It's my first time ever.
Fabricius is one of my favourite drivers because he's echoing my thoughts. And that's the first time I've actually got his name wrong in about the last 2 minutes. Anyway, Fabricius, a fabulous Fabricius drive. And
he's going down to 1.4. He just needs another 6 minutes.
He does, and not got that.
He's doing a fastest lap every single time. He's done a fastest lap the last 3 laps.
Very impressive.
So he's having a fun time anyway. He's having an exciting time driving around, but he's just not going to be able to, I think, have enough time to bridge the gap. They've got this one and 2 more as they cross the line, and the gap will come down again, and it comes down to 1.1 seconds. Elijah Hazelwood, just to remind you, is winning this race by 2.6 seconds.
We've not mentioned Elijah Hazelwood's name for quite some time. I actually struggled to say it all about 5 minutes ago, so that's possibly why. But yeah, he leads by 2.6 seconds. Very comfortable final in the Rotax Junior Primos for Elijah. Lewis Gilbert still running in 2nd position, but feeling the heat a little bit from James Fabricius. And there is the Hodgson, Wells, Jameson fight.
They're going to get 2 more, because this is our man here, Hazelwood. He's going so quickly, he's going to cross the line. There's going to be 2 more when he gets over the line. So Hazelwood, 2 laps to go as he crosses now. 6 seconds to go. There's 2nd place man. And there's a 3rd. Oh, he's getting closer, isn't he? Fabricius got it down to 0.9. I mean, he's going to run out of laps by about 2 laps, I think. And there's the battle a bit behind, and then it's Hodgson, and it's out. Wells against Jameson. Wells and Jameson looking up the inside. Wells saying, no, look, I've really worked hard to get this top 5. I don't want to lose it, especially not on camera. And they go sweeping down the backside to Ashby, and there's our leader. He's got a lap and a half. And the only question is how close has 2nd and 3rd got on the last lap.
Zach Mackay's now made a statement saying, you're not mentioning me a great deal in 9th position. Well, he's now the fastest
Well, he's got a
5
5-second penalty as well.
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
So they'll drop him from 9th down to way out of the top 10.
Yeah,
but still, he's got a quick kart. Hazelwood over the line. 1 more lap to go, leading by 3 seconds over Lewis Gilbert.
The gap to 2nd and 3rd is 0.8. That's not going to change. Luke Wells, unfortunately, has just dropped out of the top 5. He's gone to 6th place over that last lap. Just obviously the kart set up to be quick at the start. Didn't maintain that pace in the second half. But this is your Junior Primo winner and your Junior Primo champion for 2025, Elijah Hazelwood with the X-Kart. Absolutely dominated the series, never really in doubt, barring some weird situation where he got disqualified, which I can't even think what it could be. Turned up, scored the points, won again. Hazelwood absolutely class in this Junior Primo field. Let's see next year how he gets on in Junior Rotax, because my bet is, Johnny, he could end up at the front of it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's all about the momentum as he now celebrates as he crosses the line. And if you can win a championship this dominantly, as Elijah Hazelwood has done, then stepping up a division, if you like, stepping up into a different category can be a very easy move to make. 1 or 2 eager to get that little bit of extra speed across the line, including Oscar Cherviek, who's been having a good battle with Zach Mackay all the way through that race. Isaac Jameson will get the fastest lap of the race on that final circuit, 47.1 from the 5th placed finisher. But Elijah Hazelwood dominating that, winning it by 3 seconds over Lewis Gilbert in 2nd. James Fabricius, despite his best efforts and a best lap for him individually on that final lap. So he was certainly closing the gap again. Got it down to 0.6 of a second, but ran out of opportunity to be right with Lewis Gilbert and challenge for second position. Bertie Hodgson, Isaac Jameson, Luke Wells all crossed the line together for 4th, 5th and 6th position, ahead of Cooper Campbell-Lees, Oscar Cherviak and Zach Mackay. Aston Brown completed the top 10, and beyond that, Alfie Forrester, Lily Shaw 11th and 12th. 13th place was Noah Clark, ahead of Charlie Thompson, Harry Ward, Elijah Hartley and Ronnie Legg. Then we had George Ralston in 18th position, Thomas Butcher, Thomas Ambler, Samuel Yeadon, Jasper Oakes, Louis Brown and Josh Whittaker lost a lot of ground on that final lap. In fact, he may well have retired, actually, Josh Whittaker. And those that didn't make the full 17 laps, Zach Jennings, Lucas Olofsson, Pierce Whitehead and Noah Jones. Rotax Junior Primo final, a really good one to witness. Not for the lead battle, it's fair to say, but fantastic to plot the progress, particularly of James Fabricius, who might well have had a quick enough kart to have won that, maybe certainly to get to second position had he had a better day yesterday. And it does take some recovery if you've had a tough Saturday to then start to get things going in the right direction on Sunday. But everyone getting more and more experienced in their karting action, and fascinating to witness in the winter period who might be stepping up from Rotax Junior Primo into the other classes. Race 35, the next final on the bill is for the Inter Maxes. And the Intermax grid for their final here at Whilton Mill. We'll see Luke Millward on pole position alongside Aquila Nane Giannone. Then it's George Quinlan and Larry Price on the second row, ahead of Oliver Barton and Logan Rolfe, who's had a real up and down day. Logan Rolfe, a couple of collisions. One was really costly in the opening superheat of the day, put him right to the back of the field, and he recovered to 20th position. Slightly better situation in race 2, although again, an awkward run to call, really. It was a challenge for something like 3rd and 4th at the time into Ashby. Actually, it was for 2nd with Larry Price, and we weren't sure whether Larry ran offline or Logan Rolfe was a bit too ambitious a move. Nevertheless, it cost him ground, and Logan Rolfe wanted second places all day, ideally. Well, he hasn't had one yet, and he'll start from 6th place. Then Leo Livings and Eddie Duncan. We've got Ronnie Smart and Lewis Herbertson next up, ahead of Jensen Sale and Drew Davidson. Charlie Quinn, Noah Clare, Jensen Walker and Noah Jepson. Cameron Tipping and Rudra Golkunat will start from 18th, ahead of Odysseus Hole and Jamie Walsh. Then it's Jaden Patel Scott, Finley Thompson, Harrison Thorndyke and Annika Hurd completing this entry for the Intermax final. Another 12 minutes plus an extra lap.
Now,
Nick.
I've done some points calculation on this one.
Tremendous.
As they say. Jensen Sales, who was in second, has kind of given himself some issues, to be honest.
That's Jensen Sale.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, in that we don't think his kart's been firing on all cylinders, if you like, all day.
No. Larry Price also hasn't really put together a cohesive challenge. But, so it's looking particularly good, despite Logan's issues. Logan actually hasn't dropped as many points as you think he does. He's still managed to get 89 points out of a possible 100 so far. Because some of the people who beat him weren't registered for the championship. So they
right. So they are effectively invisible, are they?
Invisible, yeah.
On the championship. Interesting.
So the good news, it looks like, I think he just has to finish in the first couple of positions. He should be okay.
That's Logan.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
First few. I mean, because it's mainly because there's not been a cohesive challenge.
Yes, even from Larry Price.
No, Larry Price he's. I'm saying not from Larry Price, but Larry Price is. I'm trying to find Larry Price's actual scores, which for some reason are not currently sitting in front of me. So bear me 1 second.
You can tell from that sound effect that they're actually on the floor, and that was Nick leaning down to grab them.
Because he's so old. So this is Micromax, isn't it? No, Intermax, isn't it?
Intermax. And are you had points established from yesterday, or we do not worry?
No, I've got yesterday's points as well, so
You
it's
have,
fine.
okay.
I've got yesterday's points. I just need to find the points I need for this particular selection of issues. There's an awful lot of pieces of paper. This is the problem.
Yes.
There's micro. I don't want micro, do I? Want inter. There's inter. I need to see what. So Larry Price actually has only gained 1 point on. Has only gained 2 points on Logan today, despite Logan's problems, and he is significantly behind. So really, any sort of reasonable finish, and Logan will be fine to take this championship. Again, he's not had the most brilliant day, but interestingly, neither have his major competitors either. So it's one of those days where, if I don't do brilliantly, it doesn't really matter if everyone else doesn't do brilliantly.
Yeah. Well, Logan finished 17th and 5th, but as you say, a lot of those karts in Heat 1, Super Heat 1, don't qualify for points. So he still scored. Do you have him scoring 51 then?
Yes.
For today?
Yes. Today, and 40. And I think I'm near enough maximum, still 38, so that's why. It's a maximum of 60. So in these championships, it's actually quite hard to always get a particularly big swing one way or t'other.
Yes. Larry Price scored 55 in today's 2 races.
But less yesterday. So they're about to get rolling. Not quite sure. Logan Rolfe is starting outfield. Slow down, says Luke Millward, who's looking to win this and get the glory of the points. But I think may move him into the podium. That's about as far as it will go. And Akine Gianni, I don't think he's immediately.
He crossed the line first.
Yeah, swept the line across, and they've all gone through quite nicely.
So Giannone should lead into Christmas Corner.
Yeah, the 128 he is.
Was that Millward down the inside?
I think it's Millward, yeah. It looks like the Millwards with the UK tops on. Yep, the UK race suit from the Rotax World Finals.
So Millward ahead of Larry Price. 197 looks to be in what was third position. Round the outside, can Price make that stick? He certainly can. Into second position, terrific stuff. Well, round the outside of Chapman.
You got Rolfe laid back in 4th place.
There he is, laid back Rolfe.
Right, and he's about to try and get to 3rd. I think if I was Logan, I'd just sit on it for a bit, just let it settle. He's been a little bit too keen to move forward in the early laps in the 2 heats today.
Actually, laid back Logan is a better name for him, isn't it?
It is, yeah, absolutely.
You can use that next year.
Well,
if he continues with the same seat position.
Do you want to kind of like it kind of...
What?
I'm going to keep copyright. So I was talking to Paul at the same time then.
Yes, it made sense when I turned my head. Giannone leading then from Larry Price. Luke Millward in 138 running in 3rd ahead of laid-back Logan in 4th. I'll make it stick.
Copyright.
Yellow helmet of George Quinlan 5th, and then Oliver Barton in 6th place. But we could have 8 for the lead very shortly, as now down the inside goes Millward to snatch 2nd place away from 128. 1-3, that's the former race leader, so that must mean that Larry Price now leads ahead of Giannone, and Giannone's down into 3rd in the blink of an eye.
If I was a betting man, I would say that Rolfe has a drop down on his nose.
Oh, okay.
It looked very low and very wobbly. Look at it wobbling there. Look.
Yes.
I think, and it's got a dent. I think I don't know where he did it, but he's gone into the back of someone. So I think, again, unofficial Nick scoring. I think Rolfe, look at that nose. That doesn't look like it's properly attached. And he moves out. Oh, this is just a dreadful day for Logan. That's Logan out in the boondocks.
Yeah.
Rejoins. Still think he's going to have enough points to win this, despite the disaster that is today. But he's battling with, I think, a drop down already, and then he just gets eased off the track by the 128 of Giannone, and it's just not really going very well for him. I think it's like this dreadful day may result in something nice at the end, or it might not. But this one's going to be one that's going to have to get called by the officials rather than me now, certainly with him so far back with the leaders. Price from Millward. And there's Luke, who is he's a Micromax British champion. That's the one level down, one age group down. He's too old to be in that, so he's now an Intermax. Missed the first round at Warden Law. And then, obviously, therefore, you don't have a drop score. You have to take all the rounds, regardless whether they're good, bad, or indifferent. Looks up the inside.
That could have gone very wrong for Millward, but he just about had enough in hand to back out of it. Going to try again into the boots. Larry Price rides the curb. And it's not going to help him then. Well, thankfully, there's this Nouvelle chicane now, which, if you do make a slight mistake into the boot, it really kind of irons that out for you. Much better to get a good slingshot out of the pit bend. George Quinlan in the all-yellow helmet, now up to third position, having a nice dice with Giannone. Where did Rolf rejoin?
Dropped to 17th in the end.
Okay,
so
he's gained 2 since then.
But I think the problem is, I think the issue is, I think he's got a nose drop.
Yeah, so the car will
which
be
means
inspected again.
He'll get a 5-second penalty. So that's going to be a problem. It's interesting the top two have got away, and then there is a gaggle of about 5, perhaps 7, really generously, led by George Quinlan. I think. I'm not sure whether actually Achille got past him again there, but the top two round the boot.
Have you mentioned Achille's 5-second penalty as well?
No, he had a 5-second penalty. There's a tramline penalty. There's a 3-second penalty for Walker, but he's in 9th. There's a 5-second penalty for a race start problem from Achille, so that he did get the jump, and it was too good a jump. Rolf's had a penalty before the race started, I think.
Down the inside for the race lead, and Millward will get it at Christmas corner.
Gione's got a 5-second penalty as well.
Giannone's got another one. So that's 2 5-second penalties.
Yeah, he's got one for driving and one for the race start, so he's now 10 seconds back. So he's not really in third. That's all I'll say about that one.
No, that's fair. But of course, if you're in the seat of George Quinlan, you've still got to drive by Giannone.
And you don't know. Well, actually, no, you do know, because the penalties actually are, if you're clever enough, the penalties are actually on the gantry. As they go underneath the gantry, the penalties are written there. So as long as you know the number of your rivals, which you have obviously part of the skill of remembering. Do you know the number of your rivals that have so-and-so 5-second penalty, and they know what's happening? So that's just behind. Do you see that penalty just behind the timing bar then?
I saw it.
That's telling everyone who's got penalties and for how much and how long.
But from Quinlan's perspective, it doesn't help him knowing that they've got a penalty. I mean, in fact, it's worse luck, because Quinlan just says, well, I want to get ahead of Giannone.
Yeah.
And Giannone's not going to give up the road position, because he'll lose more time that way.
Yeah, well, the point is you've got a penalty. You haven't got to
push.
You haven't got to give up any space. You haven't got to let someone through and then get the penalty off again. That's not happening. It's gone. It's being added to the end of your race turn.
It might still happen, though. Not that he's going to give it up, but through an error, Giannone very nearly threw away third position into Chapman.
Quinlan in the Jack's machine. That's the green and the white with a bit of flashes of blue coming down through the Nouvelle chicane. I'm trying to think about a way he can have a go over Achille, but he's also got a problem behind him. That's Oliver Barton, and another problem behind him is Ronnie Smart. This is 5-second penalty 1-2-2, so you rotate those penalties of who's got a penalty here and there and everything. And it's a second penalty for Jenson Walker.
Cheers.
So it's a double penalty for 2 people. So Walker is not in 9th, and Achille Giannone is not in 3rd.
No.
So it's been a scrappy little start to the Intermax final. We also saw Logan Rolfe, who I think is still champion-elect, but I'm certainly not calling it into this race, I can tell you. We might be able to call it by the end of the day.
What will be interesting is, how do they communicate to Achille that he's got 2 5-second penalties? Because it'll say 5-second penalty, then it'll rotate to the second one, but does it say in brackets second?
No, it doesn't.
So he doesn't know he's got 10 seconds added in actual fact. I mean, it doesn't help anybody, really.
He'll find out and be upset by the end. But,
we'll find out when he gets the result sheet. He's down in 21st or wherever.
Yeah, he got a jump start. He did make a really good start, so I suppose,
It was too good a start.
The thing is, of course, because it's just him who made too good a start, he didn't get away with a full start. See, if he got away with a full start, he wouldn't have lost the 5 seconds. But it's just too good a start for one person's jump start, and that's your problem. But it doesn't really affect the fact that Millward now is still... Millward's ahead of Larry Price. When did that happen?
I did call it.
I've been staring at so many different pages at the moment, trying to work out what's going on.
It happened at Christmas corner about 3 laps ago.
Excellent, thank
from
you.
Memory.
That's all right, because I wasn't quite sure, because I've literally just been looking at 4 different pieces of paper trying to work out who's doing what to whom.
It was a good overtake, classic one, down the inside, late on the brakes, and Larry Price couldn't do a great deal about that. Giannone still sitting in 3rd, and the cork in the bottle, and when everything shakes out, George Quinlan will be thinking, the fact that I had to follow Giannone for lap after lap, and I felt I was quicker than him, and now he's got a 10-second penalty. That could have opened the door to these 2. The question is, I don't think Quinlan's necessarily carrying enough speed to reel in these 2 leaders. No. But will get a podium if he stays there. That isn't dispatched by Oliver Barton in 5th place in the number 165 Kart. Ronnie Smart's also in that queue, along with Eddie Duncan and Leo Livings.
Last time round, fastest driver on the track was Logan Rolfe, but I think that penalty is not going to do him a huge amount of good. He's currently scored Logan in 13th, but he would actually drop down to 18th if those penalties, because other penalties are involved as well. I'm not quite sure, but he would be 18th before they drop other people further.
Yeah. There's also a driving standards flag for Giannone as well about the potential of blocking.
That's blocking, yeah. Drew Davidson's picked up a penalty. That's the S-plate driver. He's in 14th. So a very, very busy time in the steward's office today. There's a lot of people out there marshalling. There's a lot of CCTV cameras there seeing things we don't see. And they're being very, very careful to make sure these drivers stay on the straight and narrow as far as there's a letter of the law. I think there's also quite a real push for the spirit of the rules as well.
Yeah. Well, if you are seen as blocking and you've got a time penalty that's going to put you behind the cars you're battling with anyway, then that's even more of a reason, I think, to warn Giannone. You know, we're giving you the benefit of the doubt to stay there in third position and actually sufficiently ahead this time of George Quinlan. Both Quinlan and Barton want to be free of 128 to have clear line of sight on these two, almost backing it into Christmas corner that time. Larry Price, very late on the brakes, carrying good speed in certain areas, more so than Luke Millward, but Millward gets good drive off the crucial corners and stays ahead on this short, sharp straight from Ashby into Wilkins.
Yeah, Millward, again, it's taken him a little bit of time even in this move up from Mini-Max to Intermax, but again, now putting down that performance as we saw when he was the British champion, of course, last year in Mini-Max.
Quinlan's got ahead of the penalised Giannone, so finally he's managed to wrestle that third position away, and now we'll get to see what sort of speed George Quinlan can get to, but he left himself too much of a challenge on now with a couple of minutes to go and
2.2 seconds to get to second place. I mean, obviously he has got the actual official podium now.
True. Yeah, it's as the crowd are seeing it as well, so third place on the road. Quickest driver out there is still Luke Millward. Larry Price, though, following his every move.
Who's
one
off
in
there?
the background, yes.
Someone probably about 8th went off. 8th or 9th by the looks of it.
Yeah, I would suggest.
We'll find out in a minute because they'll start coming. They'll fall down the field. We'll watch them. They come across the line in a minute. Go around the boot for the. They've got about 3 laps to go. Possibly might be 4. Certainly 3 as they come down. Hit the Nouvelle chicane. Top 2 similarly not particularly gapped, and they looking behind them in the last few laps now of the Mini-Max Championship. Can't really call who's going to be. There's 2 carts went off. It was Ronnie Smart and Eddie Duncan, who obviously had a bit of a coming together, and both dropped down 10 positions. But more than that, they're still dropping. So it's been a real disappointment for those 2 carters with a few laps to go. But it was there's the 150 in the middle. That's Ronnie Smart, who was just stuck in the middle of the track.
That's why he's not come through.
So he. Not quite sure why he's stuck in the middle of the track because I said the engine's still, you've got a starter. They're doing it under yellow flags. That's fine. So 40 seconds to go. They're going to cross this one, and then they'll get 2 more. So it's 3 laps or 2. This one and 1 more. So they've got 2 laps to go.
Eddie Duncan didn't appear either at the end of lap 13. The leaders are back around again for the 14th time. 20 odd seconds left on the clock, so the completion of that lap puts them onto the penultimate lap now, and 1 more lap to go. Leaders still right together, Luke Millward and Larry Price.
They're under yellows all the way through this section here.
So there's a cart off just before Ashby, and then obviously it was Ronnie Smart who'd ended up in the middle of the road, who they've now managed to clear, the marshals, in the gap in the traffic.
Certainly going for it now. Lapping 3 corners, going around the boot for the penultimate time for the year. Larry Price, can he take a win in the final round? Can Millward secure a victory to cement his upgrading to Intermax? Obviously you get a couple of years in Intermax, so this next year will be the one where he can win all the championships. What will happen overall? Where will Rolf finish? Will he win the championship? It's too close to call and I can't call it, so hopefully we can call it before the end of the day, but I certainly won't be calling it over the line. That's for sure.
He's done well to get back up to 10th position now.
But he's got a drop down.
Oh, yes. So that's an additional 5 seconds. But I'll still maintain.
Others have got penalties as well.
True. I'll still maintain he's done well to get it back up to 10th position.
Price at the inside.
Yes.
taking the chance to take the win. Millwood there, didn't see that one coming. Now can he get him back? Get a bit more momentum coming down the back straight. He's got 2 corners, goes sweeping around the outside of the boot. He's going to do it. He's going to get back. Can he be over and under? Coming into the final of the Nouvelle Chicane, they're side by side for the win, and it's going to be just, is it? No, yes, it's just Millwood. You kind of wondered there whether Price was going to get the cut back and get the drive. He didn't. Fantastic last few corners there. They both threw it all out there. Millwood very calm when he was overtaken going round Chapman, but a great comeback and some fantastic battle. I don't think either of them touched each other, so great racing all over.
No, very, very clean. One of the best bits of commentary I've ever heard you come out with as well. Yes, no, yes.
But
Millwood wins.
Can I make a point about that? That actually accurately describes what was happening.
It really did. No, I wasn't putting your leg there, I promise you. It sounded like a backhanded compliment, but it wasn't. Anyway, Millwood didn't know whether he was on the right side or the left side of the track in order to take the win. I did wonder whether Larry Price might be able to draw level as they came out of that final corner, but Millwood gets it despite Larry Price's best efforts down the inside of the left-hander after Wilkins and charged his way towards there, but in the end it was Luke Millward who takes the win by just over a tenth of a second over Larry Price. George Quinlan made the podium after being fairly delayed by Kylian Giannoni, who's had a double penalty in that race. Also a late 5-second penalty to Eddie Duncan, who might shed some light on precisely what happened at the Ashby right-hander that also involved Ronnie Smart. Ronnie Smart's kart ended up in the middle of the road. So Duncan probably penalised for that. Giannoni 4th, Oliver Barton 5th, Jensen Walker in 6th place ahead of Leo Livings, Lewis Herbertson, Jensen Sale, Logan Rolfe and Noah Jebson completing the top 11 ahead of Drew Davidson, Charlie Quinn, and behind Charlie we had Ruda Goldkunaft, Noah Clare, Odysseus Hole, Jamie Walsh, Finley Thompson, Harrison Thorndike, Ronnie Smart and Eddie Duncan were non-finishers, as we've told you.
But there were so many penalties, that is incredibly, absolutely 100% provisional.
They always are.
Yeah.
The feature final results are always very provisional because, as you say, the penalties need to be worked in. Where do these results end up online?
On Alpha Timing, yeah.
Alpha Timing.
Yeah.
There you go. Head to alphatiming.co.uk a little bit later when it's all is decided.
So next up, it is the senior Rotax, and this is your finals grid. It's Pearson Bullock Carter who has got the pole position from Lucas Blanford. Lucas, we think, is the barring disasters champion. From Ross Tyler and Morgan Hudson Brown. Mikey Walker starts in 5. Elliot Dortner starts 6th. It's Oliver. I can't read the word Oliver. It's Oliver Liversedge is in 7 and Daniel Whitfield is 8th. Liam Phillips is 9th. Ben Horner is 10th. New Safa Leathers is 11th. 12th is Michael Ambler, then Jamie Kirkbride, Archie Hogan, Taylor England, Elliot Surtees. Yeah, it's Ian Hughes, isn't it? That Ewan. Is it Ewan Hughes or Ian Hughes 17? Is that Ewan?
Well, I don't know whether that's a misspelling or I would say
it's the Welsh
if that's
spelling,
the correct spelling, then I would think it's pronounced Ewan.
Ewan Hughes, yeah. Then Kai Newman, Jason Dukas, Leah Scatchhard, Braden Donahue, Harvey Wilson, Daniel Callahan, Oscar Lambert, Johnny Lynch, and Kyle Dunford. They are your runners and riders for the senior Rotax final, which will take place when they've cleared away, I think, several karts which decided not to finish finish the race properly, whilst pointing in the right direction in the previous Max race.
Yeah, there was a moment where Nick and I looked at one another going, what on earth is going to happen next in that race? Certainly kept us guessing till the closing stages, with thanks to Larry Price and his run to the flag, realising in the last few corners, if I'm going to make an impact on this final and attempt to win it, it needs to be now. Chapman was a great overtake, but Millward, not to be outdone, got back ahead. We've seen similarly really close racing from the senior Rotaxes though as well. So as the track is made suitable here at Whilton Mill, we can reflect on the championship battle, Nick?
Well, no, Lucas Blanford's kind of won this one. He had a fantastic period in the middle of the season where he won. He did 2 absolute maximum points and then a third A final win. At Rowra last time round, he got max in the heats and in the super heats, but in the final it rained and he dropped back a little bit. But he still scored plenty of points, so he's effectively untouchable barring disasters. He is Morgan Hudson Brown is 2nd, Elliot Dortner is 3rd, and they can theoretically change positions, and it's a long gap again down to Liam Phillips in 4th place. So it's quite tight amongst the rest of the drivers, to be honest. A huge number of entries but not a huge number of people who've done the whole series. That makes sense. So a lot of people have decided it's my local track, it's my favourite track, it's a track that I'm going to be going to for another event in a few weeks' time. So we've had a lot of entries, but not that many people running the whole championship. I'd say that we've had about 11 run the whole championship, but we've had a total of 50 different names.
Really?
In the championship. So, which is what it's great. That's the point. You run a championship and you have people who want to use it for certain reasons and people who want to enter everything that's going on, We've had specialists come down. We had specialists at Rowra, and they won the round. We had specialists at PFI, but they didn't win the round this time. So Senior Max obviously one of the biggest classes in the country. So there's people who have Senior Max outfits all round. Some of them working, just as privateers. Some that sort of like do it when they can. Some full team members who are running British Championships and international races as well, and everything in between.
Well, an excellent day today for Pearson Bullock Carter. 2 superheat wins to date from different second-place finishers. Ross Tyler in the first this morning. Morgan Hudson-Brown finished second in the second superheat. But Lucas Blanford has been in the top 3 on each occasion, not needing to push like crazy, I suppose, knowing that he's got a lot of points in the back pocket.
Bullock Carter obviously has done one previous round. He did the PFI round where he finished 6th in the final.
Okay.
First round was won by a guy called Brandon Truman, who hasn't done any of the rounds since. And I remember now why, because it rained. And it tops it. Not that's why it hasn't done any rounds since, and why he won something you don't really think about, won the round. It rained in that round, and it really meant that the specialists could really capitalise. It didn't rain during the qualifying, it rained during the finals.
Right.
So there'll be 2 laps at warm up here.
That's when a track specialist can really shine.
Absolutely, yeah,
100%. Because you know where the damp patches tend to form.
Yeah, where the wet line is. The dry line is, people can work that out with a pencil. The wet line is, unique to each circuit.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, glad that it's not raining today here at Whilton Mill.
We are always glad it's not raining.
It's a place that's there's no stranger to the wet stuff, so that presumably means that next weekend's forecast is a bit bleak in your mind.
Currently the forecast is fine. Doesn't mean a thing.
No,
but we've had there's no denying it. I'm not going to attempt fate. We've had a fantastic season so far as weather's concerned.
Good.
We only had one really wet one, and that was last time at Rowra, and that was only wet for half a day. So it's been a good summer for that. Previous years, I think we had one situation where there was rain at some point in every meeting for about 7 meetings in a row. It wasn't that thing where it chucks it down. It's a much more annoying thing when suddenly there's a shower and you have to waterproof everything.
Out of the blue, and then it stops, and then you've got to bring it all out again.
You've got to work out, do we leave it or no? It's that sort of thing, but yeah. Oh, the trials and tribulations of doing a live stream.
It's like peering behind the curtain.
It is. It's not exactly the Wizard of Oz, though, is it?
No.
Well,
maybe it is, actually, because that was a massive anticlimax as well. Pay no attention to Nick Damon behind the curtain.
Don't talk about Wicked like that.
I wasn't talking about Wicked.
Oh, no. Well,
talking about the original.
Were you at a musical this week?
I was at Mary Poppins on Friday night, yeah.
Mary Poppins on Friday, Northampton Speedway on Saturday, Whilton Mill karting on Sunday. You have the most varied life anyone I know.
I do.
Chimney.
Great ending to that show, by the way. I won't talk about it right now. Maybe in the bar later. Because we're racing in the senior Rotax for 2025 here at Milton Mill. The final...
Milton Mill.
Milton Mill. The final round of the season. And who's got the best getaway? I'm going to guess it's Pearson Bullock Carter. They're all very similar.
It's one of the green and white carts, I think.
Yes, but...
They're 1, 2, 4 and 5 or 4 and 6 at the moment, the Jats carts. But yeah, absolutely. It is the 75 of Pearson Bullock Carter from the 22 of Ross Tyler is made up a position, and they sprint round and into Chapman for the first time, and there's already a bit of kind of general separation. So they've all given themselves a bit of breathing space in these opening laps, let everything warm up. But the champion-elect, Lucas Blanford, is in third.
So Ross Tyler with a good start to dispatch Lucas Blanford, but he'll have something to say in the next 11 plus minutes, and the extra lap over the line they go to complete the first. And Pearson Bullock Carter, not sure whether he's led every single lap today, but he certainly won the 2 super heats and on course to repeat that feat in today's senior Rotax final. But there are a number of drivers out there in readiness to stop him. Might need a couple though to attack to try and throw Pearson the curved ball. 2-pronged attack might be resolved, but of course it's not necessarily going to come from those two behind, because Blanford makes a late ditch manoeuvre at Chapman, and that will mean Ross Tyler's off onto the grass and losing ground.
He was spooked off. I don't think there was anything coming. There was no coming togetherness. I think there. I think he was kind of spooked off, or perhaps it was just he ended up with only enough room for 2/3 of the kart, and then got dragged onto the tyre. But that's a real disappointment for the 22 kart. He's going to drop down. It's really hard to get back through this field. Blanford has made that position. Obviously, we'll keep a close eye on the timing of the penalty schemes to see whether anyone thinks that was a problem.
Yeah, so Blanford, for the time being, now into second position ahead of Mikey Walker. Morgan Hudson-Brown not that far away either, in fourth position. Then the gap back to the blue helmet of Oliver Liversidge. And Ross Tyler rejoining. A bit erratic coming through the exit of Wilkins as well. Is he still cleaning up his tyres potentially? Well, that was just him finding the rhythm again. Ross Tyler across the line at the end of lap 2 in second, but with company. Elliot Dalton Ayres not that far away as everyone snakes their way through the Nouvelle chicane. It looked to turn way too much left for a moment, and then all of a sudden the momentum from the tail end swings them round.
We've seen this a few times. They seem to point in the wrong direction, and they just get caught, don't they?
Like the Scandinavian switch that you find in, or flick that you find in rally driving. But it works for everybody, so clearly it's the right line.
I think, as I said before, my postulation is something to do with that you've got the slow reaction, the way that the kart then just hooks back up again. Again, this is my guess, because I am not obviously a kart dynamics expert, much as I might try and pretend I am whilst I'm on air. Top four are away, and they've managed to get a little tiny break over Liversidge, and of course the recovering Ross Tyler, 5 and 6. But actually, even when saying that, actually the fifth kart is actually catching up this top four, isn't it? So I'm reverse mystic megging. I'm demystifying Meg.
That's a good line. Mind boggles with that. Anyway, moving on. Elliot Dalton Ayres leading by a couple. Oh, not leading. He's seventh. Leading Ben. What I was trying to say was
he's leading everyone down from seventh onwards.
He's leading Ben Horner by about a second or so.
Oh. Now, lovely little move there. That was a late move into Ashby. I haven't seen that very much. Mikey Walker into second. Gives Pearson Bullock Carter a bit of breathing room, but they'll soon catch that back up again. Blanford, our champion-elect, has to settle for third, and behind him, Morgan Hudson-Brown looking a little bit more racy, thinking about an inside round at the boot.
Yeah, so this is challenge on for second, third and fourth positions, giving Pearson Bullock Carter just a moment's peace out front in number 75. So Mikey Walker giving Pearson that chance to breathe again with a teammate in behind as well to keep Lucas Blanford at a sufficient distance, and that might allow Hudson-Brown a chance to work out where his kart is a little quicker than Blanford's down into Ashby. This is lap 6, so we're ticking off the laps, but not yet at half distance, far from it in fact, with another 90 seconds or so to go. There's the race leader, then second, third and fourth, all together heading for the boot, and about to be joined by a fourth member. In fact, that's the 90 car of Oliver Liversidge in the blue helmet.
The question
nice
is,
tidy line out of the final corner.
Is this a workable break? Because Pearson Bullock Carter is pulling away by a tenth of a second or so each lap. It's got up to 3/4 of a second. Is he actually going to be able to break the toe? He's got his teammate Mikey Walker in second, then it's Blanford, and then behind him Morgan Hudson-Brown. But it's really whether he can actually continue to gap. We've not really seen this happen at all today. And I'm not quite sure what it is about the Whilton Mill circuit, or just perhaps the weather, or perhaps the close level of competition. But no one's really been able to get a long way away, with the exception of Hazelwood in the Junior Primo. But really, looking quite like it might be that Pearson Bullock Carter might be the person who can do it. This battle now, we're looking at the 69 of Morgan Hudson-Brown with Oliver Liversidge. His name written large across his racing overalls. Part of the Jacks team, Liversidge, and he's got his teammate behind him, his Tyler, who's recovering from that grassy moment on lap 2 or 3.
Yeah, that was a little out of the blue, but whether there was contact or not, I'm sure will be looked at, but heavily delayed Ross Tyler in the process. He has got more on point since then, though, and challenging now Liversidge for that 5th place. Race leader turning into Chapman with an advantage of about 0.8 of a second at the start of this lap. Mikey Walker just nonchalantly looking around, really, trying to sense where Lucas Blanford might attack next. He's not quite close enough, though, through the Nouvelle chicane. They will tick off another lap. That's 8 now in the book. And second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Although still tightly bunched, just starting to settle down a little bit now.
And again, they're not gaining anything on Pearson Bullock Carter, but he just put the fastest lap of the race, and he's only 300 per second faster than the others. But he is maintaining his 3/4 of a second gap, and you would expect that is within the level where you'll get a bit of aerodynamic advantage. The yellow flag going into the complex now through Chapman, so through Parkers and Chapman.
That might be Elliot Surtees who's off the road. I think I saw the 21 number panel, who was running in 18th place, although did he complete lap 5? Oh, in fact, my timing screen's well
lap
behind.
8 now, yeah.
Yeah. I'll give it a refresh.
Yeah, honestly.
And see whether...
You've got a historical timing screen.
I have.
So Mikey Walker is now exactly 3/4 second behind. He lost another 3... He's currently using 300ths of a second a lap to Pearson Bullock Carter, who's just eking out the fastest lap each time. They are effectively going the same speed, but we would expect a bit of gain. But as you rightly point out, Johnny, this has led to a kind of a separation of all the karts by a few lengths. Blanford is 2 or 3 kart lengths ahead of Hudson Brown, who's 2 or 3 kart lengths ahead of Liver's Edge. That nose to tailness has gone, but we've got still 4.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, and 1 or 2 might have an idea up their sleeve in the closing stages, but they'll have to really try and get a move on at this point to make it possible into the final 2 minutes. That was indeed Elliot Surtees off the road and in the sanctuary of the Marshall post, just I think on the approach to Wilkins, but that's why there were yellow flags being displayed into the first of the challenging left-handers on the infield part of Whilton Mill. Pearson Bullock Carter out front by about the same distance as separates Mikey Walker in second and Lucas Blanford in third. Gap is 4/10 of a second. Pearson though to Mikey more like 8/10 at the start of this lap, and that's about the margin that Pearson has been enjoying for most of the other scraps through the course of the day. He led one of the superheats by a second. It was tighter actually for superheat 1. That was just half a second advantage over Ross Tyler. Ross Tyler, I thought, might be the one to step forward and challenge, but of course then there was that collision.
There was an investigation for it between Blanford, but it's not resulted in it appears in a penalty, so it's been judged as a racing incident.
Okay.
Obviously the penalty can get applied very retrospectively as well, but in fairness to Pearson Bullock Carter, he's really putting together a good weekend. I mean, it's interesting how he's not really eking away in any way from Mikey Walker. Mikey Walker actually gained a 10th of him last lap round with the fastest lap of the entire race. So perhaps now we're unleashing the beast that is Mikey Walker. He's got 4 or 5 laps to get back up to the back of Bullock Carter. Blanford, our champion-elect, he's happy in third. I'm pretty sure that's all he needs to do. But is Mikey any closer? No. And so once again, he just stays at this 6.67. And that time round, he lost 200ths of a second again. So it's very much nip and tuck. But Bullock Carter did a great job because he's staying ahead despite the fact he's giving them a tow. And that's worth 2 or 3 tenths a lap easily.
Interesting. Yeah, agreed. Mikey Walker is capable of going faster than Pearson Bullock Carter because he's got the fastest lap by a couple of tenths, but he can't do that lap after lap, clearly. And that might have been earlier in the piece as well, and maybe he was getting a tow. Now he's into clear air in second position, trying to replicate the 45.7, but struggling to do so. Over the line then go the top 2. Has that gap come down anymore? Yeah, by about a tenth in the favour of a chasing Walker.
Bamford under heavy pressure now from Morgan Hudson Brown. Well, I say heavy pressure. He's been under pressure from Morgan Hudson Brown for 10 minutes and 13 seconds, which is the rest of the race. But he's under quite a lot of pressure, obviously keeping his place on the podium at the moment, and we believe also taking the overall championship as well for 2025 in the senior Rotax here at the TKC. In lovely sunny conditions at Whilton Mill. Still a couple of minutes to go, a couple of laps to go, minute and a half left. They're doing 46 and change laps, so good pace. It's a very fine day to be racing in the Northamptonshire countryside, but certainly it's a very fine day to be Pearson Bullock Carter because you're just staying equidistant ahead of your teammate Mikey Walker, and Lucas Blanford, the person who's been dominating the championship, ain't getting anywhere near you at the moment.
Hudson Brown are most likely to snatch a podium in the dying stages inside the final minute, and into Inkermans they go for third and fourth places. Good exit speed, though, from Blanford out of Ashby on this occasion, and then into Wilkins. Leading duo still separated by about the same margin. It's hovering between 5 and 7/10 of a second. Pearson Bullock Carter able to manage the distance and sense where Mikey Walker is. There'll be hand signals as well from the pit area as to how much of a distance they've got. But Blanford just about got Hudson Brown covered, I think, unless Hudson Brown can make a charge either into this corner or the one at the end of the back straight, so the opening to the boot. Best opportunity. Sometimes he gets a good run out of Chapman, does Hudson Brown. And Lucas Blanford is a little bit closer this time. The clock will read 0 the next time they cross the line. That will signal the final lap of the final.
Yeah, so the Senior Max final. This one hasn't really exploded into life as I kind of hoped it would do. I mean, we can appreciate the skill and the pace, but apart from that instant on lap 2 when Tyler went grass cutting, it's been a little bit processional. I think it's mainly down to the performance of Pearson Bullock Carter, who'd had the speed to stay ahead despite pushing the air away from everyone behind him, and perhaps the fact that Michael Walker never got quite close enough to make the most of that slipstream. Blanford, the Scot, really kind of just about guaranteeing his podium and his overall championship win. He's just holding off more than Hudson Brown. Had a good weekend. But yeah, I think we've had a number of good finals. They can't all be classics, Johnny, can they?
No, agreed, because then they wouldn't be classics by definition, because every single final would be utterly off the scale and bonkers. And sometimes you just need to take a step back and go, Pearson Bullock Carter, a tremendous drive all weekend. When you consider the relentless nature of this senior Rotax competition, but he has had his head and shoulders above water all weekend, and Pearson Bullock Carter, having bossed the superheats, will take the final this weekend.
Blanford's got the championship
as well, and Lucas Blanford, with third position, takes the championship.
That was a champion. It was a look at me. I've done quite well. Kind of a self-effacing wave from our winner, Pierce. I've won the heat, and then Blanford went, I've won the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, fair play. I mean,
too right, absolutely.
A bigger deal.
You can't celebrate winning this. What can you celebrate?
I've come up with many different options, but let's just keep it to the Senior Rotax Championship for 2025. And
I refuse to celebrate the birth of my child. It's not the Senior Rotax Championship.
Exactly. Well, we've been with him every step of the way, and Lucas Blanford, a star man as well, knew what he had to do. Always travels a fair old distance, unless it's Warden Law. Then from Scotland. There aren't any races. There aren't any meetings of the Kart Championship north of the border, are there? No. Maybe that. Good karting tracks in Scotland. Many of them, I'm sure.
One.
Okay.
Which I really wish you hadn't said, because the name's flown out of my head temporarily. It's a very good circuit up there. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I just can't think what it's called.
Don't worry.
The Ultimate UK, so you go there, and let's talk about the next race.
Yes, right. Because as soon as we change the subject, it will come flooding back. But you've got other things to concentrate on as well. Junior Rotax final is next, followed by the Honda Cadets, which will complete our day and indeed our weekend here in Northamptonshire at Whilton Mill. And the Junior Rotax A final, we remember, add to this mixture then the 4 karts that got through from the repechage.
That has worked. I had to refresh it to get the 4 new karts in.
Good.
There is your list of the finalists. Charlie Very ended up on pole.
Yeah.
From Ewan House, Sebastian Clark, Marcel Poppercool, that's your front 2 rows. Daniel Hartley and Jack Robinson there on the 3rd row. Isabel Sandsmore Wilson, she's with joining Riley Morgan, who had that. Riley Morgan's done well because he was spun in the middle of the track through the second superheat. He's in 8th. Lewis Sumner and Oliver Fabricius, they are in 9th and 10th. Then you've got Sam Mott and Riley Bishop. Riley Bishop, the champion-elect. He's had a bit of a difficult day, but doesn't really matter because he's the champion-elect. Eric Smith and Lewis Holt, they are 13th and 14th. Then you've got Spencer Traherne, Thomas Harper, George Cole and JJ Plowman. Amy Peacock and Braith Murdoch, they make up the top 20. Braith Murdoch has had some real issues despite having some real pace. The rest of the field is Laurie McVeigh, Theo Bradshaw, Kevin Ivanoff, Nathaniel Gray, James Tate, Shane Hilton, Alfie Lambert, Henry James, Jack Beasley, Max Scott, Max Wheatley, Ellis Steely, Harley Griffith, Golkanath and Adam Giuditis. And if you're wondering why I recognise those last 4 names, is because they are the people who bumped up from the repechage B final.
Yeah, so they progress into the A final and are on the back of the grid. Lark Hall is probably the circuit
that's the one I wanted to know. Thank you very much. It was Lark Hall.
Yeah.
I was literally about to go and type in Scottish Kart.
Well, that's precisely what I did do.
100%.
Just down the road from Wishaw, which is the home of John Higgins, the Wizard of Wishaw.
Snooker player.
Yes.
God, this is multi-sport now, isn't it?
Well, it's Glasgow basically, isn't it? Get to Glasgow and turn right, and then you'll get to Larkhall. You been there?
No.
We need to do a work trip to see how good it is.
Well, you're up in Scotland next week, aren't you?
I am, yeah, actually.
When are you doing? You're doing Knockhill, aren't you?
Knockhill next weekend. Yeah,
for touring cars.
That's more Edinburgh side, but I could do a little detour to Larkhall.
Yeah, go on then.
To check it all out.
Yeah, check it all out. Tell us what's going on.
Okay.
So just waiting for the, I think again, the Flotsam and Jetsam to be collected from the previous heat. A few carts weren't quite where they're supposed to be at the end.
That's a fair comment. But, towards the end of the weekend, you want to be exploring unconventional lines, maybe, to get a good result. That wasn't the case for Pearson, though, who takes another race victory and not the championship, but he'll be... did he not do a lot of the races this year, just stretching back to the previous? Pearson.
No, he
double barrel.
The second one he did.
Okay. So, I mean, surely there's a temptation to come back in 2026 to do a heck of a lot more races because he'll be right up there.
Oh yeah,
in the championship.
I think that's, there's no people are normally doing a championship. It might be a club championship, and then they'll do select other rounds of things where they can get an entry. And it's quite a good. That's how you build your season. Some people do 2 championships if they can find non-clashing championships. So
Pearson Bullock Carter could be a name to watch in the Kart Championship in 2026, but we now go to the younger members of the Rotax family, giving you a massive capacity grid indeed, because those 4 names have been tagged onto the back to make it 34 karts. Unlikely, I think, to get a podium finisher from one of those 4. I suppose you never know.
You do never know.
If the carnage kicks off early.
You just literally never know.
That's the beauty of sport.
Well, some sport,
Yeah, some is more predictable than others, but I would argue that karting and just generally motorsport across the piece can be very difficult to predict. Charlie Very, Ewan House will be on the front row. Marcel Poppercool and Sebastian Clark in the money seats as well. 1 formation lap, 2 formation laps?
2 for the kids.
Okay.
2 for the junior road taxis and 2 for the senior road taxis. Just to get their eye in and prevent any future issues.
And I'm very pleased that you framed the scoring tower to fit all of the names.
Amazing, isn't it? That isn't by any means a coincidence, just luck.
Okay.
But that's why we now have the rotating scoring things, so you don't have everyone on the screen the whole time, because otherwise you've effectively lost, a fifth of your screen.
You're going to miss a substantial amount of action, I would have thought. So, yes, that will become a rotating lower portion, bottom half.
Well, it's the top 10 the whole time, and it rotates 5.
Clever.
Thank you, Stefan.
12 minutes plus a lap after this second of 2 formation laps. And all the individual drivers, of course, will have their supporters. But when you look at it on the balance of play, Charlie Very and Ewan House have looked very, very strong. Jack Robinson's been there or thereabouts. Oliver Fabricius is in the race in 10th position as well. Now, we're talking about, I presume, brother of the Fabricius family. But Ollie, with some more work to do, and this could be his chance to shine. And then further down in the mid-pack, Braith Murdoch, I remember mentioning.
Yeah, Braith has got some pace. He's had a couple of really bad runs today. We saw him falling down the field after a problem. Well, I think he went off the track, didn't he, in the first superheat. I think he also had an issue in the second superheat as well. So he's starting a long way down. Riley Bishop, who is starting in 11th or 12th, he is the champion-elect and will almost certainly win the championship. With Sumner, Braith Murdoch, Eric Smith and Jack Robinson sort of fighting for a potential arrest of the podium. They're going to try and get that one round again. Yeah, they decided to wait another lap. They hadn't had enough warm-up laps. Yeah. I like the way they're actually calling for a restart even before they finish the start.
Well, there's Brian reappearing. Brian the Flag.
Brian the Flag, yeah.
If you weren't tuned in several hours ago, you won't understand that. And I'm not sure I do, frankly, but I've decided to label that flag.
It's Brian the Flag.
With Brian the Flag, because it doesn't really have a name other than a restart flag.
It's a restart flag, yes. I mean, it's not like it's got a lovely name like a cake, like the Battenberg flag has, you know.
Yes.
There are no cakes that look like that.
So the
thing that looks most like that, I'll be honest with you, are rugby league jerseys.
Okay.
They have kind of like big
with
V's,
the yellow chevron.
Yellow chevrons, yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know which rugby league team it would be.
No, I'm drawn to one in the south. There aren't that many in the south.
Of course, about 3, I think. I mean,
and if you go very, very south, you'll get to
France,
Catalan Dragons.
Yes,
in Perpignan. But I don't think they play in green.
No.
Anyway,
they still going?
I thought they were, but I don't think they're in the Super League anymore. Anyway,
enough
we have
rugby league.
digressed a lot into other sports today. Done quite well in that respect. Charlie Vary, is this going to be called as an official start?
Yes,
so
it is.
far, so good, yeah. So everybody works their way through Crook for the first time of asking of a 12-minute race. Charlie Vary, is he ahead of Sebastian Clark?
I think he is, yeah. The second place is Clark in the 250. Third is the 226 of Ewan House. So that is a Vary from House. House is immediately, I want to be second place, thank you very much. So it's the two teammates, 227 and 226, the Coles teammates. And they sweep round, but a lovely little break there for Charlie Vary, isn't it? Because they're squabbling behind as he goes around Chapman for the first time and down the back straight. So it's a nice little lead. Someone's watching the programme again.
Yeah, that was a dream scenario. He will have played that out several times in his mind prior to this final that he's had to wait a fair chunk of the day for, 3:45 in the afternoon. Next 12 minutes going to be fully focused on keeping this race lead. But these junior Rotax know that they can also work together to try and haul in Charlie Vary, as darting from one side of the road to the other is Marcel Poppercool in defensive mode over Sebastian Clark. Clark looking for a way by, but also trying to defend from Isabella Stansmore. Wilson, and she's just heading now out of the right-hander at Ashby.
It's a good performance by Isabella this weekend. She's been sort of like there or thereabouts in the lower tens, but now she's staying right at the front of the field, running in 5th and looking already to get down through the 4th as she tries to hassle Sebastian Clark. And then there's Poppercool as well around the boot before they go over the Nouvelle chicane. Huge amounts of curve taken.
Over was definitely the right word for Poppercool. He practically leapt the Nouvelle chicane there and gained a bit of time actually on Sebastian Clark.
And they all go across us now, and it's an interesting manoeuvre there as they cross. It's interesting. Some of the people are defending already. We're only 1 minute and 50 seconds in. Just let it happen the first 3 or 4 minutes, surely. Top two away, though, the teammates. 237 and 226. Vary and House. Easiest way to show them out, of course, is that Vary's gone with the colour-coded race suit to the actual kart, whereas in bucking the trend, Ewan House has gone for a white and red race suit. There we are. White, red and blue race suit, actually. So they are right together. House exuding the sort of confidence you can only have when you're following someone and think it's really easy to get past whenever I want to. We're going to have a break first. And they have pulled over a second away from Poppercool they had last time round, and it certainly still is now. It's 1.4 seconds before the battle for third place with Poppercool, Clark, Stansmore, Wilson and Sumner comes after them.
Here comes House down the inside and will get the race lead at Christmas Corner, although there was a nose-to-tail tap there from Charlie Vary as he tries to hurry up the pace mid-corner. So we're trying the outside-inside trick, Charlie Vary, to get the lead immediately back again, but that didn't quite work. Vary, though, clearly has the speed in order to change those positions back again.
Well, it's because House just had this kind of body language about the whole machine in himself. He was really confident this was not going to be an issue getting ahead.
True.
Now, as they've said, getting ahead is one thing. Staying ahead when you're punching a hole in the air is something else. This isn't the most slipstream-friendly track by any means. It's not got a huge amount of straights. You've got this short run here, but also the big run where it helps is coming up now as they go up past Fine Lady and into Christmas Corner. That's the longest bit where the slipstream really helps, but it's nothing like the same when you get to Warden Law, and certainly not at Shennington, where Shennington's just a slipstream. It's like being at Talladega, to be honest. It's without the banking, obviously. It's just long straight after long straight, and it's really all about playing with the air here. You've got a very complex design within the infield, plenty of chances to try and get in, and there is, whilst yes, you'll pick up a bit of a toe here, it's not a place you can overtake really into the boot unless the person's made a mistake coming out of Chapman's.
Yeah, and then the after effects can be felt through a number of the following corners. Once you've lost the run off a corner, let's say, you might have to be sitting there waiting for a while, but then eventually the pendulum swings in your direction. So there are the leaders, nose to tail, working their way through Oblivion and Crook on towards the right-hander at Christmas Corner. And Scotsman Ewan House leading and opening the gap back to teammate Charlie Vary, but equally huge gap now back to Marcel Poppercool. So they've been working with one another. In fact, the top 5 karts all showing green, if not purple times last time around. So personal bests for Charlie Very 2nd, Poppercool 3rd, Lewis Sumner 4th and Jack Robinson 5th. The problem for all of those 4 drivers is that Ewan House was quicker than everybody else on that time around, 47.3, and he's opened up the gap to 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, I kind of got the impression you could do this, but the thing to remember is we're only 5 minutes in, and the relative performance of karts will ebb and flow during a 12-minute race, and certainly towards the back end, things are getting hot, the sun's out again, it's burning up the track. I know it's 4 o'clock, but it's still pretty warm here, and you're still getting nice warmth in the tarmac, so you've got to make sure you can keep your tyres together. They've done the whole weekend, remember, 1 set of tyres per weekend in the kart championship. These are done the qualifying, they've done the 2 heats, they've done the 2 super heats, now they're doing the finals. So they're not at their best anymore. They're not like off or about to collapse. They're not falling off the Pirelli cliff, for example. But not that anything does anymore. Leave that one there. But they are now pushing hard. But it does seem all in hand for Ewan House. I don't think he's concerned at all. They've managed to break Poppercool and the rest of them behind them. So it is between these two now. Of course, Very, as you know, maybe to take a little bit of a breather, both metaphorically with himself and actually physically with the kart.
But the nice thing about a kart race is that you can see one's full body and just the general body language. And I know what you mean. Ewan House is at one with his machine. He doesn't seem overly stressed. He doesn't seem to be pushing that hard. It's just he's making speed. Charlie Very, a bit more movement from the seat. And actually, they're still level pegging. I mean, House is not necessarily dropping.
He's not dropping Very. No, he's got a comfort gap, i.e., that he can't be lunged at that distance.
Yeah.
It was 3.4 seconds across the line. I think actually at the moment it's come down a little bit, but it'd be interesting to see him get over there. I mean, obviously there were elements where different driving. And certainly it looks to me like House was a tad quicker through that Nouvelle chicane. The gap actually went up. So the gap went up, and I think that was just a tenth of a second gain during that element there. So behind them, the Poppercool race, let's just drop back to the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th at the moment. I think that's going to be staying the same for a while. That's really now coming at Poppercool being very much hassled by the X-Kart of Lewis Sumner. And then behind him, you've got the 227 of Riley Morgan, who had a dreadful second heat when he ended up pacing the wrong direction and causing being involved in the main cause of pile up, and he's off the track. As soon as I mentioned him, commentator's curse there. And so we're talking again. Last time we saw him, he was facing the wrong way with 12 karts stuck around him. Now he's off the track.
Yeah. Pushing too hard on the run into Ashby, and that meant he ran out of road on the outside, but he'd had a good run on the 3rd and 4th place karts, and getting a wallop from behind there again. Poppercool this time from Lewis Sumner. 2-3-8 to the inside of Sumner will go Jack Robinson across the line. Robinson will get the place actually on Sumner into Oblivion corner.
I think that may have even swapped back again on the exit, because they were kind of inning and outing there, the 2 X karts. It's an absolute train. The top 2 have got away, and they've got, let me count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How long is this train? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, well, 14 really, you could say, couldn't you?
Yeah.
But lovely up the inside there, and that's a move position. I think, was that Robinson getting Sumner? I think it was, wasn't it?
Well, no, Robinson was already ahead.
So that's something getting back again, something getting past it. It's a problem with these timing bars. They're sometimes over half a lap out of date.
Yeah. Now, Robinson thankfully got the long name emblazoned on the back of his race suit, so that's easy to identify as he leaves the pit bend. So Poppercool 3rd, Sumner I reckon back into 4th, 2-3-8, yes, then Robinson, then Riley Bishop in 2-3-2. Robinson likes that run into Oblivion, but isn't able to get ahead on this occasion. And who's this trying to make a move? Sumner down the inside of Poppercool.
Taking Poppercool, yeah. Very got a bit close to the house at the front, by the way. Didn't worry about it just yet, but he got a little bit closer that time, a couple of tenths. Could have been pace, could have been mistake. And again, another X-Kart trying to upset the 2-3-4 of Poppercool. And Poppercool said, no, stop it, is basically what he's saying. I'm not having that.
Poppercool and Robinson almost together as well. Riley Bishop, I think, has got between them. So here's Lewis Sumner into 3rd position. Poppercool, though, trying to get that place back again within the same lap. Going to run out of opportunity here on lap 11. The leaders are back across the line and have opened up slightly more from 2/10 back to nearly 4 between Ewan House and Very. There's confirmation that Sumner's 3rd, Poppercool's 4th, Riley Bishop 5th, Jack Robinson in 6th ahead of Sebastian Clark and Isabella Stanmore-Wilson.
Yeah, Bishop, of course, is the champion-elect. Up 7 so far, just again doing what he's done all day, just run through the field and not get too bothered about it because he's got the points in the bag. The House and Very gap's gone out a little bit, so this is the battle, the entire field apparently, who want to be 3rd.
Just about. I mean, yeah, you could lump virtually everybody into this fight for the bottom step of the podium. Again, Lewis Sumner's chance to imitate Ewan House's driving style, because he looks very cool now and in command.
Well, he's got the man who's really dominated the championship behind him in Riley Bishop, the 232 teammate. Again, not under any pressure this weekend, apart from not starting a fight or a fire when you get him kicked out. But it's all going quite well for Bishop. He's driven through the pack here. Can't get close to the top two. They've broken away. 7 seconds ahead, Johnny, the top two.
They're already coming out of Ashbury before the third place runners have gone through increments.
So it's, obviously in real terms, Riley Bishop has got the pace of those two, and he's shown that during the year, but he spent his time going through the actual grid itself and getting back from a relaxed start. Driving well, looking behind him, seeing what's going on behind him. This is the junior Rotax. That's the guy there in 232. That is the guy who will be your junior Rotax champion, as long as nothing weird happens in the stewards' room. Riley Bishop. No win for Matty Street next car. And behind them, there's the entire field again having a bit of a squabble. But it's just stringing. There's the back element stringing out again. Vary's dropped a bit further off Ewan House again. It's half a second. Where the heck are you going? Some real defensively weird lines going on there. But the 250 did that. Sebastian Clark was having to veer left and then right, which is annoying. The and then is the problem in the whole veering.
True. Yeah.
You can veer one direction, Johnny, but not two.
Yeah, because your rivals will then really struggle to stay out of your way, if you like.
Got a second break now. We've got a third, fourth break. The Sumner and Bishop break, we'll call it. The House and Vary break is still half a second apart. And we've got there's going to be a couple more laps, actually. They're going to get another couple of laps. 11.02, yeah, House will go across the line to start his penultimate lap in about half an hour, half a minute, half an hour. Blimey, Frank fell off his chair then.
Well, if we'd continued that third place fight that involved about 25 karts, I could easily have watched another half an hour of that, but it has rather splintered away a little bit now. Sumner Bishop not decided, nor you could argue it's the House versus Vary battle, although that's now up to half a second as an advantage for Ewan House. And the problem is he's making such few errors. Charlie Vary can barely find any inroads. Yeah, Bishop, the second of the cars is there. Bishop, he's got the light green helmet and the second of the two black and white machines. He's actually got the fastest lap with it last time, down to 46.63. Immediately removed by the kart in front of him, got a 46.58. So they are the fastest karts on the track, but that is only a tenth or two faster than our leaders, who did the same. Whose lap time, Varies came back here by 100th of a second that time. So we are on to the penultimate lap now. Is that Eric Smith flinging one down the inside?
I think it was, yeah.
Christmas corner.
Enough. Poor Marcel Popocar just dropping back a little bit in this in the KMS carnage is there. There's 3 or 4 in the KMS team there, all having a bit of fun as we run in the sun to the end of the Junior Rotax Championship. Let's look at our leaders for this final lap, and it's been a fantastic performance from Ewan House, looking to win the leg. It's a round, isn't the championship, as well as being the man who takes the victory at Whilton Mill. Vary was caught and passed, about 3 minutes in, and since he's not let him go, but he's never looked like he's going to get past again. And it's been a great performance by the two Coles Racing's machines, but House putting down a real marker for next year. I think you can probably say for another year. I don't quite know the age of these drivers, but I think he's probably all right. But it's a great to win. It's great to finish the season with a win. And don't forget, there's 2 winter championship races coming up, Autumn Series races coming up we'll talk about. But a great performance by Ewan House. He's going to take this one. He's going to take the final round of the Junior Rotax final, and he should do a little punch in the air, like, hooray, look at me, I've won it, I'm brilliant. And then the next person over will be, the fourth person over should be doing a big punch, because that's Riley Bishop, who's going to win the championship. Nothing, didn't care. So he won the championship. You couldn't even celebrate winning the championship. That's just no good for that. Really the highlight reel, Riley, honestly.
Did it feel to him that he didn't want to celebrate if he wasn't on the podium, even though he takes the championship, wants to win it in style, perhaps? Well, he's won it regardless of how you do it.
Regardless of his style or anything, so he is the champion.
Well, didn't want to necessarily make it a visual celebration, but I'm sure he'll be partying later tonight to seal that championship run in 2025. Tremendous effort from Ewan House.
Hold on. Charlie Vary got a 5-second penalty.
Right, so
which doesn't affect anything.
That removes Charlie.
Which affects nothing. Because he was 7 seconds over Lewis Sumner. I don't know why he got a 5-second penalty, I must admit.
how was the pass done, and was there some contact?
No, Charlie Vay was the second place driver.
Yeah, but he was leading initially, and Ewan-House got ahead of him. So I'm just trying to remember how that was done and whether there was some contact.
He has a 5-second penalty. It has not affected anything. He is still second.
Still second. He's no longer 0.45 of a second behind Ewan-House, but he doesn't lose a position, as you say, because they were 7 seconds clear of the rest. Lewis Sumner, the champion for 2025, Riley Bishop, finishing 4th ahead of Jack Robinson 5th and Eric Smith in 6th, who did make that move on Marcel Popocool at Christmas Corner with a couple of laps spare. So Marcel Popocool, the pole in 7th ahead of Issy Stansmore Wilson. Then it is Braith Murdoch, number 214 in 9th, ahead of Riley Morgan 10th. Then it was Daniel Hartley, Theo Bradshaw, Amy Peacock, Kevin Ivanov, and completing the top 15, Sebastian Clark.
Thank you, Johnny. Now time for the final race of the day. It's the Honda Cadet final, and it is one of the ones that is still up for grabs, and we'll go into the grab situation when we get to it. Starting on pole, it is Archie Cannon, then it's Riley Blakemore, Archie Loveridge is in 3rd, Elliot Borks in 4th, then it's Ronnie Jones, Bradley Sutton, Luke McCall, Arthur Murfitt, Dino Rowlands, Ollie Knox, actually top 10, then Sawyer Henderson, Mason Becker, Jack Wicks, Jerry Tiffessy, Shailen Srikithan and Finley Thursted, and it's Daniel Barton, Jayan Prakash, Oliver Ratton and Harry Search. That's his next 10 to 20. And then you have Ethan Pearson, Sam Dixon, Luke Jardine, James Murfitt, Ben Bowers, Seth Wright, Jason Fathers, Oakley Porter, Reggie Duffy, Maddie Horspool, Austin Dow, Joshua Adoti, Maximilian Migalski, which is a fantastic name, and Arthur Barth.
Barth. Okay.
So this Honda Cadet was definitely up for grabs moving into the championship. I now need to do the Nick calculations, which is obviously very, 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 very questionable. So Loveridge from Blakemore, that was the major thing. And what has happened is Blakemore has gained 5 points on Loveridge, so he's 2 points ahead going into this one. So Blakemore is 2 points ahead, and the thing is, actually, Elliot Bork's involved as well. If there's a big difference, but just making it easy for my little brain to understand, there is 2 points between Blakemore and Loveridge. Archie Cannon, the Scottish champion, is a further 10 points back from Blakemore. So Blakemore's leading by 2 from Loveridge and by 10 from Cannon.
Yep. Okay.
So,
and remind us of the points increment from
100 for winning, 95 for second, 92 for third, 90 for fourth. On countback, Loveridge has got 3 overall wins, which means on countback he's fine. So if he ties anybody, he'll be absolutely in there.
Yeah, okay. No one else can match that.
Yeah. But again, these are unofficial.
Yeah. But it gives us an idea. So Loveridge to Blakemore, 2 points now, you think.
Mm-hmm. And then further
Archie
10 back
Cannon,
is 10 points behind Blakemore, yeah.
And the gap from Loveridge, therefore, to
Elliot
Cannon
Bork,
is 8.
hang on a second. Elliot Bork is, by my calculations, he's 8 points behind. So Bork's in it as well, -8 from Blakemore. So Blakemore leads. Loveridge is 2 points behind, Bork is 8 points behind, and Cannon is 10 points behind. There are complications of drop scores and everything else, but that is to remember when you get involved in this final.
All right.
And I've confused myself, even though I've written it down and cross-referenced it 4 times. Why is the final race always so hard?
Well, we like stretching our brains.
I've got to find mine first.
Yeah, good point. But there's only a spread of 10 points to separate the top 4 drivers in the championship, and
only 2 between the top 2.
Indeed.
So that's any real position, really. So if Loveridge can finish ahead of Blakemore, which given physics they're on the same, I think, but he's starting behind him, and it's all going to be on. But Cannon, of course, is on pole, so don't count Cannon out, even though he's 10 down. So yeah, it's all going on, really, isn't it?
The only way that Archie Cannon and Riley Blakemore have been separated to give Cannon the pole position is through a best lap time, by the way. So they have been neck and neck all day. Archie Loveridge, because it's the fewest amount of points you score in the qualification format, isn't it? That gives you then the good positions on the grid.
Yep.
So 9 points in total for Archie Cannon and Riley Blakemore, but a better lap time gives Cannon the pole position. Archie Loveridge, 12 points from the qualification phase of the weekend, 19 points for Elliot Bork. But yes, Cannon, who is 10 points back, you said, from Blakemore, with the most amount of work to do to gather some of those places back again. I think it's absolutely crucial that he stays ahead of Riley Blakemore for that first run through Oblivion and Crook. The problem is the first corner's a left-hander, but if you've not fully made the overtake, then Blakemore's going to be fighting right back again through Crook corner, the right-hand kink that then eventually leads through Fine Lady and down towards Christmas on the opening lap. One formation lap
and they stop.
For the Cadets.
Honda Cadets standing start.
I had in my mind these were Rotaxes.
Look, when you come back next year for your annual visit to our...
I'll have all this right.
Yeah.
That's what I told everyone at Northampton Raceway last night as well. I'll play all the records in the right order.
Johnny's been doing one race a year for the past several seasons.
Yes.
So here we go.
Apart from last year, where I think you missed me off the rotation entirely. Don't know what happened there.
No, you did one last, you've just forgotten.
Okay. There is a chance of that as well.
We'd never leave you off the rotation entirely, Johnny. You know that.
Did I do Warden Law late on last year then?
Yeah, you did Warden Law.
That feels like it was longer ago.
You've done, years ago you did Landau.
Which has closed and reopened in
I know, we've been there again since then. And you've done Warden Law and you've done Dunkeswell with us, Manxwell. And this is your fourth track in your fourth year. It's lovely to have you, by the way.
Green flag waves, final race of the weekend at Whilton Mill. And it's the Honda Cadet 200 final on for the clutch. And it is a good getaway from Riley Blakemore. Round the outside, that's the
and
lead
a great start from Loveridge as well. He's got himself into second. So he's managed to eliminate Cannon from the problems. So if he can stay right, stuck, glued behind, but nope, already lost the position. So that is a problem. So it's going to be Cannon into second. Blakemore, what's happening right there? Someone's slightly off the track. But it is... Oh, no, sorry. So it is Cannon, absolutely. And it's 70 and the 14 is Bork. So the top four we just talked about and their point gaps are in 1 to 4, Johnny. So now what we need is my brain to try and work out all the points. At the moment, it's quite easy because Blakemore's leading, so he'll be champion.
Yeah, and he just needs to stay there if he is working out his strategy. And also, if Loveridge and Cannon start to get into one another, that will also provide a solution for Riley Blakemore and the perfect run. But this is a long race for these youngsters. And we've also found, just like in the Bambinos, that a gap can develop and then close up within a matter of minutes as well. So even if one of them does get away, Riley Blakemore, for instance, he'll not be counting any chickens even with 3 or 4 minutes left on the clock. Archie Cannon, with the most amount of points to try and gather back, he's the outside bet with the Scottish S plate, running in second place ahead of Archie Loveridge and Elliot Bork, but this is no good at this stage for Cannon or Loveridge or Bork because the man they're trying to outscore leads the race.
Yeah, I mean, it's the case really now. Loveridge, he's pointing ahead. Let's keep going. I don't know whether Loveridge has got a tactic in his mind to spend 4 minutes making sure it's just 4 of them battling and trying to pull away and then working out what to do next. But Loveridge, of course, is in the position where he just needs to be ahead of Blakemore, whereas Cannon needs to be ahead of Blakemore and have various different carts in between them, probably not Loveridge. So he needs to find somebody else needs to turn up, like, Bork or Murphy, to make it happen. So it's a real, 14-move chess piece to get Cannon to win this championship. The other two just need to finish ahead of the other one.
Ronnie Jones is the fastest lapping driver. He's down in 6th position in the black helmet and black race suit. Turning through Ashby is the first and second place fight, and everybody else, frankly, with Loveridge in the blue helmet trying to force the mistake from Archie Cannon. Could be a long wait, that. And same goes for Riley Blakemore, who carries good speed out of the left-hander that leads onto the back straight and now into the boot. Very little steering input from Riley Blakemore. Very smooth racing driver coming out of the pit bend and back across the stripe, and continues to enjoy a massive 0.2 of a second lead.
Gosh, ridiculous so early on. So Cannon, Loveridge and Blakemore just coming up towards Chris. No one's really looking to make a move yet. They're sitting in the slipstream, making sure Blakemore doesn't get away. 4th place is Bork. He's just a couple of lengths off, and particularly stressful for him just yet. But I just feel that Cannon needs to try and make something happen. Now, how he makes it happen, I am not an 11-year-old karter or a 10-year-old karter, so I don't know. But following Blakemore is a path to not being champion. So stop following him, is what I would say. Now, that's easier said than done. Riley, he's very accomplished. These guys, they might be under 11, but they've still got years of experience and a great amount of data in their heads about how to run these races. But at some point, you've got to try and exploit a potential weakness. Fastest is Loveridge at the moment, but it's only 300 because he just gained a little bit on the others during that situation. Now looking to pop out from this slipstream. Come on, let's have a move. But they're just playing. Loveridge playing the waiting game, John, is absolutely fine. He just needs to finish ahead at some point by one place. Cannon playing the waiting game is pointless.
No, it's no good.
It's absolutely pointless. He just needs to get ahead and see what happens behind, and hope that behind him things will break out. As it is, he's actually providing protection for the man he's trying to beat.
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, if Cannon can get ahead and therefore put Blakemore out of his stride, then there's more chance of Blakemore's race unravelling with Loveridge and Bork snapping at his heels. The other difficulty is, of course, that Cannon has got to outscore Loveridge in a way, and I know he's doing that by being second compared to third, but that's not enough, precisely. So the points deficit from Cannon to Blakemore is 10, I remember you saying.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
So if he wins the race, he's got to hope that Loveridge doesn't perform well. I mean, Blakemore's got to fade to something like, 6th, 7th, 8th place?
5th, I think we'll do it.
5th, okay. And that's a big step. So, I mean, Cannon was always, as I say, the least likely to, and therefore maybe take some more risk.
Just go for it. Yeah. What's the worst that's going to happen? You finish 4th, or 3rd. No, just go for it. I mean, we have still got 7 minutes to go. They've kind of worn off the extra amount of time you get for a final compared to a heat, but they are really squabbling around, and someone's going to. So Loveridge still just wants Cannon just to go and just do stuff. If second to third will still give Loveridge the title. So if Cannon goes and wins it, Loveridge is second and Blakemore third. He still won't. But the notable thing is the last lap is a tiny gap for Blakemore. Tiny gap over Cannon.
Leaning forward in the seat just to get that extra bit of the aero heading across the start-finish line, and a bit more movement from the kart as well. Closer. I mean, he's almost driving within the same kart, Archie Cannon, compared to Riley Blakemore, but still not able to find the way by.
Now, this will all be discussed, but all these guys are either in teams or supported by teams. They all have experienced people giving them advice. So this will all have been discussed, the tactics of what we do in the race, kids, and what we do in the race, lads or lasses. And they'll have discussed this why, and they were almost certainly running to a plan. Now, whether the plan's a good plan is another question entirely, but they'll be running to a plan here. Don't do this, don't do that, wait for this point, if this happens. Because, it's not often a championship comes down to a final race, but this one has with 4 different potential winners who are actually first to 4th. So you kind of wonder who had the best advice. Currently, Riley's advice, get in the front and stay there, is working very well.
Well, it was all down to that standing start that Riley Blakemore absolutely nailed. 1 or 2 have got that wrong through the course of the day, but generally it's a simple process.
Well, Riley got it wrong that one time, but then the race was full started.
It was Riley with the big mistake. Yeah, of course it was.
And the race, that was the race that was red flagged just after a lap, and they restarted it. So, it's not. It happens to all of them sometimes. It's a case of getting the combination of bouncing, getting off the brakes and on the throttle at the right time. Most of the time they all go off pretty much online, but occasionally someone gets it wrong, and it really goes wrong.
Blakemore's almost stopping his kart partway around the boot, just making sure that there's no hint of an inside line from Archie Cannon, but I just wonder whether Cannon can exploit that a little more, getting well over to the right and just block passing. And that's his biggest opportunity. I don't think he's fast enough into Christmas here, can't draw level with Blakemore. Blakemore is a canny fox, despite his tender years. He's been at this for a number of his few years of
massive
racing.
Percentage of his life. 40% of his life he's been doing
percentage
this.
Life. That's what we were talking about earlier on. But it's been a lifetime achievement, you might say.
And there's some air. There's air between them now. This is the point where you Italy, there's Loveridge just shoving. Here we
go. That's the chance.
Had too much. But that's mystic, Johnny. Look at that. You are a motorsport god. You worked out where it was going wrong.
Loveridge spotted it.
Yeah.
Loveridge thought,
and it's harder to spot it on the ground than it is for us with a bit of a raised angle.
Agreed.
You can see a little bit more what's going on. We can get an idea. I mean, he would have seen visually the way he was coming closer towards Cannon when that happened. But Cannon's now going to try and get past him immediately, which is.
Yeah, well, that's not helping either of them now, is it? Because they're losing ground to Riley Blakemore. I just wonder whether Archie Cannon can learn from Loveridge's bravery, because he was just that bit more committal and said, yeah, well, I'm going to show you how to do it, because I need to make up ground as well. It's Loveridge that is only trailing the race leader by 2 points, and therefore the point swing from first to second is 5.
Yeah, it's 5.
So if Loveridge can win this, that's the championship as well.
But it's interesting, isn't it? Because Blakemore was the beat, but that whole I'm second, you're second, I'm third, you're third. Who was the winner? Blakemore.
Blakemore all day long.
Yeah, they were scrapping themselves. Elliot Bourke sitting there, and in fifth place Arthur Murphy, who's just been a very, very comfortable fifth, just watching this all going on. I mean, he's not involved in the championship fight, but he's looking to pick up pieces of possible podiums today. Now, what we've not seen at any point is Loveridge try to get out and get past the S plate of Archie Cannon, no second and third. It's Loveridge in the blue helmet, the green helmet. That's Archie Cannon, second and third, and they're just not. He's just not looking to get through back marker. That could be potential, but they are very good actually at these. One thing I've noticed is back markers are really very, very good at getting out of the way, unless you hit them at exactly the wrong place. As did happen actually in one of the races at Shillington. And then it did affect the result of the final, not in this class, in a different class. They just found this back marker at just the wrong point. The leader tripped over him and it just lost all momentum, and suddenly the guy in second just went past him. Not deliberate by any means by the back marker, it was just one of those things.
No, well, they're desperate to not interfere with the race. You would have thought a track with more corners, such as here, it's more likely to happen. But you described it at Shellington, which was just all long straights.
Yeah.
But again, finding a back marker in the wrong position.
Yeah, he's moved out of the way very well actually. He's letting none of those top 5 really got in any way held up by the 24 Kart, who's just obviously had a difficult start, probably been off the track and lost a few seconds, and now just finishing his day, probably quite depressed. The top 4 are away with a minute and 38 to go. Blakemore is leading, and more important now, Loveridge has gone for it. More important not here is Loveridge gone for it, but also Elliot Bourke's gone for it. So the S plate of Cannon goes down to 4th with a minute and 28 to go. But is it too late? But Loveridge just now needs to get past Blakemore. It's a battle for the championship between those two. Can Loveridge make up the distance of, well, it's going to be about, it was 0.4 of a second. I think it might be less than 0.4 of a second now. It's going to be, wait for it, 0.4 of a second. But it is the top 2 are the top 2, and it's a straight fight now, Johnny.
Intriguing stuff. They cross the line with well over a lap time still in hand, so they'll get to the end of this one, and then 2 more. So this opportunity for Loveridge potentially to reel in Riley Blakemore and see then whether he can overtake, because catching one thing, overtaking another. A chance, by the way, to mention the back marker, who was Arthur Bath, number 24.
In his
first
correctly. Year of Cadet, he's come out of Bambino for this. Now, right, so Loveridge really needs to make this happen now and not get himself bothered by Bourke. Look at that, he's carrying some speed into the entry of the boot, and he's getting right on the back of Blakemore. We're actually going to get a grandstand battle. We are going to get an absolute grandstand battle for the championship here. It's who dares wins. It's who wins. It's Loveridge and it's Blakemore. Blakemore leads with 2 laps to go.
Got to get past to outscore Riley Blakemore by 5 points, and the difference at the moment is 2 when those drop scores are taken into account. Surely Riley Blakemore will be running things through his mind as well. He's looked like a cool customer at the head of the order, but everyone is going to get incredibly tense. The shouting's begun outside our commentary box as well. It means so much to these families that have been racing all year long. Riley Blakemore trying to hold off the challenge of Archie Loveridge. This is the penultimate lap.
They've got this. They've got the boot. They've got the Nouvelle chicane, and then they've got a lap. And already Loveridge is quick here. Then just stay in tight, and Blakemore does. It's now about placing your cart. He's got one area of real vulnerability, which is the end of coming up to Christmas corner in a bit. But now Loveridge saying, "Don't fight me, Elliot. I've got to try and do this himself." Right, coming out of the main straight for the last time, Johnny, take him home.
Better run coming out of Crook Corner. But that is fended off by Riley Blakemore, who puts his car in the middle of the road into Christmas. What's the exit speed like, though, for Blakemore? And is he going to be compromised by the time they get to Ashby? Surely Blakemore is going to have to defend again into this tricky right-hand hairpin, and he does. 2 left-handers to come next then, Wilkins and Chapman. And the other distraction is Elliot Bourke, no doubt, for Archie Loveridge. Challenge is on. Remember, Loveridge has appeared so strong into the boot, and this is, if anything, Riley Blakemore's weakness. Loveridge down the inside for the championship, and he rides over the side and puts potentially Blakemore out of the race. So Loveridge is going to finish ahead of Blakemore, but that's surely going to be looked at again. Different winner, though, that we weren't expecting. Elliot Bourke will win the final from Archie Cannon in second, and you just sensed that was going to come to a head somehow, Nick Damon. Archie Loveridge does finish third, but substantial contact.
Yeah, but let's do that again, because the problem is where Blakemore is. So this is going to be a real steward's room inquiry. He's lobbed it up the inside, Loveridge, and he has taken Blakemore out. So he's taken Blakemore out of the championship because Blakemore will be points behind Bourke and Cannon, I think. If Loveridge picks up a 5-second penalty, he drops 2 places to 5th. And that means Elliot Bourke will gain 11 points on him. It's only 8 behind.
Yeah.
So this one is literally too close to call. I'm afraid, Riley Blakemore fans, he won't win because you can't get, even though he may feel incredibly hard done by and incredibly hurt by what happened there, let's see it again, he won't get this back. So he is where he is. The question is, what happens to Loveridge? If Loveridge gets a 5-second penalty for that, he will drop far enough behind Elliot Bourke to give, in my pre-Nick Damon title numbers, under investigation, Archie Loveridge. I'm afraid we're going to be off the air because this is going to take a while, I can tell you now.
Certainly.
You're going to have to kind of go back to the highlight, to the reports to find out who gets it. It's going to be either Elliot Bourke or Archie Loveridge who'll be the cadet champion. It's all going to be decided in the steward's room. There's going to be, I would think there's probably some recriminations and tears there. But Loveridge finally went for it. He finally decided, I'm going to try and win this.
And that was his best opportunity.
Exactly. You're absolutely right. He'd been great on that entry into the boot the entire race. It's down to you all to decide what you feel. I feel it was a great race. I don't want to call it, especially as my point scoring isn't necessarily accurate.
And if Elliot Bourke, if you
champion.
think, has done enough, actually he was the innocent party in all of it, wasn't he? He held back, possibly sensed that it was going to kick off between the leading duo in not only that race but also the championship. And Elliot Bourke has kept his nose clean, gets maximum points in the final, and was only 8 back anyway from the finishing Riley Blakemore. No, he didn't get across the line, did he? Because the Kart only completed 14 laps. So I agree with you.
It's gone.
The stewards can do all sorts of things at the head of the order, but
they can't give him more points.
They cannot give Riley Blakemore a better finishing.
Which is a pity because he's a lovely lad. They're all lovely lads. It's a great race. It's a great way to finish the TKC.
It's certainly dramatic.
It's a great way to finish the TKC Championship with us unable to tell you who won because with 2 corners to go, I knew who was going to win.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you for being with us during this season. Just to remind you, there is a winter championship. It is on the 20th and 29th of November at Whilton Law. It's not a championship, sorry, it's series. I've been told that they're individual races. And then on the 3rd and 4th of January, here at Whilton Mill, there are 2 races for the TKC. We at Karting Live TV, we'll be back here at Whilton Mill next week, unfortunately without Johnny, but with Joe. So we've got Joe back, and we've lost Johnny, but we're back here for the NKC.
A tanned Joe Bradley.
Well, that's a horrible thought. With Joe Bradley for the NKC. My name's Nick Dame. I've had a lovely time working with Johnny, who I don't think I've actually commentated with since the 8 hours of Bahrain in Tim's house.
Oh, yes.
Many, many years ago.
And I think I sat down throughout all of that as well. I've been sitting down today.
You did. Paul's been pressing the button, sometimes the correct button, sometimes watching the race. Frank McKinney's been up at Christmas Corner. Thank you, Frank. And Ash Leontine has been doing the gantry camera and doing all the technical stuff because he's actually a professional as far as camera is concerned. Thank you for being with us all day. It's been great fun. We will see you next week with the NKC. And don't forget, look at your favourite interweb environment of karting to find out who won that race because we don't know. See you all very, very soon.
Fuck off, fucking nettles. Fucking nettles.